of error. Like his brother. Early July. Shizui's urgent intelligence arrived in the dead of night. When it opened the window, there was not a glimmer of light on the horizon. The crow's feathers were damp with night dew, and the scroll tied to its leg was bound tighter than usual. Orochimaru's base transfer time confirmed. Next week. Target location: deep mountains of northeastern country of rice fields. Estimated transfer size: about 20 personnel carrying primary experimental data and bloodline limit samples. There are at least 3 sealed test subjects among the guards. After reading and immediately transmitted the intelligence to the 3rd Hokage and Kakashi through the ANBU emergency channel. Before dawn, the 3rd Hokage approved the interception mission order. Intercept Orochimaru's transfer unit, seize or destroy all experimental data and Sharingan samples. The mission codename was Storm. Kakashi assumed the role of team leader. When he entered the weapon depot, he was holding a freshly drawn map, its ink not yet fully dry. From Orochimaru's current base to the deep mountains in the northeast, there are only 2 routes. One is a main road suitable for large-scale transport, but with high exposure risk. The other is a hidden path that only allows small teams to pass. And unfurled the detailed topographical map of the country of rice fields he had prepared long ago, which marked every base coordinate Shursui had transmitted over the past months. I suggest splitting the force. Orochimaru's style is not to put all his eggs in one basket. The main road should have a decoy convoy to draw attention, while the core experimental data and a small elite unit take the hidden path. Just what I was thinking. It'll take the main force to ambush the hidden path. Tetsuka leads the 2nd squad to blockade the main road, preventing the decoy convoy from escaping. And nodded. I've already sent word to Shursui to coordinate from the periphery. His position is closer to the hidden path, so if anything unexpected happens, he can intervene at the first moment. The night before the decisive battle, and made a final inventory of equipment in the weapon depot. Kunai Shuriken explosive tags, not for himself but as supplies for Kakashi's team. He sorted the explosive tags into small bundles by quantity, wrapped the shuriken in oilcloth to protect them from moisture, then reached into the secret compartment and retrieved the old ANBU mask of Itachi, which Fugaku had passed on to him. There was a shallow crack on one side of the mask left from Itachi's first mission, when he had just joined the ANBU, and placed the mask into the inner pocket of the equipment pack. When Kakashi inventoried the supplies, he caught a glimpse of the mask's cord sticking out. His hands kept moving without pause. A talisman! In the early morning mist, Kakashi's team assembled at the clan compound gate and stood on the steps of the weapon depot watching them leave. He would be responsible for intelligence coordination in the rear, transmitting real-time battlefield intelligence through Shizui's summoning crows. Fugaku stood at the clan compound gate, his expression as stern as ever. He said nothing but noticed a crow perched on his shoulder. That was Shizui's crow. Shursui had come earlier that morning, reporting the action details to Fugaku in person. Sasuke stood in the shadow of a corner watching the fully equipped team. He clenched a kunai for a long time, his knuckles white, then turned and headed back to the training ground. And followed. And Senpai, when I'm a little older, let me go on these interception missions. And looked at him without answering. Sasuke lifted his head, and the morning sun slanted across his profile. In that instant, and glimpsed Itachi, not in appearance but in posture. It was the stance of one who shoulders responsibility. And returned to the weapon depot. He marked Kakashi's movement route on the map of the country of fire hanging on the wall, and anchored Shizui's peripheral coordination point with a crow marker at the northeastern corner of the country of rice fields. After finishing all this, he sat down and opened the intelligence dossier for Shursui, adding a line at the very end. The transfer has begun. The nest is empty. Interception codename Storm. The talisman is in the pack. The crow carried away the dossier. Outside the window, the July cicadas chirped at full volume, and the water level of the Naka River had risen past last year's highest mark. In the second week of July, in the dense forest of the northeastern part of the Land of Rice, on the evening of the third day, since Kakashi's team set an ambush along the path, Orochimaru's relocating forces appeared. 3 transport carts were heavily laden with experimental equipment and sealing scrolls, the wheels carving deep ruts in the muddy forest path. About 20 guards were divided into 3 loosely organized teams, in the front, middle, and rear, responding to each other. This was an experienced battle formation. Kakashi silently raised his right hand. Members of the ANBU team emerged simultaneously from the treetops, bushes, and rock crevices, like a group of blades sprouting from the shadows. The battle erupted within a few breaths. Kakashi's Raikiri tore through the guard line of the first cart, with the ANBU members closely following, forming a net, with the trajectories of shuriken and kunai through the forest. The guards fought desperately, but the advantage of the ambush was overwhelming. The ANBU occupied the terrain, taking the initiative in numbers, gradually compressing the guards into the open space around the cart, leaving them with less and less room to counterattack. And stationed behind Konoha received real-time battle reports through Shizun. The first cart was cleared. A large amount of experimental data was discovered inside the cart. An analysis report of the Sharingan theories on the fusion of bloodline limits, and a copy of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan manuscript that Orochimaru had stolen from Akatsuki. All were confiscated. The second cart put up the fiercest resistance. The number of guards was significantly higher than that of the first and last carts, with 2 curse seal test subjects, whose combat abilities surged after their seals activated, resulting in serious injuries to one ANBU member's right arm. Kakashi pierced one of the subjects' chests with his Raikiri, while the other was subdued by 3 ANBU members working together. He discovered a special sealing container deep within the second cart. 3 pairs of Sharingan samples were immersed in a light green nutrient solution, their pupils already unfocused, but the outlines of the tomoe in the irises were still faintly discernible. These did not belong to the Uchiha. They were cultivated from blood remnants collected through other channels. The third cart was a trap. There were very few guards, and the cart was empty save for a solitary sealing scroll. Kakashi opened the scroll, which contained no data or samples. Only a handwritten note from Orochimaru remained. "Thank you for helping me clean up the eliminated experimental data. The new experiments have already begun. See you next time." Kakashi's fingers slowly tightened around the note. The interrogation of the captive was quickly completed. Orochimaru had secretly relocated half a month ago, and this convoy had been a decoy from the very beginning. The real core data had already been moved to a new base along with Orochimaru himself, the location unknown. After receiving the message and remained silent for a moment, he picked up a pen and annotated the battle report. Interception successful. A large amount of experimental data and 3 pairs of Sharingan samples were confiscated. Orochimaru himself escaped. He had relocated half a month in advance, leaving bait to exhaust our pursuit forces. As the system prompted and was filing the battle report. The interception has effectively weakened Orochimaru's direct threat to the Uchiha. The countdown has added 8 days, totaling 582 days. On the night Kakashi's team returned to the village and went to the Hokage building to report to the third Hokage. After listening to the entire interception process, the third Hokage smoked his pipe for a long time, the smoke gradually swirling in his office. Orochimaru said, "New experiments have already begun. I know him, he is not bluffing. He must have left something near the Land of Fire before relocating." The third Hokage tapped his pipe against the ashtray, the ashes scattering into fine black dust. "Have Shizun keep an eye on the perimeter. While he monitors Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, he should also be wary of any tales Orochimaru might have left in the Land of Fire." And nodded in agreement. Orochimaru had escaped, but the experimental data and Sharingan samples he had accumulated over 8 years had suffered a heavy blow. 3 pairs of samples were confiscated, and a large amount of experimental data fell into Konoha's hands, making it impossible for him to launch a direct attack on the Uchiha in the short term. The Uchiha defense can be lowered another level, but it must not be withdrawn. Additionally, the copy of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan manuscript is currently stored in the Konoha ANBU's sealed vault, and only Kakashi and the third Hokage know of its existence. And stored this information in a separate encrypted file marking the cover with a code only he could understand. When Kakashi later supplemented the report and was transferring the 3 pairs of Sharingan samples into the ANBU sample storage, he gazed at the unfocused pupils through the sealing container for a long time, and in the source column of the register he wrote, "Northeast of the land of rice, remnants of Orochimaru's experiments. Transferred to the ANBU for sealing." 3 days after the interception, the third Hokage summoned in. In the deepest part of the sealed chamber, Kakashi stood guard at the door. On the sealing platform lay a copy of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan manuscript left by Orochimaru, with charred edges from being burned. This manuscript is a study on the evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan. Allowing the Uchiha clan to examine it themselves might reveal details that the ANBU cannot discern. You have limited access, restricted to the chapters related to your own Sharingan awakening. The third's pipe glowed with a faint red light in the dimly lit sealed chamber, and sat down before the sealing platform and unfolded the manuscript. Orochimaru's handwriting was long and twisted, resembling the traces left by a snake slithering across the sand. He flipped through the pages, slowing down with each turn. The core section of the manuscript recorded the principles of the evolution of the Eternal Mangekyō. One must fuse another pair of Mangekyō on the basis of the original. But Orochimaru had placed a question mark next to this theoretical section, writing a small note in red ink. Hypothesis: is it possible for a holder of the double tomo to evolve independently by simultaneously absorbing chakra of the same origin, derived from a direct blood relative, at the moment of awakening, thus bypassing the transplantation process? To be verified. The same origin chakra. Direct blood relatives. AN's finger paused over this segment written in red. Orochimaru's hypothesis meant for Itachi. If Itachi activated the Mangekyō, Sasuke would be the only blood relative with the same origin. If this manuscript were to leak, Sasuke would become the target of all those coveting the power of the Sharingan, and sealed a copy of this content separately marked as absolutely confidential. Then he turned to the latter half of the manuscript and saw another deduction. The core of the evolution from single tomo to double tomo is the density of chakra, not emotional stimulation. Emotional stimulation is merely a trigger. The true driver of the increase in tomo is the eye's meridians adapting to high-density chakra. Each stress response leaves a trace of micro-expansion in the eye's meridians. Once the accumulation reaches a threshold, the tomo increases on its own. And almost immediately realized, this completely aligned with his own findings. After Sasuke's emotional trigger initiated the eye's reaction, what truly deepened the traces was not the intensity of the emotions, but the adaptive expansion generated by the repeated flow of chakra through the eye's meridians. After his first pulse, the system indicated that the chakra amount was still about 2.5 times away from the threshold, now reducing to the final stage. It was not a coincidence. Orochimaru's data corroborated his deductions from the opposite side. The essence of Sharingan evolution is meridian expansion, and chakra density is the only driving force behind the expansion. He meticulously transcribed the content of the manuscript into his own research volume, making comparative annotations alongside using his own data. Pulse frequency, residence time, expansion rate, all corresponded one by one. Orochimaru's data filled the last missing link in his chain of deductions. As he exited the sealed chamber, Kakashi leaned against the doorframe. "What did you see?" "I see myself getting closer to the answer," and closed the volume. The system interface lit up at the edge of his vision. Acquired key clues for the evolution of the Eternal Mangekyō and the natural awakening path of the Sharingan received significant supplementation. The synchronized training method for chakra density and meridian expansion was now complete. Only one final practical adaptive breakthrough remains to achieve permanent awakening. That night, he cross-referenced Orochimaru's meridian expansion data with his own pulse parameters in the weaponry storage, marking the chakra density range with the highest expansion efficiency. Then he adjusted his training plan, no longer purely pursuing the number of pulses, but rather enhancing the chakra density of each pulse. At each moment of instantaneous movement combined with high energy accumulation, it was no longer just training instant movement, it was also refining the Sharingan itself. Outside the window, the stars filled the sky of Konoha in July, while the sound of the Nakanokawa River flowed softly through the night. A line of text appeared on the front page of the account book. The manuscript states that emotion is the switch and chakra is the key. I have both. Only the final step remains. August. By the Nanhichuan. And integrated the data from Orochimaru's manuscript with his own pulse parameters, and compiled a new training regimen. The core adjustment was only one: prolong the chakra retention time in the ocular meridians. The method was to deliberately let the chakra linger an extra half-beat in the ocular meridians, just before the instant of the body flicker technique's burst then release. After several consecutive limit bursts and landed, and noticed a faint red mist lingering in the reflection of his own eyes on the water's surface. It was not the effect of forced activation by the awakening card. It was the natural imprint of his own chakra flowing through the ocular meridians. Shursui, back from the land of rain for supplies, leaned against a willow tree from afar and watched for a while. When in pause to catch his breath, he walked over. The red after image is formed by chakra being stretched during the body flicker while it lingers in the eyes. You can split it into 3 segments: charge before the flicker, maintain during the flicker, and dissipate after landing. Each segment corresponds to a different intensity of meridian expansion. And listened without interrupting. The charge determines the tomo's brightness, the maintain determines the retention time, and the dissipate determines the baseline for the next pulse. And did as instructed. He readjusted the rhythm of his body flicker, deliberately dividing the ocular chakra control into 3 segments in each burst. After many repetitions, the red mist in the water's reflection transformed from a blurry haze into a faintly discernible single tomo silhouette. It was not the forced ignition of the awakening card. It was his own chakra naturally condensing, taking shape, then slowly dissipating within the ocular meridians, like a nebula revolving in the night sky. A system notification lit up at the edge of his vision. The prerequisite for the natural awakening of the Sharingan, chakra retention control, had been met. Only one final breakthrough in combat adaptability stood between him and the threshold of permanent awakening. That night Shursui told him in the tool warehouse that Xiao's partner had been eliminated in the north. Shursui had carried it out personally. The entire operation was disguised as an internal conflict within the Akatsuki, leaving no trace of Konoha. Xiao was very satisfied and conveyed through Huan that he would keep his promise and hand over all remaining Akatsuki internal intelligence to Konoha in batches. Shursui paused. The bargaining chip. Xiao specifically requested something of yours. He is interested in your research on the evolution of the Sharingan. Not the complete manuscript, just the part about the evolution from single tomo to double tomo. And was silent for a moment. The data on single tomo evolution itself might not be of direct use to the Akatsuki, but if it fell into the wrong hands it could become a key to reverse engineering the weaknesses of the Sharingan. But then he reconsidered. The single tomo stage was merely a transition. The truly core data on the Mangekyō and eternal Mangekyō had already been sealed in the deepest archive of the ANBU beyond anyone's reach. And Xiao had already proven his sincerity through action. He personally drove his own partner into the grave just to plug the only leak in Konoha's intelligence chain, and transcribed the single tomo evolution part onto an encrypted scroll with a note on the last page. This data is only applicable to the natural awakening path. It is not feasible for Orochimaru's artificial test subjects. He sealed the scroll and handed it to Shursui. After this transaction is complete, Xiao will fully become the eyes and ears for you and Itachi within the Akatsuki. It's not the web of Konoha. It's the web of you and me. Shui took the scroll, nodded, and his figure melted into the night, and wrote down the day's record on the first page of his ledger, then closed it, and walked to the window. Outside the window the cicadas of August were chirping loudly, and the water level of Mangekyō had returned to normal. Sasuke was still training alone on the training ground. The sound of his shuriken throws had become as steady as Itachi's. Late August. Sasuke's participation in the ANBU special training was about to reach 3 months. The third Hokage approved his first official mission, to cooperate with and for intelligence liaison. The mission was to receive a set of ciphertext in my commercial street. Ostensibly, as an academy student, he would pick up pre-ordered dumplings at the dumpling shop, but actually printed on the inside of the dumpling wrapper was the cipher translated by from the ciphertext left by Miyako. The entire process must not be detected by anyone, including the dumpling shop owner, and serving as the rear command monitored the whole process from the weapon depot. When Sasuke arrived at the dumpling shop, there were 2 or 3 customers in line at the counter. Following the training requirements, he did not rush and quietly stood at the end of the line, like an ordinary child waiting for his snack. After receiving the dumplings he paid normally, and left eating the first skewer as he walked. The movements were flawless. When he reached the corner of the commercial street, Sasuke suddenly stopped, and heard an unfamiliar voice from the surveillance channel. "Uchiha Sasuke, where are you hospitalized? Why are you here eating dumplings?" It was a classmate from the Ninja Academy, who happened to recognize him. An's fingers tightened on the monitoring console. Sasuke did not panic. He stopped, turned around, and greeted his classmate in a casual tone. Then, while chatting, he unwrapped the second skewer of dumplings, his eyes scanning the inside of the wrapper. That was the core of the mission, the cipher code. Using the motion of wiping his mouth, he memorized the cipher, then crumpled the wrapper into a ball, and casually tossed it into the trash can. The classmate, completely unaware, said a few words, and waved goodbye, and let out a breath in the surveillance channel. Sasuke continued walking back to the weapon depot with the remaining dumplings, and wrote down the entire text from memory without a single error. And checked it once. Not a single error. He filed the original text into the intelligence dossier, and then wrote on the mission record, "First mission. Perfect score." Sasuke stood before him, his back straight as a rod. "Can I take on harder missions from now on?" And looked at him. 3 months ago, this child was pinned to the muddy ground by Itachi with one hand. Now with one hand, he caught the baton thrown by Itachi. "Next mission, you lead the team. 3 people. Deliver a secret letter to the border." Sasuke's eyes lit up. That night Itachi came to pick up Sasuke to go home. Sasuke ran ahead a few steps to the training ground while An and Itachi walked side by side on the bluestone path of the clan compound. "He did very well today." "I know. You taught him." Itachi did not respond to this. The 2 walked a few steps in silence, and from the direction of the training ground came the sound of shuriken striking wooden posts. "You taught him too," Itachi said, and did not reply. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, overlapping on the bluestone path. The willow trees of the clan compound swayed gently by the Nanha River, the night breeze carrying the fragrance of August osmanthus. Thai country. The third meeting. Shao delivered all the promised intelligence as agreed. The scroll was thicker than any previous one, containing all remaining stages of Shao's infiltration plan into a country, along with a complete list of peripheral members. There was one original and one copy. The original was kept in Mai, and the copy was archived by Shui in the deepest part of the Uchiha intelligence network. Each page bore Shao's signature, and each page represented decades of accumulated lifelines from his undercover work. Shui took the scroll. "The price? My partner is dead. I am free. From now on, this intelligence line of Shao will continue, but only through Huan. I need to disappear. There are many places in the northern mountains to hide a rogue ninja from Luin." Shao put on his wind chime-adorned bamboo hat, and suddenly stopped as he turned. Is Uchiha An here? And stepped out from the shadows behind Shisui. Pale ashen moonlight bathed his face. The night wind of the Iron Country swept snowflakes between them. Your data on the evolution of the single-tomoe Sharingan proved invaluable to me. Not an experiment, rather it helped me comprehend why my own eyes have come to this point. Kyo gazed at him. Beneath the moonlight, the scar where his forehead protector had been slashed away on the left side of his face resembled a desiccated riverbed. From now on, whether you awaken the double tomoe or the Mangekyō Sharingan, remember, one man has already walked this path before you. But he took the wrong turn. And did not ask what took the wrong turn meant. Kyo offered no explanation. He pulled on his straw hat. A wind chime chimed softly, and then he vanished into the snowy mist of the Iron Country's August night, accompanied by the black-haired woman beside him. And Shisui returned the scroll to Konoha. Kakashi mobilized that very night, systematically purging all remaining peripheral Akatsuki outposts within the Land of Fire according to Kyo's list, with Anabi and Tekka providing support. When the final outpost was struck from the map, Akatsuki's infiltration network across the Land of Fire was eradicated entirely, as the system notification flashed and was archiving the checklist. Major intelligence breakthrough: full list of Akatsuki's infiltration plan for the Land of Fire acquired, and all outposts eliminated. Countdown extended by 30 days, totaling 612 days. Initial duration 365 days, net extension 247 days, over 8 months. Sasuke passed Phase 1 of the ANBU training program with perfect scores. The third Hokage personally affixed an ANBU provisional badge to Sasuke's collar in the Hokage's office. Sasuke's fingers trembled slightly as he accepted the badge, but he clenched his jaw and suppressed the urge to smile. Shisui continued tracking the northward movements of Akatsuki's core members. Izumi, through her medical ninjutsu studies, successfully performed a healing technique for the first time. Hakadai's son ranked third in the academy's midterm examinations. Anabi and Tekka stood guard along the same defensive line as last year. Night fell, and sat inside the armory, opening the first page of his ledger. From "Even a lazy fish must flip over" to 612 days. Dense lines of script filled the page. Outside, the waters of the South River flowed ceaselessly beneath the late August night breeze. Just as An closed the ledger and reached for the oil lamp's wick, Shisui slipped through the window. "Kyo entrusted me with a message before he left. The one watching you is not Nagato." An's finger froze upon the ledger's first page. "Who is it?" Shisui remained silent for a moment. Moonlight seeped through a slit in the curtain, falling across his face, and across the shallow dent carved into his cheek by a kunai shaped like the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. "He spoke only 3 words: vermilion mole," and slowly tightened his grip. Vermilion mole, a term rooted in ancient Fire Country lore denoting a naturally occurring crimson mark beneath the eye. He had seen this person before. In the twilight of a shrine beside the ibis woven into every legend where Jinjutsu spun threads of causality. Autumn arrived in Konoha. Willow trees lining both banks of the South River began shedding their leaves as the first withered leaf drifted onto the water's surface and stood inside the armory, reorganizing the intelligence board. Those 3 words Kyo left behind pierced deep, lodged like a splinter at the heart of every known piece of intelligence about the organization. He wrote, "Vermilion mole," on a separate sheet pinned at dead center on the intelligence board, and beside it drew a large bold question mark. Shisui's crow arrived at dusk bearing the first confirmation. His handwriting on the scroll was heavier, more deliberate than ever before. "The vermilion mole is real. Within Akatsuki, only a handful of core members know of its existence. This individual possesses the Sharingan, not transplanted but innate." An's finger paused over the words. "Innate Sharingan." Outside the Uchiha clan there theoretically exists no other original Sharingan bloodline. If this person possesses an original Sharingan, he must have some blood relation to the Uchiha. Or rather, he might actually be an Uchiha, just not recorded in Konoha's records. and spread out all the existing information about the Akatsuki organization. The known holders of the Sharingan are few. Excluding Itachi and Shursui from the Konoha faction, and excluding Orochimaru's artificial experiments, very few can autonomously exist, and have joined the Akatsuki. He listed all the names in his mind, and crossed them out one by one. In the end, only one name remained: Uchiha Madara. Kakashi climbed through the window, in the dead of night, without bringing his orange book. He spread out a hand-drawn chakra fluctuation distribution map made by the sensory team on An's desk. The ANBU have repeatedly detected unfamiliar chakra fluctuations of the Sharingan near the borders of the Land of Fire. The fluctuation characteristics are highly similar to those of the Uchiha clan, but not anyone recorded in Konoha. The third Hokage asked me to ask you if there are any omitted names in the Uchiha family tree, and fell silent for a moment, and took out an old family tree from a hidden compartment. It was not an emergency copy from wartime, but the original family tree that the Uchiha clan preserved themselves before the third Hokage's reign. The paper was yellowed with edges eaten away by insects, yet every name on each page was clearly legible. He flipped through the pages one by one, stopping when he reached the page recording the era of the Valley of the End. Next to a line of text, someone had marked a symbol with an extremely fine pen, which had become difficult to discern over time. Button recognized that symbol. It was not a word, but the pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Madara fought against the first Hokage at the Valley of the End, and Madara perished, his body secretly collected by the Uchiha clan. However, the recorded entries in the family tree were missing several pages after this one. They had been torn out and closed the family tree. If this person is still alive, if he has been alive since the Valley of the End, then he must be at least nearly 100 years old now. A Uchiha Spectre, who has lived for nearly a century possessing an original kaleidoscope Sharingan, is the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki. He knows all the core secrets of the Akatsuki, knows Orochimaru's evolution manuscript, and knows about Shizui's contact with the Heron. He even knows of Itachi's existence, and wrote down the final conclusion on the intelligence report under the Crimson Mark section. Identity suspected to be Uchiha Madara. Threat level Super S. Current movements, high-frequency activities around Konoha. Estimated target to collect or seize Uchiha Sharingan. Countermeasures: all Sharingan users enter mutual support status. Shursui continues to track, and Itachi remains on standby. The system notification lit up the moment he set down his pen. It triggered the main storyline task of Volume 3, The Mystery of the Crimson Mark, with the task goal to confirm the true identity and purpose of the Crimson Mark with an unclear reward. He walked to the window. The night wind of September, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus, blew in from the direction of the commercial street. In a few days, it would be Sasuke's birthday. A line of text had been added to the cover page of the accounting book. Crimson Mark Madara, a holder of the Sharingan, already on the outskirts of Konoha. The defense line will begin to upgrade tonight. Sasuke's birthday is approaching. In the early morning of late September, when Kakashi climbed through the window, his expression was the most serious and had ever seen. He did not sit down, but directly slapped an emergency report from the sensory team on the table. Last night, an ANBU patrol team was attacked in the northwest forest of Konoha. 3 were seriously injured and 1 is missing. The only survivor who regained consciousness described the attacker wearing a whirlpool mask revealing only one right eye. That eye was a Sharingan, but the pattern was one he had never seen before. An inquirer asked about the pattern's characteristics. Kakashi pulled out a rough sketch from his ninja tool pouch. The image was crude, yet the key features described by the survivor were clearly illustrated. 3 curved tomo were connected by fine lines, forming a pattern reminiscent of a wind-style shuriken. This was not the three-tomoe, and took a deep breath. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Among the Uchiha clan, those who had awakened the kaleidoscope were few in recorded history: Madara, Izuna, and Shursui himself. However, this individual's kaleidoscope form was not found in any existing records, indicating that he was not an Uchiha from Konoha. A deceased person with a kaleidoscope Sharingan, who was never documented in the Uchiha family tree, and sketched the kaleidoscope form described by the survivor using code and tied it to a raven's leg to send to Shursui. Shizui's reply arrived the next dawn. The kaleidoscope form is indeed not in the Uchiha records. However, there is one matching feature, a single eye. This person has long concealed his left eye, fighting solely with his right eye. If he gave his left eye to someone else, he would have only his right eye left. Only blood relatives or those with a very special constitution can accept a Sharingan transplant without rejection. And placed the letter on the table and exchanged glances with Kakashi. If the left eye was given to someone else, he was left with only the right eye. The kaleidoscope requires a pair to awaken. If this person only uses his right eye while keeping his left eye hidden for a long time, it implies that his left eye was either surgically removed and transplanted to a blood relative or voluntarily given to someone in exchange for some power or promise. Kakashi unfolded a map of the patrol area, his fingertip resting on the dense forest northwest of Konoha. Not far ahead from the attack site was the Uchiha clan's territory. This person did not randomly choose a patrol team as a target. He was searching for specific fluctuations of the Sharingan. Young Sasuke had just awakened his half-stable Sharingan fluctuations, while Itachi had already registered his kaleidoscope in the ANBU, and Fugaku was a mature three-tomoe holder. Every awakened Uchiha member was a potential target. That night and found Itachi, and laid all of Kakashi's rough sketches and Shizui's analysis before him. Itachi gazed at the sketch in silence for a long while, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the three-tomoe were slowly spitting in his red pupils. "Have him come to me! So you don't have to find him. What if he's not looking for you? What if he's looking for Sasuke?" Itachi gently tapped his fingers on the table. The force was light, but the oil lamp on the table flickered. He called Sasuke to the weapon storage. "From today on, unless accompanied by me, and you are not allowed to leave the clan grounds after dark." This is not a punishment, it is preparation for battle. Sasuke did not ask why. However, the corner of his eye twitched slightly. That was a reflexive expression of his Sharingan detecting distant chakra. He was already able to sense danger instinctively. He then turned and went to the training ground, practicing shuriken in the twilight. Each shuriken struck the outermost circle of a moving target, which was almost blown away by the wind, yet he still hit all of them, and wrote on the front page of the ledger, "A mysterious kaleidoscope has been causing disturbances around Konoha. The target is the Sharingan. The next attack could happen at any time." The defensive line was tightened towards the inner circle of the clan. Sasuke did not ask anything. He simply responded with a shuriken. The day of the attack, in the evening of late September, and went to the ninja school as usual to pick up Izumi after class. Teacher Asuma kept Izumi a little longer today, allowing her to continue practicing chakra form changes after class. Izumi ran out of the school gate holding a practice scroll, her face flushed with excitement. "An-senpai, I successfully maintained the chakra ball for several minutes today without it breaking. Teacher Asuma said this achievement is better than anyone in the class last year." She carefully held the chakra ball in her palm and presented it to him, the sphere emanating a faint blue hue, its edges fluctuations stabilizing even more than last month, and nodded, expressing his admiration. Quan carefully stored the chakra ball away, then pulled a piece of fruit candy from his pocket and placed it in his hand just like every other day. As they reached the willow grove by the southern Huchuan, An's insight suddenly detected a faint chakra fluctuation unlike the typical active waves of a regular ninja. It felt as though the entirety of existence was compressed into a fissure, revealing only a thread of high-density pressure. He abruptly halted, shielding Quan behind him. The space beneath the largest willow tree ahead distorted like rippling water. The vortex mask gradually emerged from the darkness, the pattern of the Sharingan's kaleidoscope swirling coldly in the twilight, three-tomoe interconnected by fine lines, exactly as described by the surviving members of the ANBU. His left eye was completely obscured by the mask. Uchiha An, your eyes are not fully open yet. His voice was deeply suppressed, as if emanating from the depths of a well. But soon, sooner than expected, faster than anyone anticipated, and did not respond. He pushed Quan into the bushes behind him, and whispered a single word. Run. Find Dalhua. Then without hesitation the Sharingan awakened, forcibly activating his eyes, turning red in an instant, and exploded into a burst of extreme movement, his kunai aimed directly at the masked man's right eye. The masked man sidestepped, his movements incredibly light. As he sidestepped, he casually waved his hand, unleashing a shockwave of compressed chakra that sent him flying off his trajectory, and crashed against the willow trunk, a dull pain radiating from his spine to his chest. The fact that this person could directly interfere with the path of his body flicker technique indicated that their ocular power exceeded the limits of a single tomoe. A single tomoe against the kaleidoscope was like a candle flame facing a storm, and struggled to rise. The masked man turned towards the bushes where Quan was hiding, and once again flickered to block the masked man from the bush, simultaneously using the shadow clone technique to create another self for a feint attack from the side. The masked man didn't even turn his head, striking through the afterimage, directly penetrating the protective layer and smacking it in the chest. That strike was not fatal, but it carried a surge of chakra that invaded his body, scattering all the chakra he had accumulated in his meridians, and knelt on the ground, his vision beginning to blur. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and a drop of blood fell onto the fallen leaves before him. The masked man gave it one last glance. It was not disdain, but an evaluation. Next time we meet, use your own Sharingan. The space warped once more, and his figure vanished as if being sucked into a vortex. Dalhua and Tieshin rushed to the scene moments later. Tieshin drew his sword and looked around while Dalhua knelt down to support him. Quan rushed out of the bushes, tears streaming down her face, gripping An's hand tightly. "An-senpai, you spat blood. Don't move." Dalhua saved him quickly, and raised his hand to wipe away her tears, whispering, "I'm fine. You made progress with your chakra ball today. Let me see how long you can maintain it tomorrow." A system prompt lit up at the edge of his vision. It was their first direct encounter with a holder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Extreme emotional stimuli were accumulating. The ocular chakra meridians were undergoing an adaptive stress response due to the external impact of the kaleidoscope. The threshold for permanent awakening of breakthrough was imminent. In the medical room, and lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, his chest wrapped in several layers of bandages by Dalhua. The piece of fruit candy still rested in his palm, softened by his body heat. Just a final push. It was not about the amount of chakra nor the number of training sessions, but rather a true nor-treat battle. It was coming, and it would come again. And he had to push himself to that line before it arrived. By the banks of the South River, and was stopped by Itachi as he exited the medical room. Itachi had just returned from the dark department building, his mask pushed up to his forehead, his expression as calm as ever. But the dark circles under his eyes were heavier than ever. He must have been on guard for several nights in a row. "I will draw him out," Itachi stated directly, without any pleasantries. "A kaleidoscope against a kaleidoscope. He has space-time ocular techniques. I have Amaterasu. As long as Amaterasu can hit once, his space-time techniques cannot withstand the scorching of the black flames." "What about Sasuke?" An asked. Itachi fell silent for a moment. The silence was brief, but An noticed his Adam's apple move slightly. "It is precisely because of Sasuke that I must stand in front. This person targets the Sharingan. If he comes to find me actively, and the battlefield is outside the clan's territory, I will set up traps with Amaterasu in advance. If he comes to find you, I will have no second contingency plan left." And sat down on a stone by the South River. "I do not agree with your plan." The bait cannot be just you alone. His space-time ocular technique allows him to evade damage during teleportation. No matter how strong your Amaterasu is, it cannot hit a target that can disappear at any moment. To hit him, it requires capturing the premonitory wave of spatial distortion the moment he appears. That requires wind reading. And in all of Konoha, I am the only one who can wind read. Therefore, the bait cannot be just you. Dual bait advancing on 2 lines. You initiate Amaterasu from the side, while I use wind reading to lock on to his chakra ripple at the moment he appears. After locking on, I will retreat, and you will open fire. I need half a second to complete the lock and retreat to a safe distance. During that half second, his attention must be on you. You can do it. Itachi was silent for a long time. The sound of water in the south river echoed like a drum in the night. Then he sat down on the stone beside him. The dual bait plan means that only one person can stand in front of the other during the retreat, which also means that only one person can open fire from behind. No one needs to sacrifice, only trust is required. He extended his hand and grasped his wrist. It was not a handshake, but the gesture of ninjas clasping wrists before a mission. A system prompt lit up at the edge of his vision. Trust level with Uchiha Itachi reached the highest level. Special condition met: life and death partners. Gain the dual cooperation feature. Eye power resonance. When fighting in cooperation with Itachi, the awakening speed of one's own Sharingan temporarily increases, and damage resistance decreases. The two began to strategize by the South River. Amaterasu requires about half a second of chakra gathering time before activation, and it must complete wind reading lock and retreat to a safe distance within that half second. There are 3 evacuation routes for extreme instantaneous movement directly above in the treetops on the surface of the South River, and the abandoned stone steps at the ferry. Each route was practiced repeatedly by it until even the fastest premonitory reaction time was pushed to the limit. Itachi's gaze followed his movements, softly correcting the duration of each shadow's presence every time he landed. During a training break-in, Itachi sat side by the river. The moonlight shone upon the South River just like the night a year ago when Shursui attempted to jump into the river, and just like the moonlight when Itachi knocked on the weapons store door in the dead of night. "Do you remember what you said to me here a year ago?" Itachi suddenly spoke, and thought for a moment. "Those who fear death often live longer. You were afraid of death back then. I still am now. It's just that what I fear has changed. I used to fear my own death. Now I fear yours." Sasuke stood at a distance watching the two sitting by the river. He held a kunai in his hand motionless for a long time. He did not approach to ask about the tactical details, nor did he inquire whether An's chest wound still hurt. He simply inserted the kunai into his ninja tool pouch and turned to walk towards the moving target range. The wind blew from the direction of the South River, causing the targets to be blown away. He fired one kunai after another. All hit. The battlefield was chosen deep within the northwestern forests of Konoha, far from the clan compound and any civilian facilities. Kakashi stood on the periphery, while Shursui, having urgently withdrawn from the land of rain, lurked in the shadows. And Itachi stood side by side in the center of the forest clearing. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the canopy, scattering fragmented silver patches across the ground. The space twisted. The masked man stepped out from the vortex. His spiral mask covered most of his face, and the right eye's Mangekyō rotated coldly under the moonlight. He said nothing, his gaze sweeping from Itachi to and then back to Itachi. The masked man initiated the battle with a spatial dojutsu, instantly teleporting behind Itachi. Itachi's Mangekyō activated simultaneously, and black flames erupted at the point where the masked man landed. The masked man dodged again with another spatial shift. Amaterasu burned through the afterimage he left behind, failing to harm his true body, but forcing him to retreat from close range. During the masked man's reappearance, it activated his wind reading at full power. Insight LV2 was nearly useless under the suppression of Mangekyō level ocular power. Predicting spatial distortion required reading the subtler ripples of chakra than the wind, and his eyes stung under the Mangekyō's pressure, as if opening them against a strong wind. He forced his eyes to stay open until blood began to seep from the corners. Finally, he caught the fleeting chakra ripples in the air before each spatial distortion. "The next gap!" and shouted the warning as the masked man teleported again, and burst into motion at the same time, charging toward the locked position, leaving a modified body replacement technique afterimage behind. The masked man's hand pierced through the afterimage's chest. In that moment, An's true body had already locked onto the next teleportation sign under the afterimage's cover. Itachi seized the gap and created and launched a second wave of Amaterasu. The black flames of Amaterasu precisely covered the masked man's right shoulder. But as the flames hit, the masked man absorbed the black flames along with part of his right arm into a spatial vortex. The mask shattered. The remaining embers of black flames on the right shoulder still smoldered. The mask cracked from the center, revealing a face that made An's pupils sharply contract. It was the face of a deceased man who had not appeared publicly since the battle at the Valley of the End. His left eye was tightly shut, while the right Mangekyō rotated coldly. He said nothing, forming a single-handed seal. A shockwave of chakra exploded outward from him. Itachi used body flicker to shield and taking the brunt of the blast. The sound of ribs cracking was clearly audible in the night forest. The impact sent both of them flying. When unscrambled to his feet, Itachi had already collapsed under a tree, blood gushing from his mouth. His Mangekyō eyes still stared fixedly toward the masked man, using the last traces of his remaining ocular power to maintain his protection over him, and knelt beside Itachi. Itachi's blood dripped onto his hand, warm. He heard his own heartbeat pounding like a drum, one beat after another. Then it stopped beating. Not stopped, it no longer needed to beat. A searing heat surged from the depths of his eyes. It was not anger, not sorrow, but something more ancient than all emotions. The Sharingan awakening card did not activate. This time, it was not the card's forced intervention. It was his own bloodline responding, a reply from the depths of his genes when pushed to the brink of life and death. Three-tomoe slowly took shape in his blood-red pupils. Three-tomoe awakening. The precision of dynamic vision improved by an entire order of magnitude compared to the single tomoe from the card's awakening, with zero delay and extreme body flicker, and completed a simultaneous body flicker the moment the masked man's next teleportation ripple appeared. It was no longer pursuit, it was synchronization. The kunai grazed the masked man's left shoulder, clothing revealing the eye socket. Empty. No eye. He had given his left eye to someone else. The masked man staggered back a step, covering the empty socket, and did not pursue. He stood in front of Itachi, his three-tomoe Sharingan staring directly at the masked man. They faced off for a moment. Then the masked man's form twisted with spatial distortion and vanished, and knelt beside Itachi, lifting him and leaning him against his shoulder. Shursui and Kakashi burst out from the shadows, beginning emergency medical treatment. Itachi weakly opened his eyes in An's arms. Seeing the reflection of the slowly rotating dual tomoe in An's eyes, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "You've awakened. Don't talk. Save your strength to explain to Sasuke why you're injured again." A system prompt flickered at the edge of his vision. Permanent Sharingan awakening Uchiha An. Dual tomoe. Awakening catalyst bearing the brink of life and death, bloodline transformed by the protection of cherished bonds. The Sharingan awakening card was simultaneously reclaimed, converting all its usage count and duration into a permanent increase in chakra reserves. The eastern sky began to pale, and looked down at his hands stained with Itachi's blood. These eyes were bought with Itachi's ribs, nurtured with the candy Izumi gave him every day, honed by Shizui's body flicker training, awakened by Sasuke's shout of, "Let's awaken together!" on the training ground. He looked toward the direction of the Naka River. The morning breeze dispersed the smell of blood in the forest. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the canopy, falling on Itachi's pale face on the bandages Shursui was wrapping, and on his own eyes, the three-tomoe Sharingan that had just opened and would never close again. The next morning, after opening his eyes and conducted a comprehensive and systematic assessment of his abilities in the weaponry storage, he closed all doors and windows, leaving only an oil lamp lit. The firelight illuminated the walls filled with weapons, casting long shadows of kunai and shuriken upon the surface. He needed to thoroughly understand the full capabilities of his new eyes in an environment free from distractions. First was dynamic vision. He opened the window and gazed at the willow tree across the Nanha River. Previously, with a single tomoe, he could only see the outline of the leaves. Now, he could clearly discern the vein patterns of each willow leaf. From the leaf stem to the tip, the direction of the main and side veins was crystal clear. Even the tiny notches on the edges caused by insect bites were plainly visible. He threw a shuriken, letting it spin through the air on an irregular trajectory. The advantages of the double tomoe dynamic vision became immediately apparent. The angle of the shuriken's rotation, its flight path, and landing prediction were all completed in the instant of release. Not just a rough estimate of where it might land, but with precision down to which specific location on a particular willow leaf. The effects of the inside LV 2 wind reading characteristic combined with the double tomoe dynamic vision exceeded his expectations. He directed his gaze towards the training ground where Sasuke was practicing with a moving target. Previously, An's ability to sense the air currents in the training area with wind reading could only allow him to deduce the general swaying direction of the target. Now, he could see the bending curvature of every twig as the wind passed through the willow branches. He could predict the angle at which the target would sway in the next second, with an error margin of less than a finger's width. He called Itachi to assist with a Jinjutsu resistance test. Itachi used only basic Jinjutsu, causing a slight ripple of chakra in the air upon activation. Under the double tomoe state, and could autonomously identify this chakra that intruded into the range of his visual power, rebounding it the moment it touched the meridians in his eyes. The speed of the rebound was several times faster than that of the single tomoe awakening card. Ordinary Jinjutsu at the middle ninja level was completely ineffective against him, while the jutsu at the upper ninja level still posed a challenge. He was no longer entirely defenseless. After a series of high-intensity tests and retracted the double tomoe, noticing that the chakra consumption was significantly less than before, the system interface unfolded within his field of vision. Sharingan evolution confirmed double tomoe Sharingan permanent. Newly added basic Jinjutsu resistance, dynamic vision precision upgraded, and improved coordination efficiency between body flicker technique and eye chakra. The Sharingan awakening card was simultaneously retracted, and all remaining usage counts and durations converted into an equal amount of permanent chakra limit. His total chakra was nearly doubled compared to before opening his eyes. But that was not all. The system unlocked a unique skill tree for the Sharingan, and opened the interface, and 2 skills lit up on the tree: Perception of Visual Power and Jinjutsu Rebound. Perception of Visual Power is actively releasing eye chakra to scan the surrounding chakra flow and attributes with range and precision, increasing as proficiency in the double tomoe improves. Jinjutsu Rebound allows for the rebound of Jinjutsu that intrudes into one's visual power range, amplified by the double tomoe, with a longer cooldown time. He chose to learn Perception of Visual Power first. The learning process involved guiding the double tomoe visual power along specific meridian paths, completely different from the rigid activation used with the awakening card before. This time the chakra obediently flowed along the eye meridian paths he had trained for over half a year, like a stream returning to its riverbed without any obstruction. He opened his eyes. No hand signs, no charging of energy. The chakra flow around him directly projected onto his retina like transparent ink diffusing beneath the surface of water. Rice Fire was patrolling the training ground, its chakra stable and heavy. Izumi was attending classes at the Ninja Academy, her chakra light and bouncing, still mixed with the faint residual warmth from her recent shape transformation practice. Sasuke was training in the ANBU, his chakra carrying a faint red halo, A remnant of the stress wave left from the last time he opened his eyes slowly fading. A system prompt appeared. Double tomo proficiency needs to be enhanced through actual combat. The conditions for the next stage of evolution are for the double tomo proficiency to reach maximum value, and to complete at least one strength mission. The stronger the opponent, the faster the proficiency grows. And stood up and walked to the window using his visual power to look across the Nanha River. There was no one beneath the willow tree on the opposite bank, and a trace of extremely weak chakra lingered in the air, consistent with the direction of the dense forest from last night. The vermilion birthmark was still lingering near Konoha, not having wandered far away. He recalled the masked man's words before opening his eyes. Next time we meet, use your own Sharingan. Now he had the eyes, but it was still not enough against the kaleidoscope. He returned to his desk and opened the ledger, writing down today's record on the first page. Double tomo ability assessment completed. Chakra total increased. Dynamic vision level upgraded. Learned perception of visual power. Sasuke's eye movement traces are fading. The vermilion birthmark is still not far away, and had not received regular communication from Jishue for several days. No matter how busy the land of rain was, Jishue would always send a message back with a crow every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes it was a long report, sometimes just the 2 words alive. But this time it had been silent for several days, and even the latest report was delayed beyond the expected date. A string of anxiety had been taught within him. Late at night the sound of the crow hitting the window was unusually urgent, and opened the window to find Zishui's crow had a wounded left wing, with half-dried blood on its feathers. Tied to its leg was a torn piece of a scroll, not cut neatly, but roughly left as the last segment after most had been torn away. He untied the fragment and unfolded it. Zishui's handwriting was extremely messy, unlike his usual neatness. The Baishinshin has been activated. It's not something I initiated. He is forcefully resonating with my ocular power in some way. I can't hold it down for long. Location: Old Bridge. Forceful resonance. An's fingers tightened at the edge of the scroll. The Baishinshin was Zishui's most powerful trump card, and also his heaviest burden. It can rewrite the will of others without being detected, which is why Jishue used it with utmost caution, never employing it lightly unless absolutely necessary. However, the vermilion mole was able to trigger the Baishinshin's ocular response from the outside, without Jishue actively releasing it. This meant that the vermilion mole possessed ocular power far beyond Zishui's, and was very familiar with the frequency of the Baishinshin's ocular power, and called Kakashi and showed him the fragment. Kakashi pointed to the charred edge of the fragment, evidence of chakra overflow burning during the Baishinshin's semi-activation. This indicated that Jishue was exerting all his strength to suppress his own eyes, and the clash between his ocular power and counteracting force had even scorched the edge of the scroll. The vermilion mole was injured on the right shoulder by Amaterasu during its battle with you, and with its left eye already given to someone else, its ocular power is not complete. It dares not launch a direct assault on Konoha, so it is searching for alternatives to replenish its ocular power in the shadows. Kakashi pointed to the map. The Baishinshin can rewrite the will of others, and its essence is the same as his infinite Tsukuyomi. They both represent absolute dominion of ocular power over consciousness. Does he want to seize the Baishinshin, or does he intend for it to serve as a resonant amplifier for some plan of his? And chose not to continue guessing. He now had only one thought. Something had happened to Jishue. He transmitted his analysis to the third Hokage with utmost urgency, requesting rescue permission, while also calling for Inaba. The defense line is temporarily left to you, and Tetsuhan. I might be gone for several days. Inaba did not ask where he was going, only nodded. That night and Kakashi rushed toward the direction of the old bridge. Calculating from the last position Jishue sent the message, he should be somewhere south of the border between the land of rain and the land of fire. However, that area had a fractured terrain layered with dense forests and abandoned caves, making the search extremely difficult. Using the ocular power, he had just acquired and sensed along the way, continuously consuming chakra to search for faint resonances of ocular power. In the early morning hours, and finally captured a slight fluctuation of the Sharingan. It was unstable, intermittently bursting forth, as if someone was desperately suppressing it, but could not hold on, with the intervals between each burst growing shorter. The two found Jishue deep within a concealed cave. He was leaning against the stone wall, his right eye tightly shut, while his left eye's Sharingan spun, with incomplete three-tomoe. One had already been forced into a semi-activated state. The chaos in his ocular power prevented his eyes from closing in unison. The right eye was forcibly pressed down, while the left was out of control, and the entire network of ocular pathways resembled two opposing streams of water colliding within the same riverbed. Seeing it, he managed a weak smile. The Baishinshin has not fully activated yet. He is waiting for me to use it actively. Once I release the Baishinshin, he can trace back the source of the ocular power and seize my eyes. So I have been suppressing it, too afraid to use it. And crouched down and lightly touched the network of Zishui's ocular pathways. Forcing himself not to release the remotely activated Baishinshin was akin to suppressing his own ocular pathways. The pathways were already showing fine cracks. Further delay would cost him permanent damage to his vision. And rested Zishui's arm on his shoulder. Return to Konoha. With me here you won't have to suppress your eyes. Amid the dense forest and perceived ripples of spatial distortion emerging ahead. Unlike the kaleidoscopic level suffocating pressure he had encountered during his first confrontation with Zushatsu, this fluctuation was faint and unstable. He swept his perception across. Zushatsu's chakra was indeed less stable than before, with a hollow void lingering at the spot on his right shoulder where Amaterasu had scorched him. Zushatsu stepped out of the vortex slowly. His mask was crude, covering only his left eye, and the burn on his right shoulder remained unhealed. His right Sharingan swept over and pausing for a moment on An's eyes. "Three-tomoe. Earlier than I estimated," he muttered to himself. "Itachi isn't here. Your dojutsu power is more suitable for resonance than his." And did not respond. He activated his three-tomoe Sharingan and dojutsu perception simultaneously. His dynamic vision doubled in precision, magnifying the burn on Zushatsu's right shoulder until the unclosed capillaries were visible. Zushatsu instantly teleported to the stretcher bearing Shursui, but was forced back by Kakashi's Raikiri. He then teleported behind him, but An's wind reading predicted the move, and he instantly teleported to the point before Zushatsu's landing. The three-tomoe captured the extremely faint chakra ripples in the air before Zushatsu's teleportation, no longer merely sensing that an enemy was coming. Instead, it precisely saw the direction, speed, and the predetermined landing point of the ripples. Zushatsu's right eye gleamed slightly. "Already capable of syncing with my teleportation at three-tomoe. If you were to awaken the Mangekyō, you might become the second person who can resonate with my dojutsu." And ignored his soliloquy, overlaying the three-tomoe's insight with wind reading to digitize Zushatsu's teleportation ripples into a predictive model. The diffusion radius, decay rate, and directional shift of each ripple formed a three-dimensional map in his mind. As Zushatsu's next teleportation began to manifest and locked onto the coordinates in advance, and called out the position. Kakashi thrust his Raikiri toward the coordinates. Forced to use spatial dojutsu to divert the Raikiri upon materializing, Zushatsu's right shoulder was grazed by the residual force, and a thin streak of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He clutched his right shoulder, and stepped back, his voice still calm. "Your wind reading combined with dojutsu perception is already beginning to read spatial ripples. Next time we meet, perhaps without Itachi's Amaterasu, you'll be able to find my physical form yourself." He did not prolong the battle. His figure melted into the vortex and vanished. And deactivated his three-tomoe, feeling a faint heat in his eye meridians. It was not an injury, just the natural heat dissipation of the three-tomoe after intense use. He safely delivered Shursui back to Konoha's medical unit. The medical report stated that Shizui's Meridian lacerations required at least 2 weeks of complete rest during which he could not use any dojutsu including the Sharingan itself. Shursui leaned against the hospital bed with a wry smile. Being bound by my own eyes is more uncomfortable than being bound by an enemy, and replied that 2 weeks were enough for him to transcribe all the Akatsuki base maps of the Rain Country 3 times from memory. Shursui chuckled softly, then turned serious. He will come for you again. Not because you are Uchiha An, but because your three-tomoe has begun to respond to his dojutsu frequency. He has been searching for decades, and you are the first. Kakashi compiled the battle record into a formal report and submitted it to the third Hokage. When he returned to the weapon storage and was silently staring at the map on the wall, Kakashi sat down beside him. Tsushatsu said your dojutsu power is suitable for resonance. He is looking for someone whose dojutsu can resonate with his. Itachi's dojutsu is too independent. Shizui's Konoha Matsukami is too unique. Neither is compatible with him. But your three-tomoe is still growing. You fall precisely within the range his dojutsu can reach on the spectrum. And pondered for a moment. Resonance was not theft, it was matching. Tsushatsu had given his left eye to another, leaving only half of his original dojutsu power. He needed someone whose dojutsu could match his remaining power to complete it. He was not merely after eyes, he wanted an equal whose dojutsu could resonate with his. The system prompted temporary mission, rescue Shursui, completed. The three-tomoe's proficiency had greatly increased due to the direct confrontation with the Mangekyō, and all data from the dojutsu clash with Tsushatsu had been recorded into the skill tree, and wrote on the flyleaf of his notebook. Tsushatsu doesn't want eyes. He wants someone who can accompany him to the end. He is searching for resonance. But he's looking in the wrong place. It was Sasuke's 8th birthday. Lady Mikoto had been busy preparing dinner since the afternoon, and the aroma wafting from the kitchen reached the training ground. Karen locked herself in her room, spending the entire day weaving a protective knot. The red silk thread was twisted and uneven, but each knot was tied tightly. Hakadai bought a new kunai from the shopping street with Sasuke's name engraved on the handle. Inari and Tetsuhiko had already gathered the equipment from the training ground and hung a paper lantern, essentially reserving the training ground for the night as a birthday gift for Sasuke. Fugaku glanced inside the training ground as he passed by. He did not enter, but paused for a moment longer than usual. Then he said 2 words to Sasuke through the door frame. 8 years old. Sasuke stood straight and replied, "Yes, father." Fugaku nodded and turned to leave, and stood in the corridor watching the entire scene unfold. That was probably the closest Fugaku could come to offering a blessing, and placed the gift he had prepared all night into Sasuke's hands, a handwritten notebook. The cover read notes on the natural awakening path of the Sharingan, written meticulously by An. Each page contained detailed diagrams of chakra pathways, directions of chakra flow, and practical insights. On the first page, there was a line written to Sasuke: "The double tomo is not the end. The kaleidoscope is not either. The true Sharingan is the one that opens to protect those you wish to protect. We will awaken together. Uchiha An." Sasuke gazed at the first page for a few seconds before carefully turning to the next page. The notes included simple illustrations marking the chakra pathways in the eyes throughout the process, from basic body techniques to body flicker technique, with dense annotations detailing An's complete record of the transition from single tomo to double tomo. It also included a detailed analysis from the review after losing in the second round of the Chunin exam, wherein helped him understand the minute detail the illusion rebound requires, focusing chakra at the eye's 0 point for 1/10 of a second. Sasuke closed the notebook and held it firmly in his arms. He looked up at An, saying, "Not thank you, Senior An, but instead, I will awaken my own eyes. After awakening, I want to spar with you, Senior An, using my true Sharingan." The training ground was unusually crowded that night. Itachi leaned against a willow tree dressed in casual clothes rather than his ANBU uniform. Shursui sat on a bench with his right eye still bandaged, lifting a teacup in salute to An from a distance. Karen distributed a piece of fruit candy to everyone present, while Inari and Tetsuhiko stood guard like door gods at the edge of the field. Hakudai's son Little Yu chased after Sasuke, asking if the ANBU training taught the lightning cutter. Sasuke replied solemnly, "That's a technique from teacher Kakashi. I'm not qualified to learn it yet." Fugaku stood at the door, but did not enter, and knew he was there, as a crow perched on his shoulder, and sat in the corridor watching the lights and laughter filling the training ground. These people had not scattered under Danzo's pressure, had not retreated under Orochimaru's covetous gaze, and still chose to gather here today to celebrate the birthday of an 80-year-old child under the watchful eyes of the kaleidoscope's deceased. Elder Yahweh said that the Uchiha had hope. This was what hope looked like. Itachi had somehow sat down beside him. I flipped through the notes. The section on expanding chakra pathways is very detailed, more practical than the clan's records. It was tested using my own chakra pathways. I can't let him break a few more ribs to experiment. Itachi did not smile. He broke a branch from the willow he was toying with, and placed it on the stone steps between them. "Next time, when the red mark returns, don't stand in front of me alone. You already have your own Sharingan." Sasuke drew the kunai that Hakudai had given him in the center of the training ground, causing Little Yu to shout in excitement at his earlier mention of lightning cutter. Itachi watched his brother's figure, his gaze softening, as he quietly said, "Before awakening, I asked myself, if I had to lose the most precious person to awaken, I would rather never awaken at all. Later I realized it wasn't about losing. It was about protecting." The night breeze in Mangekyō was gentle yet not cold, and sat in the corridor gently holding his knees. These eyes were earned by Itachi in exchange for his ribs taught by Shursui through body flicker techniques, and filled with the fruit candies Karen offered him daily. He looked up towards the opposite bank of Mangekyō, where the chakra of the red mark flickered like a distant light before dimming and completely merging into the night. He was also watching from afar. But tonight, he did not approach. When the birthday party ended, Sasuke walked alone to the center of the training ground, placed the notebook that An had given him on a wooden stump, then took a few steps back and bowed to the empty target range. It was not a gesture of gratitude, but a promise he made to himself, and watched from afar in silence. Some were experiencing the insights of awakening the Sharingan for the first time, while others were determining the direction for their own eyes. Tonight was more than just a birthday. After Shizui's ocular meridians had fully healed, they arranged to meet at the abandoned ferry. The bandages were removed, leaving no scars on his eyes, but his gaze had grown deeper, a quiet, subdued clarity that lingers in those who have been counterattacked by their own strongest dojutsu. They sat side by side on the stone steps. The water level of the Naka River had begun to recede, exposing stones along the bank that had been soaked all summer, their moss dried into brownish veins. The night Konoha Mitsukami was activated, I could sense he was searching for something. Shizui's voice was soft, as if afraid the river might overhear. "Not for my eyes. He already has a Mangekyō. To him, my Konoha Mitsukami is just a luxury, not a necessity." He was looking for someone whose pupil power could resonate with his, and leaned against a decayed wooden post watching the river. Shursui continued dissecting every pattern of the vermilion mole's behavior. He burned himself with Amaterasu in the dense forest just to gauge the limits of Itachi's pupil power not to kill. He forcibly resonated with Shizui's Konoha Mitsukami, neither taking nor destroying it, only probing its depth. He pursued him but never pushed him to the brink, always leaving words like, "Next time use your own Sharingan." He wasn't here to destroy the Uchiha, he was here to audition. The price of giving away his left eye is that his pupil power is forever halved. Shursui turned to look at him. A Mangekyō awakens in pairs. Losing the left eye tears the soul, as if it were ripped in half. He can only seek another whose half pupil power can resonate with his. My Konoha Mitsukami is too unique. Itachi's pupil power is already mature and set. Your meridians are still growing, still at a halfway point. You can respond to his resonance. And was silent for a moment. Whether he treats infinite Tsukuyomi as a goal or a means doesn't matter. What he truly craves is someone standing beside him, not kneeling before him. I can respond, that's what I can give him. But he will never get what he truly wants from me. I won't stand beside him nor kneel before him. I stand with the Uchiha. Shisui wore the most relaxed expression since the Vermilion Mole incident. He took a small scroll from his pocket and placed it in An's palm, a Konoha Tsukumi sealing scroll personally inscribed by Shisui. If he ever loses control or falls in battle for any reason and has the authority to hand the scroll to the third Hokage or directly destroy Konoha Tsukumi. Before I carried Konoha Tsukumi alone. Now you'll be the final lock for me. And accepted the scroll. It felt incredibly lighter than the scroll of body flicker technique Shisui had given him by the Naka River years ago. A system prompt appeared, authorization to safeguard the Konoha Tsukumi sealing scroll obtained. Trust level with Uchiha Shisui reached maximum. Hidden bond trait unlocked. When Konoha Tsukumi is on the verge of losing control, you can use your own pupil power to apply long-range suppression. Suppression effectiveness increases with the mastery of your three-tomoe Sharingan. Shisui leaned back against the stone steps gazing at the Naka River. Years ago at this spot he had asked him if he knew something, and had warned him about Danzo. Now no more questions were needed. The Vermilion Mole was searching for resonance, and they were too, resonating at a different frequency. And stood up. The wind from the Naka River brushed his face, carrying the bitter scent of early autumn willow leaves. This year the three-tomoe had awakened. The Konoha Tsukumi scroll rested near his heart, and the Vermilion Mole was still observing somewhere. He was no longer the worthless one who needed to tremble in a corner, but Uchiha, and who could find his own frequency in the resonance of pupil powers. A new line appeared on the flyleaf of his ledger. End of Volume 3. Resonance is not just pupil power. It is Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke, Izumi, Anabi, Yashiro, Elder Yakumi. It is all who open their eyes under the name of Uchiha and never close them. He closed the ledger. Outside the window the Naka River murmured in the endless night breeze of late September. The Vermilion Mole's chakra fluctuation appeared again at the far edge of perception, not approaching, but quietly responding on the same frequency before vanishing. And did not look back. He knew the other was still there, but he had not yet reached the step where he could face him in resonance. But today, he had the trust of his partner, the sealing lock of Konoha Tsukumi, and the complete path from the pulse of a single tomo to the awakening of two. He was still walking. 3 days after the battle in the dense forest. Kakashi flipped through the final report of the ANBU's thorough search in the weapon storage. There was no trace of the red mole within several dozen miles of the northwestern forest. Even the residual chakra fluctuations from the space eye technique had completely dissipated. The perception team had scanned continuously for 3 days and nights, yielding nothing. He has either already left the land of fire or is hiding in a barrier that completely shields chakra perception. Kakashi placed the report on the table. I personally lean towards the former. The burns from Amaterasu cannot be healed in a short time. He sat at the table spreading out the dual tomo data he had recorded during the battle. In several direct confrontations with the red mole, the evolution of his dual tomo significantly increased the synchronization rate of his body flicker technique, allowing his ocular ability to capture spatial ripples. However, the suppression of the kaleidoscope-level ocular power could not be broken by a single individual. Proficiency still needed to be improved. He stored away the data and went to the medical room with Kakashi. Itachi leaned against the hospital bed, his fractured ribs secured by bandages wrapped from his chest to his side. He was meticulously reading the battle report submitted by and not skipping a single line. Upon seeing An's description of the red mole covering his right shoulder during the retreat, Itachi's fingers paused. He covered his right shoulder, not his left eye. The chakra void at the site of the Amaterasu burn had yet to heal. He would not be able to activate high-intensity space ocular techniques again in the short term. Itachi closed the report. But this may not be the only reason for his retreat. The moment he withdrew was precisely after you synchronized with his body flicker technique using your dual tomo. He tested the data he wanted to obtain, and sat down beside the hospital bed. He wanted to know to what extent I could respond to his ocular frequency. He figured it out, which is why he left. Itachi placed the report on the nightstand, the sound of water from the Nanha River faintly audible outside the window. He will come again. Not as an enemy, but as an interviewer. And did not respond. He knew Itachi was right. The red mole had appeared 3 times, each time leaving behind the word next time. Not a threat, but an agreement. In the evening, Shirzue finally removed the bandages from his eyes. He underwent a final comprehensive check in the medical team. His vision had completely recovered without any aftereffects. The medical team's diagnosis stated recommended to continue observation for a week, which Shirzue folded into a paper airplane and tossed into the trash can. He entered the weapon storage with a cryptographically sealed long letter from the heron. The scroll was wrapped with a green seal indicating its importance as important, but not urgent. However, Shirzue was quicker in breaking the seal than usual. The atmosphere within Akatsuki has been tense recently. Shirzue spread the letter on the table. The member that Nagato sent to the north, his partner the owl, has been missing for too long. Nagato has confirmed his death, but he does not know who was responsible. In the meantime, news of the red mole frequently appearing around the land of rain reached Nagato's ears. People within Akatsuki have started to question Lord Madara's unilateral actions. The heron mentioned that the radicals have openly proposed a motion to limit Madara's authority for independent actions, and placed the heron's intelligence alongside his battle report. The 2 lines quietly intersected on the table. The member sent by Nagato was eliminated by Shirzue, and the red mole frequently traversing the land of rain was to find a resonance target for ocular power. These 2 actions have begun to tear at each other within Akatsuki. Nagato suspects that Madara has ulterior motives, while Madara remains indifferent to Nagato's tail beast collection plan. This is the best window for Konoha to split Akatsuki, and organize the intelligence, and handed it to Kakashi. Let the 3rd Hokage take a look. The rift between Nagato and Madara is not a difference in ideology, it is a power vacuum. Whoever fills this vacuum can influence the next step of Akatsuki. Kakashi took the intelligence and vanished into the night through the window. Half an hour later he returned with the 3rd's instructions. Increase investment in intelligence infiltration within Akatsuki. After the owl, the heron is Konoha's most reliable intelligence source within Akatsuki. Prioritize the protection of the heron's safety. The sound of shuriken striking wooden posts came from the training ground, and walked over and saw Sasuke standing in front of a moving target. Before throwing the shuriken, a faint red glow flickered in his eyes. This was not a stress response. A stress response is passive as self-protection of the bloodline after external stimulation. This time Sasuke was proactive. He deliberately nurtured the ocular meridians with chakra before making a move, allowing the bloodline to activate itself in a calm state, and stood silently at the sidelines. Sasuke took a deep breath and made his move. All 10 shuriken hit the moving target's center, each one striking at the moment the target was positioned at the far left. The hit rate did not increase. He had already been hitting perfectly before, but the timing of the hits changed. Previously, he would wait for the target to reach the left end before making his move. Now he struck before the target had even reached the left end. The shuriken and the target reached the same position simultaneously. This was prediction. Not a prediction from the wind, but a prediction from the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Sasuke turned around and saw An standing at the sidelines. He jogged over, barely able to contain his excitement. "An-senpai, I discovered that as long as I nurture the ocular meridians with chakra before making a move, the target's movement trajectory appears to slow down in my eyes. Not that it actually slows down, but that I can see the finer rhythm of its movements. Previously I could only see the target swinging to the left, but now I can see a very slight rebound to the right before it sways left," and remained silent for a moment. This was precisely the method of nurturing the meridians he had recorded in his notes. He had meticulously documented the nurturing frequency of the ocular meridians, and the duration of chakra retention before and after activating the dual tomo. Sasuke not only understood it, but also adjusted it according to his single tomo state. "You are progressing quickly. You are several months ahead of my estimated time." Sasuke retrieved his shuriken, looking earnestly at An. "Because your notes are written clearly. It feels like you are waiting for me to ask you with every stroke of your pen." And did not respond. He watched as Sasuke ran back to the training field to continue practicing, the moonlight illuminating the empty iron frame of the moving target. The red mole temporarily retreated, the cracks within Akatsuki began to show, and Sasuke had reached the threshold of nurturing by himself, not being pushed forward by others, but walking step by step on his own. He returned to the weapon storage and wrote today's record on the front page of the account book. 3 days after the battle, the red mole's trace has disappeared. The internal division of Akatsuki has begun. Sasuke is learning to nurture faster than I expected. He said I write my notes as if I am waiting for him to ask. He was right. October. The Stillwater Crow brings the second long letter from the Heron. The scroll is wrapped with a red seal indicating the highest level of urgency. And open the seal, and under the oil lamp the Heron's handwriting is firmer than ever, with several places where the nib has punctured the paper. The Heron meticulously recorded the chaos of the Akatsuki's recent meeting. Nagato rarely showed anger. He did not raise his voice, but the power of his Rinnegan forced everyone in the conference room to bow their heads. He questioned Obito why he frequently mobilized outer members without the leader's permission, and took it upon himself to track the Sharingan of Konoha. Obito sat at the opposite end of the long table, hands crossed on his knees, waiting for Nagato to finish speaking before responding. "This is a necessary part of the plan." 6 words. No explanations, no apologies. The Heron wrote that the confrontation between the two at the conference table did not last long, but everyone felt it. A clash of two wills. Nagato wanted a methodical collection of tailed beasts, while Obito desired to execute his own unknown layout. There was no room for compromise between the two wills. The meeting ended on an unhappy note. The Akatsuki split into 2 factions. Nagato's faction advocated collecting tailed beasts according to the original plan before launching the infinite Tsukuyomi, while Obito's faction believed the issue of Konoha's Sharingan should be resolved before discussing the tailed beasts. On the surface, it was a strategic disagreement, but at its core, it was a struggle for power. Nagato was the nominal leader of the Akatsuki, but the resource framework during the organization's early days was built by Obito, who always maintained control over the Akatsuki's original structure and deeper goals. The fuse was ignited the day after the meeting. A radical core member assigned to Traken and Itachi's plans was injured in the right arm by the residual power of Obito's space-time jutsu, which had intruded into his operational area. The injury was not severe, but the implication was grave. Obito, without any coordination, had allowed a member directly under Nagato to collide with his private operation. Nagato viewed this as an overreach. He officially ordered the confiscation of several safe houses that Obito had left in the Land of Rain. The Heron noted that when the order was given, the entire base was as silent as a graveyard. No one dared to speak, but everyone silently chose their sides, and spread out the known members' list of the Akatsuki, and picked up a pen to mark each name with its corresponding faction. Heron, moderate faction, has intelligence exchanges with Konoha. Owl has defected, completed a transaction with Konoha. Nagato, radical faction, prioritizes tailed beast collection. Obito, independent faction, prioritizes the goal of ocular resonance. There are several wavering members between the two factions, including a member codenamed South, and an intelligence officer responsible for logistics. Wavering members are the breakthrough point, Kakashi said after reviewing the list. They are not loyal to Nagato nor to Obito. They are loyal to the Akatsuki organization itself. If the organization splits, they will choose the side most likely to achieve peace. If Konoha can prove it has the capability to end this war, there is a possibility of winning over these people. The third Hokage has already given instructions, and read the instructions to Kakashi and Zetsu. Prioritize the safety of the Heron. If his contact with Konoha is exposed during the infighting within the Akatsuki, it will be a catastrophe. Kakashi continued to handle border intelligence liaison, and Zetsu remained on standby around the Land of Rain. If the infighting worsens, Konoha can provide emergency shelter, and has already thought of the shelter location. He relayed a coordinate to the Heron through Zetsu, the old mine in the Land of Iron. It is the same place Al met with him last time. Obito does not know that Al completed the transaction with Konoha there, nor will he think that the Heron would go to the same place. The most dangerous location is for the Heron the safest location. A few days later the Heron sent an additional letter. The handwriting was steadier than the last, but the content was more urgent. Nagato has begun to adjust the Tailed Beast collection schedule. The timeline initially planned to be advanced over several years has been significantly moved up, with the next target expected to enter the Land of Fire within months. It is speculated that he intends to complete the collection of tailed beasts ahead of time to suppress Obito with a fait accompli. Additionally, Obito's safe houses have been confiscated, and their whereabouts are unknown. He may act even earlier than Nagato. AN's finger paused on next target. The sudden acceleration of tailed beast collection means that the danger period for the Ninetales Jinchuriki has been significantly advanced. Naruto's security cannot continue to follow the original timeline. The Akatsuki will no longer wait idly. The confidentiality level of Naruto's file on the third Hokage's desk must be upgraded immediately, and security measures must be strengthened simultaneously. He walked to the window. By the training ground, Naruto was standing in line with Sasuke at the dango stand. Naruto was on tiptoe, pointing to the sweetest skewers in the cabinet, while Sasuke expressionlessly took out money. The setting sun cast long shadows of the two boys, one blonde and one black-haired, overlapping in front of the warm curtain of the dango stand, and wrote a new line on the front page of the ledger. The Akatsuki splits. Nagato accelerates the collection of tailed beasts. The danger period for Naruto is advanced. Speed up the seduction of the moderate faction within the Akatsuki. The shelter point is the old mine in the Land of Iron. The Heron's next letter may be a call for help. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, the autumn wind rustled the strings of the third Hokage's hat. He puffed on his pipe while finishing the assessment report on the Akatsuki's tailed beast collection, remaining silent for a long time. The smoke was swept away by the wind, revealing the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. When Minato entrusted Naruto to me, he was still an infant. Wrapped in swaddling clothes, his cries were loud. The third Hokage's voice was thinned by the wind. I promised Minato that I would protect his son, just like I protect every child of Konoha. He tapped his pipe against the railing and then pulled out the Hokage's seal from his pocket, pressing it firmly onto the security upgrade document. Naruto was officially designated as an S-rank protected individual, and Kakashi were reorganizing the intelligence coverage of Naruto's activity zones in the ANBU conference room. Kakashi unfolded a map marked with Naruto's daily action trajectories. From the Ninja Academy to Ichiraka Ramen, from his solitary apartment to the several training grounds he frequently visited, every route was drawn in red ink. The area from the Ninja Academy to the apartment is densely populated, suitable for undercover surveillance. The training points at the village's edge require more discreet sensei-type ninjas, and suggested merging part of the Uchiha clan's defense line with Naruto's security network. Inari and Tetsuharu were already familiar with their routine patrols, and could extend their patrol radius near Naruto's apartment without drawing attention. Itachi on the ANBU patrol could also increase the coverage frequency of Naruto's activity zone under the guise of routine patrol. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and suddenly asked a question. How stable is the 8 trigram seal? Kakashi closed the map. The seal itself is currently stable. Naruto's chakra is balanced with the Ninetales chakra. However, there is a hidden danger. If subjected to a strong ocular power impact, the seal could be interfered with from the outside. There are precedents of the Sharingan controlling tail beasts. And immediately thought of the vermilion birthmark. Madara could forcibly resonate with Shizui's Konoha Amatsukami and use his Mangekyō Sharingan to shake another Uchiha's spiritual core. The same principle might be used to interfere with the Ninetales seal. The tail beast seal is essentially a node lock of spiritual type chakra resonating with the in-release property of the Sharingan. I suggest incorporating the frequency of the vermilion birthmark's Mangekyō into the monitoring parameters of the sensing unit. If there are ocular waves that exceed the threshold of compatibility, immediately trigger the emergency plan for Naruto's security. The third Hokage nodded in approval. The security plan began to be executed, and went to inspect several newly established undercover posts, and saw Naruto sitting alone at the counter of Ichiraku Ramen eating noodles. He lifted the curtain and walked in. Naruto looked up at him, and immediately broke into a smile. "And brother, come eat ramen. Today Grandpa Third gave me an increase in my allowance," and ordered a bowl of miso ramen. Halfway through his meal, Naruto suddenly put down his chopsticks and looked down at his belly. He said he hadn't been sleeping well lately, always feeling something moving inside him. "It's not painful, just itchy." And put down his chopsticks. The normal chakra penetration of the 8 trigram seal should not produce a sensation of itchiness. What Naruto was sensing might be the Ninetales' instinctive alertness to the Akatsuki's accelerated collection of tail beasts. There exists a resonance among tail beasts that humans cannot detect. When other tail beasts are captured and sealed, the Ninetales, even when sealed within a Jinchuriki, can vaguely sense the wails of its kind. "Tomorrow let Kakashi take you to the medical team for a checkup. It's free and it won't hurt." Naruto grinned. "Will it affect the ramen?" "It won't." That afternoon, and picked up Izumi from the Ninja Academy, and passed by the training ground where he saw Sasuke practicing illusion rebounding. Naruto stopped in front of the training ground and watched for a while, and thought he was watching the illusion, but as he got closer, he realized Naruto wasn't watching the illusion, it was the wind. He murmured that Sasuke's shuriken would deviate after rebounding from the illusion, because the wind had changed direction. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, and retracted his shuriken. He stared at Naruto for a few seconds and then said, "The wind change you just mentioned, what direction was it?" Naruto pointed to the willow tree at the edge of the training ground. "The last gust came from the left, but now it's coming from the south river. Look at the willow branches, they leaned more to the left earlier, but now the time they lean back has increased." And stood at a distance watching this scene. It had taken Sasuke more than half a year to comprehend wind reading under AN's guidance, while Naruto, without the Sharingan, and without training in wind reading, had determined the change in wind direction solely through observation and physical sensation. This intuitive perception of natural chakra in some aspects is rooted in the same foundation as wind reading, transforming the flow of chakra in the environment into a readable signal. One relies on the ocular meridians, while the other relies on innate intuition towards chakra. The sunset cast the elongated shadows of the two boys onto the training ground. Sasuke rarely did not retort, and Naruto was unusually quiet, and wrote down today's record on the front page of the ledger. Naruto's rank protection. The Ninetales has an instinctive alertness to its kind being captured. For the first time, he and Sasuke discussed the wind on the training ground. In the Naruto Forbidden Library, the third Hokage retrieved a long-sealed wooden box from the depths, placing it on the ceiling platform. The surface of the box was inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage, and as the third injected chakra, the seals began to unravel one by one. Inside was a stack of yellowed papers. It was the handwritten manuscript of Minato Namikaze. The penmanship was meticulous, with detailed annotations on every sealing node alongside pencil marks indicating multiple revisions. The first half of the manuscript outlined the basic structure of the 8-trigram seal and the chakra flow ratios. As he flipped through the pages, the content generally matched the publicly available sealing textbooks. When he reached the latter half, his finger paused. One page had a corner folded by Minato marked in red pencil at the header, Remote Reinforcement Mechanism. For emergency use. To be completed. He carefully smoothed the page. The mechanism designed by Minato was a trigger switch for emergency reinforcement when the nine-tail seal was disturbed by external psychic interference. The triggering condition was not the amount of chakra, but the frequency. It required a spiritual chakra that resonated at the same frequency as the seal itself to serve as a remote key, sending reinforcement signals into the core of the seal from a distance. Minato did not explicitly specify who this key was. He himself was deceased, and the seal was based on his chakra frequency. The only one who could naturally resonate with Minato's chakra was his blood relative Naruto Uzumaki. However, Naruto was only 8 years old, still unable to autonomously utilize the sealing chakra, and completely unaware that he was the Jinchuriki. He read this page repeatedly. Suddenly he remembered something. When he first used his psychic ability to sense Naruto in the medical room, he had captured a faint resonance of the seal. His Sharingan was a in-release spiritual chakra essentially belonging to the same frequency spectrum as the seal. Resonance at the same frequency did not necessarily require blood relations. The third Hokage observed his expression. You want to use your own psychic ability to trigger this mechanism left by Minato. Kakashi, responsible for security, suggested that they first perform a complete chakra frequency analysis on Naruto to ensure that external psychic intervention would not trigger a rejection of the seal. The third Hokage solemnly placed the manuscript in An's hands. I authorize you to conduct a minimum non-invasive resonance test with the cooperation of the medical team. If any rejection reaction occurs, stop immediately. This is the last lock Minato left for Naruto, and we cannot afford to break it. The next evening, Kakashi took Naruto for a physical examination. The medical team scanned Naruto's entire chakra fluctuations, with a spectrum analyzer precisely measuring the output frequency of the 8-trigram seal to 3 decimal places, and stood before Naruto, his double-tomoe Sharingan activated. He did not directly touch the seal. The method described in Minato's manuscript involved resonating with psychic power from a distance, lightly tapping the outer layer of the seal akin to gently tapping the surface of water. He guided a minute amount of psychic energy toward the seal on Naruto's abdomen, and at the moment it touched the outer wall of the seal, a ring of soft golden ripples emerged on the surface. The ripples were gentle and steady, like the first wrinkle on a calm lake disturbed by the wind, gradually spreading out without any rejection. Naruto looked down at his belly. It just warmed up a bit. The pleasant kind of warmth. The test was successful. The medical team recorded complete spectral data confirming that An's psychic frequency had a matching range with the outer layer of the seal. But An was well aware, this was just the outer layer. The complete remote reinforcement indicated on Minato's manuscript required triggering the core of the seal, and the threshold for the core was a kaleidoscope-level psychic ability. Given the current strength of his double-tomoe, he could only apply a buffering layer to the outer layer, slowing the transmission speed of external impacts, buying enough time for the third Hokage to come to the rescue. And completely copied Minato's manuscript and returned the original to the Forbidden Library. He created a separate file number for this copy in the hidden compartment of the tool storage. Looking up, he saw the statue of Minato Namikaze on Hokage Rock smiling down at the village in the twilight, and tightened the seal on the file bag. With the remote key you left behind, I can only turn it halfway for now. The remaining half will wait until I unlock the kaleidoscope to complete it. A new line appeared on the front page of the account book. Minato's manuscript reveals the remote reinforcement mechanism of the 8-trigram seal. Successfully resonated with Naruto's psychic for the first time. The key is in my hands. Halfway there. The still-water crow landed on the windowsill during the rainy night, raindrops sliding off its feathers. The scroll bound to its leg was wrapped in a green seal unique to the heron, but this time it bore an additional black line, indicating I cannot deliver it myself, entrusted to urgent channels. And opened the seal, and unfurled the scroll. The heron's handwriting was more compact than usual, with ink smudged in several places by the rain. The Shao moderate faction has reached a preliminary consensus, and wishes to establish formal contact with Konoha. Currently there are several core members in the moderate faction, including myself, representing a significant portion of Shao's strength. We are not surrendering, we are seeking peace. The envoy, codename Yin, will wait for the Konoha representative at the old mine in the Land of Iron. She will bring sincerity, and will place a binding death mark on herself before leaving to prove that the Shao moderate faction is not here to test. Please be sure to send someone. And handed the letter to Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent for a moment after reading. The old mine. Both the owl and the heron completed their first contact with Konoha there. The Shao moderate faction is sending the same signal from the same location. They trust the owl's judgment and are willing to continue the path of cooperation he left behind. The third Hokage's directive came down that very day, and represented Konoha with Shimizu as a guard and Kakashi on standby at the border. A line on the authorization letter stood out. If the other party indeed shows sincerity, Konoha may consider not viewing the members of the Shao moderate faction as hostile targets. Land of Iron. Old mine. The autumn rain fell like ice, hitting the gravel at the entrance of the mine, with a crackling sound. The remnants of the explosive talisman left by the owl last time were still there, washed by the rain, to the point of being nearly indistinguishable. But feeling with fingertips, one could still sense the rough charred patterns of the talisman paper. There were new wet footprints deep in the mine. Yin was already waiting at the deepest part of the tunnel. She was younger than and had expected, in her 30s, her right arm wrapped from wrist to shoulder in sealing bandages. The bandages were densely filled with miniature techniques, each one a binding death mark. She had staked her life on this meeting before coming. Her chakra affinity was released, leaning towards healing, and she spoke very softly. The Shao has already split into 3 factions. The Nagato faction is accelerating the collection of tail beasts, the Obito faction is searching for those who can resonate with the eye power, and we, the moderate faction, are the third force. We do not wish to wage this war. We are not surrendering, we are seeking peace. We do not need Konoha's protection, we only ask that Konoha does not view us as enemies at a critical moment. She pulled out a scroll from her bosom, and handed it over with both hands. This is the intelligence we are offering in exchange. A schedule for the Shao's locking of each tail beast's phases, and analysis of the weaknesses of core members from the Nagato faction, and the distribution coordinates of known safe houses of Obito. The third phase is personally kept by Nagato. This part does not need to wait for the negotiation results, it should be given to Konoha now, as the Shao has accelerated the collection of tail beasts. The next target will enter the Land of Fire in a few months. We do not have time to wait for the negotiation to conclude. And took the scroll. The intelligence was too detailed, so detailed that the current status, locking priority, and expected capture time window of each tail beast were clearly marked. This was not a hastily compiled intelligence summary, it was a combat dossier that the Shao moderate faction had quietly recorded and backed up over a long time. What are Konoha's conditions? Yin was silent for a moment. Raindrops dripped from the gaps in the tunnel, pattering onto the stone slabs between the two. After the Shao's downfall, the forbidden jutsu dossier on Edo Tensei must be handed over to the moderate faction. We do not intend to use it, we want to seal it or destroy it. There are several people in the moderate faction who were once test subjects of Orochimaru, having seen too many of their companions' corpses dug up to be turned into weapons. We do not wish to see the Rinnegan turning in the eye sockets of some rogue ninja one day. And did not respond immediately. The forbidden jutsu dossier on Edo Tensei was one of Konoha's highest secrets, and he did not have the authority to promise directly. But he could understand Yin. Every technique on the sealing bandages of her right arm was a testament to death. A medical ninja, who traverses daily among corpses, and forbidden techniques, yearning to erect a monument for her era with the inscription not of victory but of stop. The Forbidden Jutsu dossier on Edo Tensei is classified information of Konoha. I do not have the authority to promise directly, but I will bring your request back to Konoha in its entirety, and present it personally to the third Hokage. From my personal stance, I support its destruction. For the first time, Yen showed a slight change. It was not a change in expression, but a subtle relaxation in the chakra fluctuations. And sensed that feeling like a layer of bandage being gently unraveled. After Yen and her guard disappeared deep into the tunnel, Shimizu emerged from the shadows. She bears a curse seal. It is not the coercive type, like Orochimaru's, but a gentler self-binding type. She imposed a binding vow on herself. If she violates the meeting agreement, the vow will backfire. She staked her life on this meeting, and also planted a death mark on herself before leaving to ensure she does not leak information after returning. And gazed towards the land of iron amidst the sound of rain. This envoy of the moderate faction came to negotiate with her right arm wrapped in sealing bandages, having planted a binding death mark on herself before leaving. Perhaps not for anything else but to prove that her commitment outweighs the battle plan in her hands. Upon returning to the weapons store, the rain had not yet stopped, and wrote today's record on the front page of the ledger. Envoy Yen of the Shao moderate faction. Mind negotiations with the condition of sealing Edo Tensei. Her right arm was wrapped in sealing bandages, and Shimizu said she had planted a death mark. She had staked her life on this meeting. I do not have the authority to promise directly, but I will present it to the third Hokage on her behalf. As Yen stepped into the Hokage's office, the third stood by the window. His pipe was in hand, unlit. On the desk lay two documents. One was the intelligence scroll left by Yen, the other the cover of the Forbidden Technique Archive for Impure World Reincarnation. A thin layer of dust had settled on the cover, as if it had just been retrieved from the depths of the sealed library. The Impure World Reincarnation. This forbidden technique is one of the things I regret most not destroying earlier in my life. The third did not turn around. His voice was thinned by the wind outside the window. I should have destroyed it before Shi-Wan stole it. I should have stopped Tuan Song when he used it for experiments. Now the moderate faction of Shao presents this condition, as if placing before me the decision I should have made years ago. And stood before the desk. The third turned around, picking up the cover of the Forbidden Technique Archive. His fingers traced through the dust, leaving a clear mark. These past few days, I have been pondering one thing. What distinguishes us from the moderate faction of Shao? They wish to seal Impure World Reincarnation because they have seen too many comrades exhumed and used as weapons. We wish to seal it because it is a sin created by Mai itself. Our starting points differ, but the conclusion is the same. Such a technique should not exist in this world. The third retrieved a formal document from the drawer and placed it before him. The preliminary cooperation agreement between Mai and the moderate faction of Shao. The moderate faction will continue to provide intelligence from within Shao. Mai pledges to transfer the Impure World Reincarnation Archive to the moderate faction for sealing or destruction after the war. An additional clause stipulates that the sealing process must be supervised by Mai to ensure the archive is not intercepted by third parties. And took the official response scroll. The seal of the third Hokage on the scroll still bore residual warmth. Will Yen accept the additional clause? She is not here to negotiate. She is here to ask for a monument. The monument is not engraved with victory, but with stop. She will not refuse someone to help her carve it. The third lit his pipe and took a puff. You hold her in high regard. Her right arm is wrapped in sealing bandages, each seal a binding death mark. A person willing to plant death marks on her own body to prove sincerity will not haggle over additional clauses. She knows these clauses are not distrust. It is Mui's way of sharing the risk of sealing the forbidden technique with her. That night and transmitted Mui's formal response to Yen through Jishui. The reply arrived the next morning. It was a single line, the handwriting as light and steady as during the meeting at the mine. Accepted. Yen! Before he could file the reply, a second crow crashed into the window. An urgent encrypted letter from Juan the Seal thread black. Nagato has detected secret contact between the moderate faction and external forces. The specific target has not been locked yet, but he has dispatched sensor-type members to scan for abnormal chakra fluctuations within the Rain Country base. I have temporarily severed direct contact with Mai. The next contact will be initiated by Jishui, time to be determined. Preserving Yui's intelligence network takes priority over preserving myself. Do not reply. And stared at the phrase, temporarily severed. Juan was not afraid of death. As a rogue ninja who had infiltrated Shao for years, he was always prepared for the day Nagato would discover him. What he feared was that the deepest spy Mai had planted within Shao would be uprooted due to haste. Silence was not retreat, it was his way of buying time for Mai. And wrote a brief letter to Jishui instructing him to relay to Juan. Preserve yourself first. The results of the meeting have been delivered to the third Hokage. Your name has been recorded in Yui's archives. Kakashi leaned by the window, notebook in hand. What about Yan's safety? She is the envoy of the moderate faction. Nagato has not yet locked onto a specific target, so she is safe for now. But once locked, Nagato's nature leaves no survivors. That is why Juan severed contact so urgently. He is protecting Yen through silence. And stored the two scrolls side by side in the secret compartment. On the left was the cooperation agreement signed by the third Hokage, on the right was Yan's written, accepted. The two scrolls were similar in size and weight, yet carried vastly different meanings. One was Mui's promise to the moderate faction of Shao, the other was the moderate faction's trust in Mai. He updated the intelligence report on the moderate faction of Shao. Page cooperation framework established conditions for sealing impure world reincarnation, accepted in principle, additional supervision clause agreed upon. One temporarily silent contact initiated unilaterally by Jishui. The risk Yen bears grows with each passing day. Outside the window, the first snow of December began to fall. The Nanhe River had not yet frozen. Snowflakes melted the moment they touched the water. And recalled what Yen had said at the mine. We are not going to use it, we are going to seal it or destroy it. When she said that, the sealing bandages on her right arm swayed gently in the cold wind of the mine tunnel like a silent flag. A new line of ink appeared on the ledger's title page. The third Hokage accepted the sealing conditions. Yen replied with 2 words. Juan went silent. He said preserving Yui's intelligence network takes priority over preserving himself. I replied, your name has been recorded in Yui's archives. Recently Naruto's health checkups have become increasingly frequent. He doesn't mind it himself. After each checkup, Kakashi takes him to Ichiraka Ramen, where he orders the largest bowl of chashu ramen, and Naruto finishes every drop of the broth. However, a notice to detail. The stubble on Naruto's face has darkened compared to last month, shifting from a light hue to a distinctly deeper pattern. The Ninetales chakra is quietly seeping in, not in large quantities, but steadily and consistently. One evening in December, Naruto is practicing the shadow clone technique alone in the training field, and was counting inventory in the weapon storage, when he suddenly sensed an extremely unusual fluctuation of chakra, violent and agitated like a beast chained and suddenly going mad. By the time he arrived at the training field, Inari had already gotten there first. Inari stood in front of Naruto, while Tetsuhira was dispersing several frightened children nearby. Naruto knelt in the center of the training field, a large amount of red bubble-like chakra surging from his abdomen, enveloping his entire body. This chakra carried an anger not belonging to humanity, scorching the ground with a ring of charred marks. As Naruto raised his head, his pupils flickered rapidly between human and beast-like forms. Annie, it hurts, and activated his double tomo Sharingan and perception. The outer wall of the 8 trigram seal within Naruto is under the inward impact of the Ninetales chakra, not from an external attack, but from the Ninetales going berserk from within the seal. Its chakra scratches at the outer wall of the seal, like countless claws, with each impact leaving slight cracks at the seal's nodes. This is not an attempt to escape, it is rage. It is a kind of instinctual, uncontrollable frenzy. And quickly recall the distribution map of reinforcement nodes from Minato's manuscript in his mind. He told Kakashi to stabilize the outer layer of the seal. Then, he carefully touched the outer wall of the seal along the node path left by Minato with his Sharingan, not by forcefully suppressing the Ninetales with his power, but by guiding Naruto's own chakra to fill the gaps torn by the Ninetales, like guiding water around stones, instead of blocking a flood with an iron plate. The tail beast cloak began to dissipate from Naruto's fingertips. Large clumps of red chakra peeled away, falling to the ground as tiny red light spots before extinguishing. Naruto's pupils slowly reverted to a human shape, his breathing shifting from rapid to disordered, but no longer suffocatingly painful. At that moment, something deep within the seal looked back at him. It was not Naruto, it was the Ninetales. And sensed a pair of eyes, huge, ancient, filled with wariness, and a complex emotion he could not comprehend. The Ninetales halted its impact, locking eyes with and through the seal. It sensed that AN's chakra was different from an ordinary Sharingan. It did not attempt to control it, merely touching the outer wall of the seal like knocking on a door. And did not flinch. He maintained a stable output of chakra, and spoke to the Ninetales. There are others outside trying to capture your kind. But you cannot tear this child apart to warn them. He is also your vessel. The Ninetales emitted a sound from deep within the seal that it could not describe. It was neither a roar nor a growl, more like an ancient silence filled with wariness. Then it retreated deeper into the seal. The last trace of red chakra on Naruto vanished, and he collapsed to the ground. And crouched down to lift Naruto. Naruto's lips were pale, as he asked if he had caused trouble for an again. And replied, no, explaining that the large entity within him was protecting its kind just in a misguided way. That night, and redrew the remote reinforcement diagram for the 8 trigram seal. Based on the distribution of nodes in Minato's manuscript, he added a new node that Minato had not completed, allowing the external chakra to simultaneously transmit Naruto's own chakra resonance frequency to the Ninetales, informing it of the status of its companions, and conveying the calmness of the outside world to reduce its sense of isolation. Next to this new addition, and annotated in very small font, untested. Wait until Naruto grows a bit more to let him decide whether to use it. In December, the cold moon hung over the Nank River. The frozen river surface reflected a cold white light, and the charred marks on the training field had been cleared by Inari. And wrote today's record on the front page of the ledger. First resonance with the Ninetales. It sensed its companions being captured. Next time the Akatsuki captures a tailed beast, the fluctuation will be stronger. I added a new key node to the outer layer of the seal, allowing Naruto to comment himself. I haven't told him yet. In the deep of night, the still crow flew back swiftly from the direction of the land of rain, and was under the oil lamp marking the stable observation data of the Ninetales seal, when he heard the sound of wings flapping outside the window. The scroll tied to the crow's leg was wrapped in thick black lines. This was an emergency marker that Ji Shui had never used before, indicating Akatsuki official action intelligence highest priority. And unrolled the scroll. Shishu's handwriting was more hurried than ever. The pursuit team dispatched by Nagato consists of 2 core members. The target is a Jinchuriki of a tail beast near the border of the Land of Fire. The original plan was to depart in a few days, but due to the intensified internal conflict between Nagato and Obito, the schedule was significantly advanced. One of them has a chakra level close to that of a tail beast, while the other possesses a special bloodline limit with explosive abilities. The route of travel has been confirmed, departing from the Land of Rain heading northeast into the border of the Land of Fire, passing near the outskirts of Konoha. Chakra level close to that of a tail beast, Kisame Hashigaki. A rogue ninja from the village of Mist, wielder of the sword Samahata, known as the tail beast without a tail. The other person's bloodline limit has explosive properties. Among the members of Akatsuki, there is one who possesses this ability, an expert in explosive clay, and placed the scroll on the table, tapping his fingers twice on Kisame's name. Kisame is extremely dangerous and highly loyal to Akatsuki. Nagato sending him out means they are determined to capture this target. The other person was once a ninja from the village of Stone. The power of explosive clay was evident during the Chunin exams. Kakashi's team is facing 2 strength rogue ninjas. By the time Kakashi arrived and had already marked the route on the map, the Kisame duo departed from the land of rain, crossing the border between the land of grass and the land of fire, with their path coming quite close to Konoha. If they do not intercept, they will capture the target tail beast at the border of the land of fire. Once successful, the next target will be the Nine Tails. The third Hokage quickly approved Kakashi's team will take the initiative to intercept before the Akatsuki pursuit team reaches the target tail beast. It must be done secretly, without exposing Konoha's identity. If possible, lead the 2 away from the Nine Tails. Shisui is responsible for providing real-time location updates. As Kakashi spread out the tactical map and added another piece of crucial intelligence, an analysis of the weaknesses of the members sent by Nagato left by the Stork Silence. Kisame's Samahata can absorb ninjutsu chakra, but cannot absorb natural energy or purely physical attacks. The other person's explosive clay, while powerful, requires both hands to touch the target medium to detonate. Utilize the terrain to set up physical traps that do not trigger with chakra, rolling stones, pits, falling logs. Weaken Kisame's home ground advantage. Maintain long-range suppression on the other person, preventing him from touching the ground. Once his clay cannot contact the detonating medium, its power will drop significantly. On the eve of the decisive battle and repeatedly checked every piece of information in the weaponry store, he once considered applying to fight alongside the team, but after a calm analysis, he recognized that Kisame's chakra-level rivals that of a tail beast, and his double Sharingan may not last even a few rounds against him. His position is not on the front line, and prepared a batch of specially made explosive tags for Kakashi's team. They reduce the sensitivity of chakra triggers and increase the physical delay fuse specifically modified for Samehata's chakra-absorbing characteristics. The triggering method has been changed from chakra sensing to mechanical delay, with the fuse hidden within the layers of the tag. Samehata will absorb the attached chakra the moment the explosive tag is affixed, but the delay fuse remains unaffected. Kakashi took the supply pack. He paused at the door without turning back. I will intercept them. You stay in the village. Naruto's seal has just stabilized. If you leave, no one will be there to suppress the final lock. And stood at the entrance of the weaponry store. In the morning light, the masks of Kakashi's team obscured everyone's expressions, and the Konoha symbol on their forehead protectors gleamed coldly in the rising sunlight. He clenched the copy of the manuscript from Minato in his hand, watching them disappear around the street corner. Fire country bordered dense forest. Kakaxi's team set up an ambush on the predetermined path of the Shao pursuit team. Instead of confronting the enemy in an open area, they utilized the dense forest terrain to set up a series of trigger-based physical traps, rolling stones, pitfalls, and pre-sharpened wooden stakes, all triggered without chakra. Shisui, hidden in the shadows, provided real-time positions of the 2 Shao members, updating every few breaths. When Guizhu and the other member entered the ambush zone, the battle erupted instantly. Kakashi triggered the rolling stone formation on the mountainside first. Boulders cascaded down the slope, forcing Guizhu to draw his Jiaji great sword and cleave through the stone flow hidden. The boulder was split in 2, and the debris struck Guizhu, leaving several scratches on his body. However, the physical traps had no chakra to absorb, so Jiaji's advantage was greatly suppressed. Each swing consumed Guizhu's own stamina. In the gap between Guizhu's strikes, Kakashi launched lightning blade. Dazzling electric light burst from his palm, aiming straight for Guizhu's chest. Guizhu sidestepped, blocking with Jiaji held horizontally in front of his chest. But AN's improved explosive tag was detonated on Jiaji's blade surface by a physical delayed fuse. Jiaji absorbed the superficial chakra attached to the tag, but the delayed fuse triggered the moment the chakra was drained. The explosion's shockwave made Jiaji's blade hum, and Guiju stumbled back several steps before stabilizing his stance. His eyes turned serious. "These guys are more troublesome than ordinary ANBU." Jiaji said that their explosive tags were off. They had no chakra scent. Guiju's partner activated his Kekkei Genkai. He slapped his palms on the ground, and clay-like chakra seeped into the soil, causing a series of chain explosions. The explosion range covered the entire ambush position. One member of Kakaxi's team had his right leg injured by the shockwave, blood dripping down his trouser leg onto the charred soil. Kakaxi adjusted tactics, suppressed the bomber from a distance, while engaging Guiju up close. The ANBU members fell back, throwing shuriken to restrict the bomber's movement, preventing him from touching the ground. Kakaxi and Guiju exchanged attacks in the dense forest, lightning blade against the greatsword leaving scorch marks on tree trunks. The battle lasted for a while. Guiju suddenly sheathed his sword and stepped back. "Today is not the day for a decisive battle. Chaman sent us out not to fight a pointless war with my. He'll remember your traps. Next time we meet, he'll smash all the stones beforehand." He hoisted his injured partner onto his back and vanished into the depths of the forest with a few leaps. They left behind the shattered ambush position, fragments of rolling stones, scorch marks from explosive tags, tree trunks split by Jiaji, and the lingering smell of explosive clay smoke in the air. Kakaxi did not pursue. Guiju was right. This was only an interception, not a decisive battle. Continued pursuit would only expose more combat traits of Mui's ANBU. And once their identities were exposed, Xiao's retaliation against Mai would far exceed the losses of this operation. And in the rear received Zishui's battle report through a crow. "Interception successful. Xiao pursuit team has changed course. Guiju lightly injured, the other moderately injured. One of our men with leg blast injuries, all personnel returning to the unit." The improved explosive tags proved highly effective. Jiaji could not detect the delayed fuse in advance. A system prompt appeared as he closed the report. Successfully intercepted the Xiao pursuit team, preventing Xiao from capturing the next target, tail beast at the Fire Country border, buying crucial buffer time for Mingren. Several days were added to the countdown, accumulating to over 600 days. This was the third direct confrontation with Xiao this year, and a phased victory. After returning to the village, Kakaxi reported the entire interception process to the third Hokage. "Guiju is stronger than estimated. This time we gained an advantage through physical traps and special explosive tags, but next time he will be prepared. Additionally, the bomber's explosive clay exceeds expectations. Mere range suppression can only delay, not truly stop him. Next time more effective countermeasures are needed." And wrote the updated countdown number on the ledger's title page. "Interception successful. Countdown accumulated over 600 days. Guiju is not dead. He said next time we meet he'll take revenge for the physical traps. He'll have Jishui choose the next ambush site where there are no stones. This time it was stones, next time it will be water." During the off-season after the war, Konoha was enveloped in a cool winter breeze. Naruto's physical examination results were all normal. The seal of the Ninetales, reinforced with ANS assistance, had reached a new level of stability, with each node of the outer layer of the 8 trigram seal as firm as nails driven into rock. Kakashi said the medical team had cancelled the weekly mandatory physical examinations, changing it to once every 2 weeks. Naruto commented, "That means I can only have free ramen once every 2 weeks." While he was flipping through the reports in the corridor of the medical room, Naruto peeked out from behind the bed. He had been waiting for Kakashi to sign, and upon hearing AN's voice, he slipped out. "And did you win against the big monster that Kakashi-sensei said you fought?" "I didn't lose." Naruto grinned, then lowered his head to look at his belly, his voice suddenly becoming very soft. "I have a big monster inside me too. I used to think it was bad, and didn't want to acknowledge it. Recently I feel like it might not be so bad, it's just too lonely. Lonely enough to throw tantrums. and closed the report. An 80-year-old child, no one had taught him about tail beasts and Jinchuriki, and no one had told him the name and origin of the Nine Tails. But he sensed the emotions of the Nine Tails himself, those feelings of anger and solitude locked in a cage, hearing the distant cries of companions yet powerless to help. This was the most primitive resonance between a Jinchuriki and a tail beast, more direct than any sealing technique. Under the moonlight, Naruto suddenly raised his head. And am I a monster? Some people at school say I'm a monster. But Grandpa Third said I'm not. Kakashi Sensei said I'm not, and that guy Sasuke said, are you stupid? What about you? And crouched down in front of him, looking directly into those blue eyes. You are not a monster. You are a vessel. The Nine Tails needs a vessel to avoid falling apart, and a seal needs a key to prevent being torn from the inside. You are both a vessel and a key. Both keys are on you. In the future you will become someone who understands how to communicate with it better than I do. Naruto looked down at his belly for a while. His fingers pressed against the ceiling location through his clothes, a spot where the medical team had placed a monitoring symbol during the examination, still holding a slight chill from the adhesive. When he lifted his head, his eyes were sparkling. It was not tears, but clarity, after being struck by something he had never understood. Then I will learn to talk to it properly in the future. The kind of communication without arguments. And you just said I'm a vessel and a key. So when I learn to talk to it, you have to come and check on me. It's a promise. As An left the medical room, he coincidentally ran into the owner of Ichiraka Ramen delivering takeout. The owner said Naruto had ordered chashu ramen with double chashu today, and asked if Naruto's birthday was coming up. And paused. Naruto's birthday was in October, which had long passed. But he did not correct the owner, only saying to add a few more slices of chashu and put it on his tab. That evening the crows of Shizumi settled on the windowsill. The news of the lifting of silence was delivered in a letter, the handwriting returning to its usual neatness. Nagato has temporarily recalled the internal scanning order. The radicals, having failed to intercept, have shifted their focus to accelerating the collection of tail beasts, leaving no time to investigate internal traitors. For now it is safe. Yin Anran is still serving as a liaison within the moderates. The next contact is scheduled for early next year. Winter is almost over. The last sentence was something that Ho had never written before. See you in spring. And folded the letter, and tucked it away in a hidden compartment. Outside the window, the December night wind wrapped around the icy surface of the Nanha River, the bare willow branches gently clashing in the wind, producing a dry sound. Naruto asked him if he was a monster, and he replied that he was both a vessel and a key. The Nine Tails questioned why he could understand its loneliness, but he did not answer. But at that moment, when he locked eyes with the Nine Tails deep within the seal, a question he had never considered arose. Both the Sharingan and the tail beast seal belonged to the spectrum of mental chakra. The Nine Tails could sense the cries of its companions, while the Sharingan could control tail beasts. Perhaps it was not control but resonance. Maybe Minato left behind not just a remote reinforcement mechanism in the seal, but something deeper. The system popped up a phase prompt. Volume 4 ends. Volume 5 Jinchuriki War is about to begin. Main quest confirmed: protect the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, and ensure his safe passage through Akatsuki's Tail Beast collection operation while supporting the moderates in their organizational separation. The resonance of Ein release and sealing makes you the only buffer between the Jinchuriki and the Tail Beast at this time. And added a few lines to the front page of the ledger. Naruto said he wants to talk to the Nine Tails properly in the future. The kind of communication without arguments. I added a few more slices of chashu for him. Ho said see you in spring. And replied see you in spring. Volume 4 ends. January. The ice on the Nanha River has yet to melt, and the bare branches of the willow trees clash against each other in the cold wind, producing a dry sound. And was startled awake by the cawing of crows pecking at the window before dawn. The scroll bound to the crow's leg was wrapped in 3 layers of black thread. This was a mark he had never used before, signifying related to the Nine Tails' highest urgency. And unwrapped the scroll. The writing of Jishui was more hurried than ever, with several places where the pen had torn through the paper. Nagato has officially commenced the Nine Tails capture plan. A specialized infiltration team was formed targeting Konoha with Kisame as the core combat strength, and the other 3 members each possessing unique skills, one being sensory type, one specializing in barrier breaches, and one being high-speed mobility type. The team is expected to depart in late January, with the method of infiltration unclear, possibly disguising as a merchant convoy or passing through the land of grass. Nagato himself is determined to succeed in this operation, and Madara's whereabouts are unknown. And spread the intel on the table, tracing his finger from the land of rain to the land of fire, finally stopping at the location of Konoha. Kisame had been severely pressured by physical traps in the dense forest last time, so he would definitely be on guard this time. The Akatsuki's choice to act in winter was not random. The gaps in Konoha's winter patrols were larger, and the outer sensory capabilities were hindered by wind and snow, making it the best season for infiltration. He put on his coat and headed straight for the Hokage building, stepping on the unmelted residual snow. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment after reading the intel, then opened the drawer and took out an emergency plan that had long been prepared. The cover of the plan read highest security order for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, stamped with the third Hokage's seal. The third Hokage signed at the end of the plan, officially activating it. Naruto's security level was raised to the highest. All hidden sentries were doubled, the Uchiha defense line merged with Naruto's security net, and the patrol radius of Inari and Iron Fire was extended to Naruto's apartment, with Kakashi's team entering a state of constant readiness. And did not leave. He waited for the third Hokage to finish signing before speaking up with a supplementary suggestion he had thought of on the way. The monitoring parameters of the sensory team need further refinement. Previously, we only monitored the Sharingan's kaleidoscope, eye frequency, and now I recommend adding the chakra absorption waveform of the Samahata. The two should be monitored separately, the former tracking Madara's movements and the latter tracking Kisame's movements. The Akatsuki has split into 2 lines this time, and our sensory network must also be split into 2 lines. The third Hokage nodded in approval. Just as he was about to sign the monitoring order, the office door was pushed open. Itachi stood at the door, the frost from the night patrol still clinging to his ANBU uniform. He did not exchange pleasantries, and spoke directly. If the Akatsuki capture team infiltrates Konoha, my Sharingan will be the most effective means of interception. I request to join Naruto's core security circle. The third Hokage looked at him. Sharingan against Sharingan. This was the qualification to directly confront the Akatsuki's highest combat strength. The third Hokage did not ask further, and approved directly. Zishui's additional intel arrived the same evening. The Heron transmitted the last internal report from the Akatsuki before falling silent: Kisame's combat habits, the absorption limit of Samahata, and descriptions of the other 3 members. And placed this data alongside Kakashi's tactical map, and began analyzing it line by line. Kisame's Samahata could absorb the opponent's chakra upon contact with a very high limit, but not infinite. According to the Heron's intel, Samahata required a brief digestion gap after continuously absorbing large amounts of chakra, about the time of a few breaths. This gap is the counterattack window. Among the other 3 members, the sensory type is responsible for locating the Jinchuriki, the barrier breacher is in charge of penetrating Konoha's defensive barrier, and the high-speed mobility type is responsible for rapidly transferring the Jinchuriki. The cooperation of the 4 was extremely precise, but the more precise the cooperation, the more easily it could be interrupted. Kakashi spread out the map of Konoha and reorganized Naruto's daily activity routes. From the Ninja Academy to Ichiraka Ramen, from his solitary apartment to his frequently visited training spots, every route was remarked with sentry positions. The Ninja Academy was temporarily closed, and Naruto's activity range was restricted to between his apartment and the ANBU designated safe house. Naruto asked me why he can't go to Ichiraku Ramen anymore. Kakashi put away his pen, his tone surprisingly filled with a hint of helplessness. What did you say? I said the ramen shop owner is currently developing new products, and once they're ready he will deliver. And memorize this line. Developing new products. This excuse wouldn't hold for long. Although Naruto was carefree, he was not foolish. In the evening the sound of shurikens embedding into targets came from the training field, and walked over and saw Sasuke practicing alone. Surprisingly, he was not focused on the target as usual, but occasionally glanced towards Naruto's apartment. Seeing an approach, he put away his shurikens, and got straight to the point. "Senpai, has something happened to Naruto? The number of ANBU patrolling has increased several times. I won't ask who it is, only what I can do." And looked at him. Sasuke's Sharingan glimmered with a faint red light in the twilight, not a reaction to stress, but actively nurturing. He had become accustomed to nurturing his eyes' meridians with chakra, before training, a habit he had maintained for half a year without interruption. "If you want to patrol with Inari tomorrow, go ahead. But listen to Inari's commands." Sasuke nodded vigorously, then turned around to continue training. The sound of shurikens embedding into the target was steadier than before. Not steady in terms of technique, but steady from the confidence that came after. Returning to the weapon storage and wrote down today's record on the front page of the ledger. The Nine Tails capture plan has been initiated. Kisame is leading the team. Naruto's security is at the highest level. Sasuke actively requested to guard Naruto. He will patrol with Inari tomorrow. The ice on the Nanha River outside glowed coldly under the moonlight. And rolled up Zishui's scroll again, and locked it with the Heron's internal Akatsuki data in the hidden compartment. Then he unfolded the copy of the manuscript from Minato, and turned to the page detailing the mechanism for remotely reinforcing the 8 trigram seal. He had previously marked half a circle remaining on this page, and now this half circle might need to be tightened in advance. And was summoned to the Hokage's office in the dead of night by the third Hokage. As he pushed open the door, he saw a tall silhouette standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. White long hair cascaded to the waist, and the crimson haori billowed faintly in the night breeze. The figure was lost in thought, gazing at the nightscape of Konoha beyond the window, until the sound of the door turning him around. "Uchiha An." His voice was rough yet carried a strange warmth. "The third has been telling me about you for over a year. Finally I get to meet you in person. I am Jiraiya." And slowly released his clenched fingers from within the tool pouch. One of the Sannin, the fourth Hokage's master and Naruto's godfather. This man was taller and more weary than any intelligence dossier had ever described. The deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes mirrored those of the third Hokage, not marks of age, but scars etched by years of pursuing a heavy hidden secret. Jiraiya did not linger on pleasantries. He strode directly to the large map on the third Hokage's desk, his finger pointing to the land of rain. "Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, the wielder of the Rinnegan. I've been investigating in the land of rain on and off for years, and recently I finally confirmed one thing: the Rinnegan isn't innate to him. Someone transplanted those eyes into him when he was a child. The transplant was most likely done by Uchiha Madara." An's eyelid twitched. He cross-referenced this information with every known trajectory of the Vermilion birthmark's actions. Madara had given his left eye to another, leaving himself only with the right. Mangekyō. Shui had confirmed this after the forest battle through the brief moment when the mask cracked. If Madara had transplanted the Rinnegan to Nagato, it meant that Madara's left eye had undergone an evolution far beyond the Mangekyō level during the process. And Madara now possessed only the right Mangekyō, so he had been constantly searching for someone whose ocular power could resonate with his. "The Rinnegan magnified Nagato's hatred." Jiraiya's voice turned somber. "He was my student. The young Nagato wasn't like this. He would hold an umbrella over an injured stray dog in the rain. But the Rinnegan changed him. Those eyes twist a person's deepest obsessions into weapons. He has changed a lot, but he hasn't been completely consumed by the Rinnegan yet. If his will and Yahiko's can reconnect, he might still turn back. And asked a question that had been on his mind. Does the moderate faction know about Nagato's past? One only knows that Nagato controls Akatsuki with the Rinnegan, not that he is a child who received the transplanted Rinnegan. Jiraiya lit another cigarette. Nagato's past, only Madara and I know within the entire Akatsuki. Madara is the one who transplanted. I am the witness. Everyone else, including Juan, including Yin, only knows Nagato with the Rinnegan, not the Nagato who held an umbrella in the rain. Then Jiraiya brought the most crucial intelligence of his return. It was not about Nagato, but about something deeper within the Akatsuki. While tracking Nagato in the Land of Rain, I discovered a third faction within Akatsuki apart from Nagato's faction and Madara's faction. This faction has very few members, extremely low visibility, never attends the full Akatsuki meetings, but maintains close single-line contact with Madara. After extensive investigation, I only found one characteristic. This person can use would release. Would release? And tapped his finger lightly on the desk. The Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, the only ability capable of suppressing tail beast chakra. In Orochimaru's manuscripts, there was mention of this bloodline. He had attempted various methods to replicate would release, all failing because would release required Hashirama's own cells as a foundation. If a would release user existed within Akatsuki, that person's body almost certainly contained Hashirama's cells. And the bond between Madara and Hashirama, the Valley of the End battle, the Uchiha Stone Tablet, the Infinite Tsukuyomi Plan, each and every one was intertwined with would release and the Sharingan. Orochimaru mentioned would release in his manuscript on the evolution of the Sharingan, and said, he conducted dozens of experiments, all failures. If there really is a would release user inside Akatsuki, that person wasn't created by Orochimaru. He was created by Madara himself. Jiraiya nodded. After years of wandering the world, he returned to Konoha to find it vastly different from his memories. You dismantled Danzo, and you've chased Orochimaru all over the map. The third says you came from the weapon depot, and Kakashi put it more bluntly, you are the core of Konoha's intelligence network, and did not respond to this assessment. Over the next few hours, and Jiraiya established a division of intelligence work. Jiraiya would continue externally tracking Nagato and the would release user, while and would protect Naruto internally and maintain the contact line between Shisui and Juan. As Jiraiya left the office, he paused at the door. He said that after the war was over he would invite into a hot spring for material gathering, the kind with a notebook. And did not laugh. Skip the hot spring. Write down the story between you and Nagato as master and disciple. That's what I want to read. Jiraiya was taken aback, then laughed, and disappeared into the corridor. The next morning, as An was organizing the intelligence Jiraiya had brought back at the weapon depot, he discovered a note written in the corner of his own Nagato file. Yahiko on his deathbed told Nagato to inherit Akatsuki. What Nagato inherited was not the organization, it was a dying wish. And copied this sentence alone onto the flyleaf of his ledger. Jiraiya has returned. Nagato is his student, the Rinnegan transplanted by Madara. A would release user exists with an Akatsuki identity unknown. Agreement with Jiraiya, he pursues Nagato. I protect Naruto. In the Nagato file, he wrote Nagato inherited not the organization, but a dying wish. After repeated discussions with the third Hokage and Jiraiya, a decision was made to tell Naruto the truth. Jiraiya said that the child would eventually find out. Rather than letting him discover the tail beast within him during battle, it was better to tell him now. Let him know who he is, where he comes from, and who his father is. There were only 4 people in the medical room, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Naruto. The third Hokage did not beat around the bush. He explained the origin of the 8 trigram seal, the identity of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and the fact that the 9 tails was sealed within Naruto, detailing each point one by one. Naruto sat on the examination table, his legs dangling off the ground. He did not interrupt the third Hokage throughout. Only when he heard the name Minato did he clench the bedsheet tightly with his fingers.
Your father is the fourth Hokage. He sealed the Nine Tails within you not because you are a monster, but because he believed you could become a hero of the Leaf Village.
He exchanged his life for yours.
Naruto remained silent for a long time, and noticed him with his head down, his golden bangs obscuring his eyes.
Jiraiya shifted closer, his large hand hovering in the air, unsure whether to place it down. Then Naruto raised his head, looking at Jiraiya.
You are my father's master. What kind of person was he?
Jiraiya was taken aback. Then he smiled, a smile that made his eyes a little red. He said Minato was the gentlest genius he had ever seen, even better at eating ramen than you. Upon hearing the word ramen, Naruto laughed, but then his smile slowly faded into a very serious expression.
So I am not a monster. I am the one who was entrusted with the key by my father.
And stood in the corner of the medical room, his fingers tightening in his sleeves. The word key, Naruto had uttered it before the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Earlier, and had told him under the moonlight.
You are both a vessel and a key.
Which Naruto remembered, and now he used this phrase to respond to the profound rift between the identities of the third Hokage and the son of the Hokage. Jiraiya stood in the corridor for a long time after leaving the medical room. He looked out at the row of bare willow trees by the training field, his voice lowered by 2 tones from usual.
If Minato had heard his words just now, he would probably cry. Minato has only cried twice in his life, once when Kushina agreed to marry him, and once when I told him he was going to be a father.
The third time should be here.
And stood shoulder to shoulder with him in the corridor. The sound of shuriken hitting wooden posts came from the training field in the distance. That was Sasuke practicing.
Naruto emerged from the medical room not crying, and walked alone toward the training field. Later Sasuke said he saw him sitting at the edge of the training field staring blankly at the icy surface of the Nanha River. Izumi saw him too. During the training break, she noticed Naruto sitting there alone, so she sat down seriously beside him without asking too many questions.
Are you hungry?
Naruto shook his head. Izumi pulled out 2 fruit candies from her pocket, unwrapped one, and placed it in his hand.
You should eat this.
I have one more. This one is for you.
Naruto took the candy and popped it into his mouth. Izumi continued.
Last time on the training field, Sasuke said your chakra control was too poor, but I think you've made a lot of progress recently.
Naruto replied slowly. In a few days he'll treat you to ramen. Chashu ramen with extra chashu.
Izumi agreed. Sasuke returned from the ANBU training, and saw Izumi sitting at the edge of the training field teaching Naruto the basic exercises for chakra-shaped transformation. Izumi had Naruto gather chakra at his fingertips. After several attempts, a crooked blue light spot emerged from his fingertips, slightly more stable than last time. Sasuke paused to watch for a moment, frowned, and said the form was still unstable. He needed to learn to contain the chakra before releasing it. Naruto said he was working on it, and Sasuke replied that he should learn faster, and stood at a distance watching this scene. He did not walk over. Some things do not require an adult to interrupt. At night, Shizui's crow brought new intelligence regarding the Akatsuki's infiltration team into the Leaf Village, which had departed from the Land of Rain with Kisame as the main attacker and 3 other members as support. The objective was to capture the Jinchuriki alive. In his reply, An updated the stability data of the Nine-Tails seal, and also wrote about the budding tacit understanding between Naruto and the Nine-Tails. Shisui replied,
What did the Nine-Tails say to you?
And answered,
It didn't say anything, but it retreated.
Shisui said,
That means it did say something.
Next time we meet, you tell me.
Moonlight illuminated the icy surface of the Nanha River, reflecting a cold white light. The training field was now empty, with only the iron frame of the moving target gently swaying in the wind.
And added a line to the front page of the ledger.
Naruto knows his heritage. He said, I am not a monster, I am the one entrusted with the key by my father.
Jiraiya's eyes turned red.
The Ninetales began to obey, just retreating, but that meant it had communicated. Izumi gave him a piece of fruit candy. Sasuke taught him how to contain chakra. Guijiao chose an infiltration route no one had imagined, the Nanhuchuan waterway. On a bitter night, at the end of January, and sat in the weapons vault cross-referencing the patrol routes of the Shao members you had just transmitted. His perception detected a faint subtle anomaly. Beneath the ice of the lower Nanhuchuan, a large volume of water was being deliberately stirred. The Nanhuchuan is a shallow mid-sized river. In winter its surface is frozen, and the current is sluggish. No fish could churn the water to such an extent. He instantly awakened his ocular perception. Under the ice a torpedo-shaped chakra silhouette showed itself, its tail trailing an even colder, heavier mass. The Great Jiaoji Greatsword. Guijiao submerged his body and blade in the icy water, using the chakra-absorbing property of his Jiaoji skin to draw stray chakra into the sword, and like a true shark, he slipped upstream without a sound. Guijiao is using the water route, under the ice downstream of Nanhuchuan, and sent the message in code to Daohua and Kakashi. Daohua immediately activated the clan defenses. Taihua led his squad to seal off every riverbank exit along the Nanhuchuan. Kakazai's team closed from the perimeter, and Kai moved to fill Kakazai's intended intercept point. By the time you blinked, Poseidon the Mangekyō had already been activated, its red light turning coldly in the night. The ice shattered. Guijiao leaped from the river, the Jiaoji greatsword wrapped in mist carved an arcing water whipped through the air. When he hit the bank, shards of ice and spray scattered everywhere. Last time in the dents would the rocks trick me. Guijiao split his lips in a grin bearing shark-like teeth. This time I came by water, you have nowhere to hide traps. And did not bother to parry his words. The three-tomoe Sharingan synchronized with a modified substitution technique, instantaneously cutting into the path of Guijiao's sweeping blade. Kunai attacked with full force, using the face of the Jiaoji blade to redirect its edge by leveraging incoming momentum. As the blade was deflected, Guijiao's eyes shifted slightly. The small shark-like pupils on his blue face flicked over An's stance. He was assessing. The three-tomoe could find points of unburdening along the Jiaoji's arc. Not a talent, but hard-earned experience. The Yu who stood before him was not the same as the fellow in the woods, who only knew how to use explosive tags. Yu immediately deployed shuriken shadow clones. Countless kunai sealed off Guijiao's retreat routes from all directions. The three-tomoe is too watery. Guijiao crossed his blade to intercept the kunai. Last time you didn't strike personally at the ambush. This time let me see the true caliber of the Mangekyō. Yu offered no reply. He answered with action. Tianzhao's black flames rose silently on the water at Guijiao's feet, burning a charred aperture in the ice, whose edges still crawled outward. Guijiao used the Jiaoji blade to absorb part of the black flame's chakra. Tianzhao was not an ordinary fire style jutsu. The Jiaoji blade bore several scorch marks, and its rate of absorption was clearly slower than against normal techniques. Guijiao lowered his gaze to the scorch marks on the blade. He had not expected even his Jiaoji to be able to absorb only to this extent. The remaining two Shao members closed from the flanks. Kakashi squared off with the high mobility type at a distance, intercepting him near the abandoned ferry. Kai blocked the barrier burst type, preventing him from approaching the direction of Ming Ren's safe house, and sensed a brief pause in Guijiao's chakra. As he surveyed the battlefield, he was weighing his options. The job of fixing Yu An in place had been completed, but with the flanks all blocked, facing a pincer of Mangekyō, and the three-tomoe alone was not his objective. The scorch marks on the Jiaoji blade were proof enough. Guijiao shouldered the great sword and took a step back. Today is not a day for decisive battle. Tell that copy ninja who uses explosive tags, next time we meet I will first shatter every tree, then shatter every stone. I have taken note of Muye's terrain advantage. He sank back into the dark water beneath the ice. Within a few breaths the Jiaoji drew away every escaping bubble, and the surface refroze. Before withdrawing, Guijiao left a chakra beacon on the bed of the Nanhuchuan tuned to the distinctive chakra frequency of Jiaoji, and detected the residual beacon during the sweep. This was not a discarded trifle, but deliberately left behind. It could be to fix a position for a future infiltration, or to be kept as a bargaining chip. And crouched at the riverbank with his three-tomoe, Mangekyō not activated, he targeted the beacon beneath the ice hole and dismantled it. After removing it, he checked along the riverbank and confirmed there was no second beacon remaining. Zhuozhu, arriving straight from an ANBU evening training, reached the bank only to find Guijiao already gone. He looked at the charred hole still smoking from Tianzhao, and at the long gouge left by the Jiaoji great sword.
You drove him off. Drove him off. He left something behind.
Zhuozhu stared at the filthy patch of ice and frowned.
The water is filthy.
And stood at the Nanhuchuan's edge as a cold wind swept across the ice. Zhuozhu mimicked An's manner of sensing the river's chakra flow, but could only read pollutants churned by the Jiaoji that were canceling each other out in pairs, and gave no explanation. It was not the water that was dirty, but the shadows of those who treat the Ninetales as prey. He withdrew his gaze, and told Zhuozhu to continue patrols tomorrow. A line had been added to the ledger's front page.
Guijiao infiltrated via the waterways. Jiaoji can withstand part of Tianzhao. He left a beacon dismantled.
Zhuozhu saw the ice hole, and said the water was dirty. It is indeed rather filthy. The day after the infiltration battle, Kakashi discovered an anomaly during a routine checkup with Naruto. The chakra of the Ninetales did not recede quietly, as it usually did. A faint red ripple gathered on the outer wall of the seal, orderly and calm, not impacting the seal, more like observing the outside world. Like a beast crouching deep in its cage, ears perked, nose pressed against the bars. When it arrived at the medical room, Kakashi had already pulled up the spectrometer readings for him to see. The output frequency of the Ninetales chakra was unusually stable, not the chaotic pulses of before its rampage, but rather a highly purposeful scanning. Its chakra flowed slowly along the outer wall of the seal, each cycle covering specific areas of perception, and activated his ocular perception, and approached the outer wall of the seal. The Ninetales had no intention to attack. It was merely scanning the direction along the Nange River. The traces of chakra left on the riverbank from the battle between Kisame and Itachi, the devouring marks left by the Samahata, and even the remnants of the beacon that it had dismantled, were all within the perception range of this tailed beast. The Ninetales uttered two words. "It's him," and inquired who it was. The Ninetales fell silent for a long time, long enough for him to think it would not speak again. Then that deep voice reminiscent of an ancient storm resounded in his mind again, carrying a hatred etched deep within its chakra. Uchiha Obito. I can smell his presence. The sharp-faced man wielding a large sword is tainted with Obito's chakra remnants. The chakra of that kid using black flames to burn him also bears traces of Obito's attacks. And you can reflect Obito's ocular fluctuations in your eyes. You have all encountered him, so you all carry his scent. And fell silent for a moment. Then he connected all the dots. The Ninetales' intense reaction to the Akatsuki was never due to the Akatsuki itself. It hated Obito. Many years ago, on that moonlit night, Obito forcibly controlled it with his Sharingan, and used it to attack Konoha, treating it as a weapon and a tool for revenge. Since then, any person bearing the scent of Obito's chakra who approached it triggered an instinctive reaction of rage. It was not loss of control but trauma. The Ninetales was identifying its enemy. Upon returning to the weapon storage, and immediately recorded this intelligence. The intense reactions of the Ninetales toward certain members of the Akatsuki stemmed from traumatic memories. Obito had controlled it with his Sharingan to attack Konoha, marking the only recorded instance in the history of tail beasts being completely dominated by the Sharingan. The Ninetales was not out of control, it was identifying its enemy. Its sensitivity to Obito's chakra could be utilized as an early warning system. Once Akatsuki members approached within a certain range, the Ninetales would issue a warning in advance. After recording the data, Kakashi posed a question. Although you have physically dismantled the beacon left by Kisame, he had already remotely read the chakra spectrum of this location before you dismantled it. The Akatsuki now knows that the Nange River is a weak point in defense. Next time they want just send one Kisame, they will split their forces. One team will hold you and Itachi back while the other will rush directly for Naruto. Multiple infiltrations timed synchronously. And double the encryption of the perception net along the river, adjusting the coordinates for Itachi's Amaterasu trigger to cover all the shorelines of the abandoned upstream ferry and the old bridge downstream. Then he sent a secure message to Shirzue via Crow, asking him to spread false information around the Rain country, suggesting that the Ninetales had been transferred to the Land of Iron for custody, using coordinates of the mines once utilized by the Akatsuki to mislead the Akatsuki. Shirzue replied, received. I will mix this false information into the Akatsuki's intelligence network using the peripheral channels left by the Heron to synchronize, and spread it across multiple nodes, allowing Nagato's sensory team to exhaust a round in the wrong direction first. Additionally, are the two words the Ninetales told you true? And replied they are true. It said it's him. Then fell silent for a long time. That silence was not out of reluctance to speak, it was suppressing an emotion deeper than anger. Shirzue did not probe further in the evening and went to the safe house to check on Naruto's ceiling stability, and saw him sprawled on the desk writing something. It wasn't a diary, it was something more personal and irregular. Scrawled across the paper were a few lines, the title reading Kyubi's diary. Kyubi. And asked if that name was one he came up with, or if it was told to him. Naruto said he tried calling it different names while chatting with Kyubi, and when he got to Kyubi it didn't hum at him like it usually did. That should mean it liked it. The latest page of the diary read, today a fierce shark-faced guy came, and the big fox was very angry. It said it wanted to beat him up. I said you can't come out now, but when you do it'll beat him up with you. It didn't say anything. I think it agreed. And closed the diary, and placed it back beside Naruto's pillow. It agreed to you. But it doesn't want to say it directly, it likes to make you guess. I know. Naruto chuckled softly, patting his own stomach. It has a stubborn temper worse than my dad's. Kakashi Sensei said that dad's temper wasn't good either. Maybe Kyubi is like my dad, and my dad is like Kyubi. Anyway, they're both pretty fierce. Outside the window the snow reflected like frost, and occasionally residual water flowed over the icy surface of the Nange River and froze again, and did not get up immediately. Naruto rolled over, tucked himself under the covers, and mumbled that he forgot to write about the new techniques he tried with Sasuke today. After a while his breathing finally evened out. On the front page of the account book a new line had been added. The Ninetales is not out of control. It sensed its enemy. Obito used the Sharingan to control it to attack Konoha. It hates those eyes. Naruto named it Kyubi, and it did not express dislike. The Akatsuki will split their forces in the next infiltration, but Kyubi will sense it first. Naruto said it agreed. In the deep night of February, while An was organizing the patrol route changes received from the Akatsuki members at the Still Waters, the Ninetales warning suddenly activated. It was not Naruto calling out, rather the Kyubi sent a surge of alertness directly into his mind. From the southwest direction, there was a distasteful scent. And instantly activated his eye power to sense and read the wind, as the chakra distribution map along the Nange River unfolded before his eyes. Two abnormal fluctuations appeared simultaneously. Toward the old bridge downstream, that familiar shuttle-shaped silhouette dragged a heavy coldness with the Samahata. In the direction of the abandoned ferry upstream was another lighter and colder chakra signal. Hoshigaki Kisame had split his forces. Kakashi's team took action as planned. Itachi instantly moved to confront Kisame at the old bridge downstream, while Guy and Kakashi each sealed off the flanking routes of the other two Akatsuki members, and did not pursue downstream. Though Kisame's chakra was immense, its trajectory completely dictated the pace. The more time he consumed on the Samahata, the greater the freedom of movement for that lighter signal upstream. The other target could only be Naruto, and chased towards the direction of the abandoned ferry, locking onto the movement trajectory of that light chakra signal with his eye power. In accordance with the plan, Ino had led Naruto away from the safe house along an alternative route behind Tetsuhan. However, the speed of the infiltrator was extremely fast, not just ordinary high-speed maneuvering. His chakra, possessing a chilling attribute, left residual waveforms along the way that reacted with a repelling force against the ceiling patterns. He was a sensory-type assassin specifically set by Nagato to target Jinchuriki seals, and caught up with them approximately 300 meters upstream of the abandoned ferry. Ino stood in front of Naruto, with a claw wound on his left shoulder, blood dripping from his arm onto the frozen hard ground. Tetsuhan threw shuriken from the side to block the infiltrator's movement, but that person's body moved like a shadow, with no fixed form, evading the shuriken, while forming a hand blade with his right hand, the fingertips glowing with a chilling chakra specialized for penetrating seals. He aimed straight for Naruto behind Ino, not attacking his body, but targeting the seal on his abdomen. Naruto stumbled back a step, but the Kyuubi's reaction was even faster than his. The outer wall of the seal turned red the moment it sensed the approaching cold chakra, and the Kyuubi let out a low growl from deep within the seal that even N could hear through his perception. It was not fear but a warning. Red chakra surged out from the edges of the seal, enveloping Naruto entirely, but it did not burn the surrounding ground out of control as it had before. It clung tightly to his skin surface like a layer of armor that had been voluntarily donned, and immediately entered the battlefield. With his double tomo dynamic vision, he captured the trajectory of the infiltrator's hand blade, using the body replacement technique to intercept the claw attack, while his own body struck from the side, with a kunai forcing the infiltrator to retract his hand blade and defend. The infiltrator was simultaneously attacked by an Ino and Tetsuhan, retreating several steps as he clutched his right wrist with his left hand. The previous diagonal strike had cut across the back of his hand, causing a small leak of cold chakra from the wound. He stood in the shadows of a tree where the moonlight did not reach, and for the first time he spoke. "Double tomo is not the Sharingan. You cannot stop me a second time." And did not respond. The infiltrator retreated into the shadows and vanished, leaving behind the residual waveforms of the cold chakra to slowly dissipate in the woods, and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto knelt on the ground, pressing both hands firmly against the seal on his abdomen as the red chakra surged and receded repeatedly, not due to the Kyuubi losing control, but because Naruto was speaking with the Kyuubi himself. His lips moved, his voice very soft, and ANS wind reading captured several fragmented words. "Don't rush. Uncle Ino is fine. Wait a moment." The red chakra gradually retracted. First his shoulder, then his arm, and finally his fingertips. Naruto raised his head, sweat covering his face, but he grinned. "The Kyuubi says that guy's hand touching the seal makes it very uncomfortable, and wants to come out to beat him up. I told him to wait for him to strike first, and he agreed," and looked at the whisker mark on Naruto's face that had not completely faded. This was the second time Naruto and the Kyuubi had reached an agreement during a battle. The first time was just about a hand, but this time it involved complete tactical coordination. The Kyuubi actively donned armor to protect Naruto, while Naruto reassured the Kyuubi not to act impulsively. A two-way contract was forming between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast, one that even the manuscripts of Minato had not predicted. The infiltrator arrived for the second time faster than it had anticipated. He had not yet healed from his previous wounds when he launched another surprise attack, this time bypassing the abandoned crossing directly through the blind spots of the clan's defenses, heading straight for Naruto's temporary safe house. Inada blocked him at the door. The infiltrator's claw on the right side narrowly avoided Inada, but the chilling chakra shot forth from the tip of his claw, penetrating the old wound on Inada's shoulder, the injury sustained when he was bound to a chair by the snake eye and had his ribs crushed. Half of Inada's body went numb instantly.
He gripped the doorframe with his other functioning hand, using half of his body to block the entrance.
"Inada, uncle!"
As Naruto shouted, the infiltrator raised his second claw. The target was not Inada. He bypassed Inada's shoulder, aiming directly at the seal on Naruto's abdomen inside the door. Naruto's eyes turned red. It was not a passive response, it was an active switch. He pressed the seal in his mind, calling out to Kurama, his voice trembling yet each word clear.
"Inada, uncle, is injured. I can't beat him."
Kurama only replied with one word.
"Hand."
Naruto was momentarily taken aback.
"What hand?" "Hand. Borrow it. Hit him."
The chakra of the nine tails surged from the edges of the seal, flowing into Naruto's chakra pathways. Unlike the uncontrolled red-tailed beast cloak that covered his entire body before this time, the chakra was precise and thin, only enveloping Naruto's fists, forming a layer of light red glove-like membrane. The chakra no longer burned Naruto's skin, no longer spilled out wildly. Kurama had controlled the amount of chakra to the limit that Naruto's pathways could endure. Naruto clenched his fists and charged out. The infiltrator's claws still hovered in the air when Naruto's fist smashed into his chest. The penetrating power of the nine tails chakra overwhelmed the infiltrator's icy bloodline, forcing the dark chakra back from his fingertips and rebounding from the outer wall of the seal, sending the entire person flying into the trunk opposite the safe house. A crack split the trunk from its roots to the treetop. The infiltrator slid to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief.
"Impossible. An 80-year-old Jinchuriki cannot actively borrow tail beast chakra. Unless the Jinchuriki has formed a connection with the tail beast."
By the time it arrived, the battle had already concluded. Naruto stood in front of the unconscious infiltrator, his eyes still lingering with a hint of red glow, but his mind was completely clear. He saw him running over and excitedly pointed at the red chakra membrane on his fist.
"Brother-in, Kurama got angry when he heard that Inada uncle was injured. I told him not to be angry, and he only gave me this little bit. Look, it's not hot at all. Previously, when he gave me chakra, my whole body hurt, but this time it's warm like ramen soup."
And squatted down to check Naruto's chakra pathways. The chakra of the nine tails had receded on its own, not because Naruto withdrew it, but because Kurama had pulled it back. There were no retaliatory spasms in the pathways. After the chakra receded, the outer wall of the seal automatically reinforced itself without any rejection response. He glanced at the infiltrator embedded in the trunk, then at the fading light red glow on Naruto's fist.
"What did you just say to Kurama?" "I said Inada uncle is injured and I can't beat him. He just said one word, hand. Then he gave me chakra. He didn't say anything else." "No. But I could feel he was angry, not at me, but at the person who grabbed Inada uncle. Brother, and does he regard Inada uncle as one of his own?"
And did not answer. But he knew, last year deep within the seal, Kurama had warned him.
"Someone outside is capturing your kind."
At that time it was merely a warning. Now that Inada was injured, Kurama actively lent chakra to Naruto, not to protect himself, but to take revenge for Inada. He regarded Inada as a companion. A tail beast that had been sealed by humans for many years began to see the human protecting the Jinchuriki as one of its own. Kakashi brought the unconscious infiltrator back for interrogation in the ANBU. Jiraiya and the third Hokage exchanged glances in the conference room after hearing the entire process, and then looked at him simultaneously. The third Hokage asked what it meant for an 80-year-old Jinchuriki to actively borrow tail beast chakra, and have the beast cooperate in the retrieval in the history of Konoha, and replied that there was no precedent. Minato's manuscript only preset unidirectional control and sealing without accounting for bidirectional cooperation. A new contractual relationship was forming between Naruto and Kurama. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh.
"If Minato knew, he would probably cry again."
And said he had already cried, last time in the medical room. Jiraiya shook his head with a bitter smile, saying that was being moved.
This time it was pride. And brought back the residual Kekkai Genkai chakra sample from the infiltrator to the weapon storage. The sample was sealed in a sealing scroll, and the ink-cold attribute chakra condensed a thin layer of frost on the sealing runes. He did not open it hastily. Instead, he first spread out 3 documents side by side, the residual sample of the infiltrator's sealing piercing Kekkai Genkai, the chakra fluctuations recorded from Madara's right shoulder during their last encounter in the dense forest, and Orochimaru's manuscript on the evolution of the Sharingan. Under the oil lamp, the 3 sets of data unfolded into curves on the paper. The fluctuations of the sealing piercing Kekkai Genkai sample were slender and sharp with an extremely short period, like a needle tip scraping back and forth across an icy surface. The fluctuations of the residual chakra from Madara's right shoulder, on the other hand, were thick and prolonged, carrying the low-frequency tremors unique to the Mangekyō. At first glance, the 2 waveforms seemed unrelated, but after and repeatedly widened the spectral scale, a set of high-frequency harmonics hidden within the low-frequency tremors leaped into view. They almost completely overlapped with the waveform of the sealing-piercing Kekkai Genkai. The spectrum of the infiltrator sealing-piercing Kekkai Genkai and Madara's Mangekyō ocular power exhibited a high degree of coincidence in a specific harmonic range. Madara not only used his ocular power to control the tailed beasts, but also extracted and transplanted it into suitable shinobi, creating living keys specifically designed to open the Jinchuriki seals. The infiltrator was one of them. As An recorded this inference in the file, his fingers tightened slightly. There was more than one living key. Nagato might have more in his hands, and the infiltrator's Kekkai Genkai sample was the only living specimen Konoha had obtained so far. By analyzing this sample, they could find ways to weaken similar Kekkai Genkai, reverse engineer to locate other potential key holders, and even remotely interfere with Madara's ocular power transmission to the Rinnegan. The third Hokage summoned Jiraiya and Kakashi to discuss the subsequent countermeasures. The third Hokage authorized the external search for potential key holders. Kakashi proposed that Gaia's pure taijutsu, which did not rely on chakra spectrum, and was not suppressed by the Sharingan, would be highly effective for surprise attacks on potential key holders. Internally, An was tasked with leading the research on countermeasures. That night, Shijui's crow brought a handwritten letter from Yen. The seal was made of a fragment of the moderate faction's self-created sealing bandage, and a piece of brittle autumn leaf. Yen's wording was shorter than before, but every word was more certain. If Konoha needs substantial assistance, the moderate faction is willing to help. Prerequisite: it must not violate the moderate faction's internal oath that Akatsuki members do not kill each other. What we can provide is not killing but hiding. We have our own evacuation routes. Yen. And turned the paper over. On the back was a line of smaller characters. I heard that Sharface came ashore. You drove him back. Well done. And used a cipher to confirm Yen's current status in hiding. Shursui replied. Yen is safe. The moderate faction has several core members, all former Akatsuki defectors or survivors of Orochimaru's experiments. Their ability to block tracking is second only to the Akatsuki. They've survived by staying hidden. Also, the sealing bandages on her right arm have increased by several turns. Next time you meet, don't ask why. And sealed Yen's promise together with the backup Kekkai Genkai sample, and sent someone to deliver it to the third Hokage. The third Hokage approved the official activation of the moderate faction's assistance in evacuation. If the war situation deteriorated, non-combatants could take shelter through Yen's routes, but for now Naruto himself would not be transferred to avoid exposing the moderate faction. And updated the intelligence report. Yen's letter: she can help us hide. The bandages on her right arm have increased by several turns. I didn't ask why. Sasuke didn't ask Naruto if he could still go for ramen today. He directly brought takeout to the safe house. Naruto said the chashu wasn't enough, and Sasuke said he would add 2 more slices next time. At the end of Shijui's reply, he added a rare joke. You've been speaking more and more briefly lately. Naruto gives you too much material, so you don't know what to write. and fell silent for a moment after reading Shizui's reply. It wasn't that he didn't know what to write. Naruto responded to the Ninetales with his hands. Inami blocked the door with his back. Sasuke replaced questions with takeout, and Yin wrapped every promise with bandages. Between life and death, everyone was using their own unique key to tighten the interlocking locks. He simply couldn't bear to abbreviate these things. At the end of February, in the old mines of the Iron Country, Yin arrived first. Her right arm sealed bandage had indeed thickened, but her expression was much calmer than when they last met, and handed her the sealed commitment letter for the Forbidden Earth rebirth, personally signed by the third. She received it with one hand, gently tracing the outline of the fire shadow seal with her left fingertip, before carefully tucking the letter into her bosom. She took out a new scroll from her bosom. The edges of the scroll were dampened with the unique moisture of the mine tunnel, yet the content was clear and complete. Shao's complete operational timetable for the next few months. Nagato plans to concentrate all forces to capture the remaining tail beasts. Each captured tail beast will be sealed into the outer path golem. The Ninetales is the last one. If the Ninetales cannot be captured, the infinite Tsukuyomi cannot be activated. Nagato has prioritized the Ninetales as the sole target, with all other tail beasts capture orders set aside for the Ninetales, and examined the scroll, reading line by line. The timetable was detailed by weeks, with each tail beast's current status, locking priority, estimated capture windows, and the responsible team configurations clearly marked. Shao had compressed time to its utmost limit. What is the position of the moderates in this timetable? Yan's right arm moved slightly. The moderates have no combat mission. Nagato no longer trusts us. In the coming days, the remaining members will be reassigned to radical groups, essentially to monitor us. All preparations for separation have been completed. Once we reach 1 or 2 key time nodes, the moderates will collectively withdraw from Shao. Perhaps they can take even more. And fell silent. Yin laid bare the predicament of the moderates. They were trapped on Shao's last frenzied speeding train, either jumping off and breaking their legs, or plunging down a cliff with the train. Konoha was the landing point she chose for cushioning, and asked what Konoha needed to do during the withdrawal. Yin replied that she would take care of the safety of the passage, and all Konoha needed to do was prepare a temporary settlement point at the receiving end. Nothing too large, just enough to accommodate a few people. Additionally, she hoped and could thank Shui for his continued covert cooperation. Before she finished speaking, the sealing pattern on her right arm's bandage suddenly vibrated slightly. The resonance of the underworld fire death seal was an emergency communication signal within Shao. Yin immediately stood up, saying she had to leave. She stopped suddenly at the mine entrance. I heard there is a child in your village, very small, with blonde hair. He was also imprisoned. Later someone told him he wasn't a monster. What happened to that child now? He is learning how to talk with the monster inside him, and he even named it and replied. Yin said that was good, and then disappeared deep into the mine. Shui stepped out from the shadows. She was asking about Naruto. Shao also knows about Naruto, not from intel. The way she looked at Naruto was like looking at herself when she was a child. The letter from the heron landed at the entrance of the old mine, marking the last contact before spring, with the last line no longer being square and meticulous. The moderates are preparing to withdraw. Yin was writing a will. It wasn't for us, but for the self that was hurt many years ago. Do not return. And placed the last line from the heron and Yan's words that stood side by side in her heart. Back in Konoha, he submitted Shao's timetable to the third. The third summoned Jiraiya, Kakashi, Itachi An, and Guy for the last pre-war deployment meeting. After the meeting, Shui handed in a small paper package. Yin asked me to pass this on before she left. She said it's not intel, but for that blonde-haired child. And opened the paper package. Inside were 2 pieces of candy with an old logo of the Mist Village on the wrapping paper, the edges slightly yellowed. These were candies that Yin had kept for many years, and held the candy in her palm. When she reached the safe house, Naruto
was bent over the small table writing in his diary, while Sasuke sat at the door sharpening a kunai. She placed the 2 pieces of candy in Naruto's palm. "An aunt entrusted me to bring these to you. She was also imprisoned when she was young and later learned how to hide, but never learned how to talk to the monster inside her body. I heard you are learning, so she said that is good." Naruto unwrapped one candy and stuffed it into his mouth, pushing the other one towards Sasuke. Sasuke said nothing, picked it up, flipped a page of his book, and then placed it back in front of Naruto. "You eat it. It's too sweet." Naruto unwrapped the second piece of candy and ate it, then pressed the candy wrapper flat and tucked it into Kurama's diary. He said that when he sees that An again, he will return her 2 pieces. His pocket money is just enough to buy 2 skewers of meatballs. March. The ice on the South River has completely melted, and the willow trees are starting to sprout new buds. Naruto officially registers as a Konoha Genin with Kakashi as his supervising Jonin. In the morning, Naruto receives his forehead protector and immediately runs to show it to the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage gazes at the forehead protector in silence for a long time, his fingers brushing over the Konoha symbol before he gently ruffles Naruto's hair. "Minato would be happy," Naruto says, planning to wear the forehead protector when he visits his father's grave next time. Kurama mentions that his father had a bad temper and might complain about the protector being worn askew. The 3rd Hokage chuckles, his laughter interrupted by a cough. The last page of Kurama's diary was written on the eve of registration. The handwriting gradually shifted from crooked to neat. "Today Brother said that I can be a ninja alongside Kurama. No one has to hide behind anyone else. I won't write diaries anymore. I want to learn new ninja techniques with Kurama. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I dislike fighting the most. But if Akatsuki comes to capture Kurama, I will fight them back. Kurama said it's okay." The diary ends, and looks at the line, recalling the winter, when Naruto first lost control on the training ground and Kurama's chakra scorched the ground. He remembers the moment he locked eyes with Kurama deep within the seal, where Kurama asked him why he could understand its loneliness. Now Naruto writes in his diary, "Kurama said it's okay." It is not the threat of a furious roar nor the mournful cries of pain when under control. It is a response to an 80-year-old child saying, "Let's be ninjas together." He seeks out Jiraiya. "Are you going back to the land of rain to pursue Nagato?" Jiraiya confirms that he is the remnants of Orochimaru's experimental data are still lurking, and the identity of the would-release user remains unknown. And says Naruto needs more than just Kakashi. He needs someone who can teach him how to communicate with the tail beasts. "You are the only one in the entire ninja world who has seen the Ninetales truly fight alongside a Jinchuriki, and that was your pupil Namake's Minato." Jiraiya falls silent for a long time, nearly dropping the pen he had been chewing on. "You want me to take Naruto as my pupil? He already has Kakashi leading him, but he indeed needs someone who can teach him to talk to the great fox." He agrees, but only after the matter with Nagato is resolved. "Once this war is over, regardless of the outcome, I will come back to take this pupil." Minato was a few years older than Naruto when he became a disciple. Naruto knew him even before he was born. "In the evening the crows of Sure bring a letter from Yen." The handwriting is neat and meticulous as before, though the pen tip trembles slightly. "The Akatsuki's peace faction has collectively withdrawn. Several core members have escaped safely and are temporarily residing at a secret location. Yen Anrin. She asked me to convey a message. The sweets from the Hidden Mist village are still available. If that child likes them, I will bring them next time. Spring has arrived." Yen leaves and stands by the window gazing towards the South River. The Akatsuki's peace faction quietly completed their severance, leaving the organization that once embodied their ideals through a collective disappearance. Yen said she did not come to surrender, she came to seek peace. Now she has successfully sought peace. Not with Konoha, but with herself. The little girl who was locked up many years ago, and was never told, she wasn't a monster has now become the one who tells others. The system pops up a stage prompt, Volume 5.
The Jinchuriki War
concludes. Naruto actively utilizes Kurama's chakra for the first time to execute a counterattack, establishing formal cooperation with Kurama. The ceiling penetration bloodline research makes it a key point in countering Obito's Sharingan abilities. The next stage, all prerequisites for the Mangekyō evolution conditions are met, and walks toward the weapons storehouse. The sounds of Sasuke's training and Naruto's shouts come from the training ground. Ino is laughing and Azuka Kiba is on guard, and Jiraiya is in the Hokage's office arguing with the third about something. He takes out the candy wrappers of the two sweets given to him by Yen and Shursui. On the back of the wrappers, there is a line written in small letters by Yen.
Thank you for telling that blonde-haired child he is not a monster.
When I was young, no one told me. So now I have become the one who tells others.
He flips the wrappers over and presses them into a hidden compartment, along with the old teacup of the medicinal elder and the bottle of liquor from the 8th generation alongside Sasuke's copied notes.
A few lines of text were added to the front page of the account book, and returned to the weapon storage on the eve of the decisive battle. He took out the scattered pages of Orochimaru's manuscript, his own double-tomo pulsation records, the complete data of Sasuke's eye movement reactions from the semi-awakening to the nurturing phase, and the sealing scroll of Shizuo's BT on Shin, laying them out on the table in chronological order. Under the oil lamp, the edges of these papers had become frayed. Some corners had been flipped too many times, the creases now pale. He needed to verify something tonight. Madara had said he was the closest among those he had sought for decades, but he knew better. Madara's path was one of plunder, while his was one of resonance. Both paths originated from the same starting point, but led to completely different destinations. He aimed to prove that the path Madara chose was doomed to fail from the very beginning. The scattered pages of Orochimaru's manuscript revealed that Madara had conducted experiments to forcibly activate the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan through external chakra infusion. All subjects exhibited irreversible necrosis in their ocular meridians without exception. At the end of the experiment, Orochimaru annotated a line in very fine print. The fatal flaw of forcibly infusing the Sharingan, the infusion subject's meridian capacity is far below the density of the Mangekyō's ocular power. The externally infused chakra could not be digested and expanded by the meridians themselves, ultimately tearing all nodes apart at the peak of ocular power. Conclusion: the eternal Mangekyō cannot be achieved through external infusion. The fatal flaw. And heavily circled these two words on the paper. Madara had spent years trying to break the upper limit of meridian capacity with external force, yet had never considered the other direction, allowing the meridians to expand on their own. His fingers flipped from Orochimaru's data to his own double-tomo pulsation records. Each pulse, accompanied by a slight expansion of the meridians, was accurately recorded. From the forced activation of the single-tomo awakening card to the night, when Itachi's blood dripped onto his hand, during the double-tomo's awakening, the duration of chakra retention varied from short to long, with expansion from micrometers to millimeters, all backed by evidence. He then flipped to Sasuke's nurturing log. Starting from the semi-awakening stress response, Sasuke had deliberately nurtured his ocular meridians with chakra before training every day, continuing this for several months without interruption. His meridian expansion curve was smoother than ANS from years ago. This was not due to higher talent, but because he did not take the steep shortcut of the awakening card. He had stepped up onto the platform that and had laid out one step at a time, and combined all the data and drew a composite curve on a blank page. The trend of meridian expansion in the natural awakening path showed a gentle upward slope, while the curve of Madara's forced infusion plummeted vertically at its peak. The moment the two curves intersected under his pen, a system prompt lit up at the edge of his vision. The integration of Orochimaru's manuscript and the double-tomo pulsation data was complete. The derivation of the path for the Mangekyō self-awakening was confirmed. This path contradicted Madara's forced infusion route, proving the feasibility of non-plundering evolution of the Mangekyō. He set down his pen and looked up. There was more than just Shirzue outside the window. Itachi leaned against the door frame, his right eye's three-tomoe having activated on its own at some point, the red light of the Sharingan stabilizing against the night. Sasuke stood at the edge of the training field gazing over. The red light in the corner of his eye had not faded. Their Sharingan had activated autonomously without the stimulus of battle, triggered not by an enemy but by a deeper resonance. Shirzue leaned against the window, his voice soft. "We saw ourselves in your eyes." Itachi saw himself lying in the medical room last year while you wrote his battle report. Sasuke saw the annotations on every page of your handwritten notes, the mistakes you had tried yourself, which you did not let him try again. I saw the blurry shadow from when you first used the awakening card by the Mangekyō River, completely different from the eyes you have now. Our ocular power responded at the moment it was perceived by you. The system displayed an unprecedented prompt. Detected triple ocular resonance. Itachi's resonance attribute is protection, Shizuo's resonance attribute is inheritance, and Sasuke's resonance attribute is growth. The three beams of ocular power, differing in frequency, did not cancel each other out or fight for dominance, but coexisted and flowed together in ANS ocular meridians, like three rivers of varying depths converging at the same center and flowing toward different directions. Heat surged from deep within his eyes. This heat was different from the desperate heat he felt when forced to awaken the double tomoe, and it was also different from the harsh heat during the forced activation of the awakening card. This time the warmth had weight, and within that weight were faces. Sasuke's added words during nurturing, "Wait for me to ask you." Shirzue, smiling, while injured, said, "Being bound to the bed by your own eyes is worse than being bound by enemies." Itachi did not even look back when he shielded his shattered ribs in front of him. It was not loss but protection. It was not plunder but resonance. It was not just one person pushed to the brink, but all those who entrusted their faith to him, placing their hands on his shoulders simultaneously. The Mangekyō Sharingan awakened. AN's eyes brimmed with blood. Chakra condensed at the bottom of his eyes into patterns never seen in any Uchiha clan genealogy. Neither the sharp three-bladed scythe of Madara's Kamui, nor the pure four-cornered star of Shizuo's Bition Shin, nor the varied combinations of Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. His Mangekyō pattern was a triple intertwining three curved blades embedded into each other yet remaining independent, like three streams from different sources converging at a common center, and then flowing toward different directions. Shirzue stared at his pupils for a long time, and said, "So this is what your Mangekyō looks like?" Itachi remarked that it was not like Madara's solitary pattern. Sasuke ran over from the edge of the training field, standing outside the door frame, seeing the bloodstains under AN's eyes that had not dried, without asking if it hurt. He said, "And senpai, I see myself in your eyes?" The system prompt lit up in his vision. The Mangekyō Sharingan achieved permanent awakening, confirming the exclusive ocular technique. This technique is based on resonance, not on damage or control. Effect 1 allows sharing a moment of ocular power vision with other Sharingan holders, while Effect 2 enables remote reinforcement of multiple mental seals simultaneously. The other half of the locking mechanism for the remote reinforcement of the Bagua seal activated on its own at the moment of awakening, and stood up and walked to the window. The ice on the surface of the Mangekyō River had not completely melted. The moonlight spread over the gap between ice and water as silvery expanse. He returned to the table and picked up his pen to write today's record on the cover page of the ledger. Mangekyō awakened. Not plunder but resonance. Itachi, Shirzue, Sasuke. Triple ocular power converged in the same pair of eyes. Orochimaru's data proved that Madara's path was destined to fail. My ocular technique is resonance, not harm. Madara asked me if I was willing to resonate. This is my answer. As Naruto was brought to the medical room by Kakashi, he rubbed his eyes, mumbling about having just finished a physical examination and questioning why another was needed. Through his ocular perception, every detail of the 8 trigram seal's patterns became vividly apparent, resembling the unfolding of a golden map under a microscope. He had memorized Watergate's complete reinforcement blueprint countless times. Once all outer layer nodes were activated, the core of the seal would briefly expose itself. This was the final barrier set by Watergate, requiring the power of a Mangekyō Sharingan to unlock, and guided his Mangekyō Sharingan along the path marked by Watergate, penetrating layer by layer. The outer layer reinforcement was successfully activated. The golden patterns of the 8 trigram seal lit up around Naruto's body in circles far more complete than during the previous triple resonance with the double tomo. However, as his ocular power reached the core of the seal, he encountered something that should not have existed. Deep within the core of the seal lay a small remnant of chakra that did not belong to Watergate. It was extremely faint, its form completely matching the frequency of Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan. It was buried deep within the core layer, mostly enveloped by Watergate's own chakra, but the protective layer had worn down significantly. Clearly it had been eroded repeatedly by some force from within. It was not Watergate, it was the Ninetales itself. Years ago, on the night of the Ninetales, Obito had not only controlled the Ninetales to attack Konoha with his Sharingan, but had also buried a seed of ocular power within the seal. The Ninetales had always known that there was something foul there, but it had remained silent, because no one could see it with a Mangekyō, and even if they could, no one could eliminate it. It had grounded it for so many years, wearing away most of it, leaving this tiny remnant embedded in the crevices of the seal's core, which it could not reach. The voice of Kurama echoed in An's mind. Unlike the previous cautious growls, this time it lowered its voice, articulating each word clearly. The Uchiha's ocular power has always been used to bind me. You are the first to use those eyes to unlock me. Obito buried a seed in the seal. I have grounded it for so many years without cleaning it out. You can take it away. I am not thanking you. I remember your chakra. In the future, if someone uses a Sharingan to control me, I will first check with you to see if they are one of your kind. And guided his Mangekyō Sharingan to resonate with that remnant ocular power seed. Instead of forcefully erasing it, he wrapped the seed within the resonance frequency, gradually dissolving it bit by bit. During the detachment process, Obito's residual chakra trembled slightly, as if long-buried fragments were oxidizing into dust in the air. The complete golden patterns of the 8 trigram seal emerged on Naruto's body. This was not the intermittent arcs of light from before during the outer layer reinforcement. Instead, it was a complete pattern formed when all nodes were simultaneously activated. The final shade drawn by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze on the sealing manuscript was finally fully activated today. The manuscript indicated remote reinforcement mechanism pending completion. This state had been achieved for the first time in reality. Naruto looked down at the glowing golden patterns on his abdomen. Kurama just said a lot. In the past it only spoke in 1 or 2 words, but now it spoke a complete sentence, and asked what it had said. Naruto replied that it had said, "Once you're done, hurry and go eat ramen, don't starve to death." An's lips curled slightly. The language style of Kurama was completely the opposite of the annotations in Watergate's manuscript. After the medical team completed the integrity check of the seal, Kakashi handed a formal data report to Jiraiya. The chakra resonance parameters included in the report indicated that the outer layer and core layer of the 8 trigram seal were synchronized in reinforcement, with the defense level upgraded to match the standard for a Mangekyō level impact, while the leakage of Tail Beast chakra was recorded as 0 for the first time. Jiraiya, gazing at the slowly swirling golden sealing patterns within the crystal ball, took the original manuscript from the wooden box and placed it on the sealing table. Watergate wrote pending completion. He did not get to see today, but you have changed the pending to completed. As he returned the manuscript to the wooden box, his fingers lingered on the cover for a moment before pushing the box towards him. There are not many things left for Watergate to give Naruto. This manuscript counts as 1. Now that it is complete, keep it for Watergate. And took the wooden box.
As his fingertips touched the engraved Flying Thunder God technique on the wood grain, the residual warmth of Minato Namikaze's chakra sealed within these techniques for many years gently resonated on the same spectrum as his Mangekyō Sharingan during the activation of the complete seal. He suddenly thought of something. When Watergate designed the remote reinforcement mechanism, he may have anticipated a premise that one day the person capable of completing this technique might not necessarily be a blood relative, but must be someone trusted by Naruto. The remote reinforcement key for the 8-trigram seal requires mental-type chakra to resonate with the seal itself. Watergate is deceased, and the blood relative Naruto has yet to master the active use of sealing chakra. Yet he still left this door in the manuscript, because he believed that one day someone capable of turning this key would appear by Naruto's side, and tucked the wooden box into a hidden compartment, placing it alongside the copy of Watergate's manuscript, Kurama's diary, and Sasuke's handwritten notes. In the evening, he went for a walk by the Nana River. Itachi leaned against a willow tree, his three-tomoe having returned to black. Controlling tailed beasts with a Sharingan has always been a relationship of dominance and submission in Uchiha history. Watergate chose a non-dominating sealing path, while the Ninetales chose a non-submissive coexistence approach, and you have connected these two paths that were originally never meant to intersect. And sat down on a rock, stating that he was merely the one turning the key in the middle. A few new lines were added to the ledger's front page. The 8-trigram seal's complete reinforcement has been accomplished. The remnant ocular power seed of Obito has been eliminated. Watergate's manuscript pending completion has been changed to completed. The manuscript is kept by me. Kurama said that if someone wishes to control it with a Sharingan in the future, they should first ask me if they are one of your kind. Sasuke paused in silence for a moment before asking Naruto what words Kurama had bounced off him earlier. Naruto counted off on his fingers one word at a time. Handout hit hungry fool. Alright, I won't ask any more. The leaves are entering the final stage of full combat readiness. The third Hokage ascends to Hokage Rock, while Jiraiya, who has yet to return, is confirmed by the summoning toad. Nagato has crossed the borders of the Land of Fire. The third Hokage issues an authorization order for direct induction lines under the Hokage's command, leading Nagato towards the designated battlefield area away from the village center, and stands on the roof of the weapons storehouse, his Sharingan activated. The resonance characteristic allows him to simultaneously track every key chakra node on the battlefield. Itachi sets up defenses at the abandoned ferry, while the waterway used by Kisame during his last infiltration is now filled with Amaterasu's black flames, triggering coordinates. Shirzue withdraws from the direction of the old mine in the Land of Iron, bringing with him the complete coordinate map of the evacuation route confirmed by Yin. Kakashi's team constructs multiple layers of physical traps around the clan's territory, utilizing the experience from their previous interception of Kisame, with all induction lines adopting a non-chakra triggering mechanism. Naruto stays in the safe house, while the Ninetales extends the early warning range to the outskirts of Konoha based on the complete seal. The Ninetales can now actively transmit the signal of Madara's chakra recognition to ANS Sharingan through resonance, no longer relying on Naruto for passive triggering. Naruto sits cross-legged on his bed, with a faint red chakra glove appearing on his right fist. The Ninetales compresses his chakra time to the point where communication is almost unnecessary. Sasuke pushes open the door of the weapons storehouse, carrying a stack of archive documents. This was the task Ken had given him a few days ago, to archive the remnants of the supply chain for the cat, the early infiltration plans of the Herons, and the analysis of ninjutsu insights from the mist, all organized by number. Sasuke sat in the corner of the intelligence room all afternoon, each scroll copied so neatly that it didn't resemble the handwriting of an 80-year-old. After sealing the last scroll, he set down his pen. Senior An taught me to anticipate the enemy's actions before. If the Akatsuki infiltrates the clan's territory this time, someone needs to guide the evacuation route from the outside. It's not about fighting, but ensuring they take paths that won't be detected by the Akatsuki. and approved his application, instructing him to memorize the route and withdraw quickly, avoiding direct contact with any Akatsuki members. Izumi glanced in as she passed the intelligence room. She did not speak up to disturb him, tying her newly devised second protective knot to the doorknob of the intelligence room. It was a new method she had improved this year, with each knot leaving a gap to insert a tiny piece of dry mint leaf. Izumi said that mint flavor could prevent headaches for those staying up late. Inari carried the perception equipment added by Fugaku to distribute the defense assignments to the Iron Fire. The 8th generation's daughter-in-law had her son Little Yu on her back, helping sort through the medical supplies. Little Yu asked if Naruto brother was going to fight bad guys tomorrow, and his mother told him not to ask silly questions and to count the bandages seriously. Fugaku personally walked through the defense line from beginning to end, stopping by the ancient well at the center of the clan's territory. The cold remnants of the ocular power left by Madara on the well wall had been covered with a layer of lighter and warmer new marks. Fugaku stood for a long time, the moonlight shining on his unmoving silhouette, and stood at a distance without approaching. Shirzue handed the final confirmed coordinates of Yan's evacuation route to him. It was a coordinate map written by Yan on a fragment of sealing bandage, stating that she would stay in the Land of Iron for the results after the evacuation was completed, and filed this coordinate, and the third Hokage approved it. As night fell and systematically archived all encrypted documents along with the Ninetales diary copies, Sasuke's training records, Izumi's notes from her first successful medical ninjutsu practice, and the completed manuscript of the fourth Hokage. In the depths of the hidden compartment, the last item was an old teacup belonging to the medicine elder. He laid it on a bed of new bamboo leaves to steady it, and closed the cabinet door. Itachi stood under the willow tree by the southern river of the clan. Shirzue emerged from the darkness, and the three stood side by side under the tree. This was the first time they stood together under this tree, not to say farewell, but to confirm that they would all be on the same battlefield. Shirzue suddenly spoke. That year I shared my insights on the body flicker technique with you. You told Itachi that the Uchiha needed to lightly touch certain things. Itachi touches Sasuke, I touch you. And did not respond. He withdrew his gaze from the willow tree and turned towards the weapons storehouse. Naruto had already finished writing the first page of his new diary. I have to write in my diary again. And said I could become a ninja, and the Ninetales said it could too. Kakashi Sensei said the Akatsuki would come to catch us, but we shouldn't be afraid. That guy Sasuke said I would hold us back, but I said I wouldn't, and the Ninetales said it wouldn't hold us back. It spoke so much for the first time. The moonlight illuminated the empty training ground, and the nail holes on the wooden posts were as dense as stars. And flipped to the title page of the ledger, which was densely filled with writing. He picked up his pen, intending to write a new sentence in the blank space. The pen tip hovered for a long time, and ultimately he only wrote a very short phrase. Tomorrow. Everyone. Not a single one will be missing. All 6 paths of pain arrived at the outskirts of Konoha. The Deva path stood in the center, while the other 5 paths flanked on either side their renegade cold and mechanical in the morning mist. The third Hokage led the direct ANBU team to construct multiple layers of diversion lines, retreating, while engaging to lure pain away from the village center, and the Uchiha clan's territory towards the predetermined battleground. On the fire-release battlefield, he personally set up. The young ANBU took turns shielding the old Hokage's figure. Blood dripped from the corner of the third's mouth, yet he stood firmer than anyone beside him. Kakashi's team faced off against the main force of Akatsuki led by Hyden at the second line of defense. After absorbing the lightning chakra of Raikiri, Hyden's blade rapidly expanded, and Kakashi engaged in close combat using enhanced explosive tags. Guy opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates and kicked Hyden's right shoulder. The bomb user's clay explosion was suppressed by Ino and her father's technique, while the high mobility unit was intercepted by another team of Kakashi's squad at an abandoned ferry, and stood atop the roof of the weapons store using his Mangekyō Sharingan to sense and track the entire battlefield synchronously.
Naruto's chakra, and the Ninetales' warning signal remained in a locked state. Itachi stabilized the flank against Hyden from the direction of the old bridge. Shursui infiltrated the Rain Country border from the abandoned ferry, to continue spreading false information delaying the arrival of Akatsuki's main force. Several layers of ocular power resonated almost simultaneously. The Third's diversion lines advanced steadily. Kakashi held the positional advantage against Hyden and Naruto, and the Ninetales' alertness remained untriggered. And transmitted to Shursui. All false coordinates are in effect. The unit of pain heading towards the Iron Country has been misled. Shursui vanished in an instant towards the mine tunnel. The Deva path of pain engaged fiercely with the Third's diversion lines. The Third's fire released Fire Dragon Bullet, and the Shadow Shuriken clone withstood the Azura Path's missile. The Hokage's hat was blown off by the shockwave, revealing his white hair. Blood trickled from his mouth, but there was no hint of retreat in his eyes.
Third Hokage, your era has ended.
The Devis Rinnegan coldly looked down upon him. The Third wiped the blood from his mouth, bracing himself on his knees, as he slowly stood upright.
This era does not belong solely to me. It is all the children whom you have cast aside who have taken it into their own hands.
At this moment Jiraiya burst into the battlefield. His towering figure descended from the sky, standing between the Third and the Deva path. Holding Yahiko's headband, which he carried all the way from the Rain Country to the Fire Country, the edges of the headband glinted with warmth from his body. The Deva path's movements experienced their first delay the moment the Rinnegan scanned the headband. The sensory amplification from the animal path abruptly halted on Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya threw the headband towards the Deva path.
Yahiko asked me to bring this to you. He said you have taken the wrong path, but you have not yet finished your journey.
The Deva path caught the headband and looked down at it. For the first time the Rinnegan flickered, not from the decline of ocular power, but from humanity. The 6 paths of pain synchronized and stalled as Azura Path's missile was intercepted and detonated just a few steps away from the Third. AN's Mangekyō resonance captured the continuous fluctuation of the Deva's chakra. It was not dissipating but trembling. Shursui suddenly appeared between the Deva and the animal path from the side of the abandoned ferry. Amaterasu accurately severed the amplification conduit, forcibly interrupting the summoning array of the animal path before pain could transfer. Itachi's shuriken simultaneously pierced the Hell Path's arms, temporarily locking its resurrection ability. The Third's fire release provided cover, while Kakashi's Raikiri and Guy's martial arts sealed off Hyden's rescue route from the flank. Naruto closed his eyes in the safe house. The chakra of the Ninetales enveloped him completely, no longer just a thin layer, but a red cloak fitting his own outline, snug like a well-worn old coat. The Ninetales' voice calmly echoed in his mind.
The set of Madara is strong, but he is not here. That white-haired figure ahead is your father's master. His chakra resembles yours closely. Go!
Naruto charged into the battlefield. The first person he saw was not Nagato but Jiraiya. The white-haired ninja stood with his back against the Deva, a wound from the shuriken path bleeding from his right arm. Naruto's Ninetales chakra resonated automatically with the complete form of the 8 trigram seal, the golden patterns of the seal lighting up layer by layer on his abdomen. When the Deva Path's Rinnegan scanned Naruto, it did not see a tailed beast locked away, but a complete 4th Hokage's seal, and a Jinchuriki standing shoulder to shoulder with the tailed beast. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, and a half-smile tugged at the corner of his mouth.
Your father was 3 years older than you when he first entered the battlefield. You came earlier than he did.
Naruto clenched his fists, glaring at the Deva path.
The Ninetales said you came to seek revenge on him, but you've got the wrong person.
The Rinnegan of the Deva path still trembled. Mi Yan's forehead protector was gripped in the Deva path's hand, and the rusted scratch across its surface cut precisely through the center of the leaf symbol. Through the Mangekyō resonance and perceived a minuscule silent void at the center of the ripples of the Deva path's chakra fluctuations. That was not a gap in ocular power caused by battle damage, but an isolation layer carved by Madara into Nagato's original chakra when he transplanted the Rinnegan. Madara used it to sever the connection between Nagato and Mien's while making Nagato believe Mien was no longer present, thus steering the Rinnegan naturally toward the sole outlet of rage. Gyōlanma's voice echoed in An's mind.
The Rinnegan was forcibly activated on the day Mien died. The cost was that all of Mien's chakra was sucked into those eyes.
Madara used Mien's death to provoke Nagato into awakening his eyes, and simultaneously locked Mien's chakra inside the Rinnegan as fuel. That kid is not the murderer, he himself is also a prisoner. And directed the full power of his Mangekyō resonance toward the hiding place of Nagato's main body, using the residual chakra fragment on Mien's forehead protector. As a resonance anchor, he reshaped it from a nearly dissipated state into a clear light pattern under the matching of Mangekyō ocular power. The Deva Path's Rinnegan flickered violently the moment Mien's chakra light pattern emerged, and all 6 paths of pain halted simultaneously. Jiraiya seized the opportunity to break through the pain's defensive line, and found Nagato's main body. A gaunt young man was embedded in a special wheelchair, his back full of black rods. Through the Deva Path his Rinnegan met Jiraiya's gaze. There was no killing intent in those eyes, only the accumulated weariness after years of master and apprentice turning against each other. Naruto burst into the battlefield. Under the full covering of Gyōlanma's chakra, he directly locked onto the direction of Nagato, not through perception, but some kind of tail beast-level resonance between the Jinchuriki and the Rinnegan. He stood before Nagato. The golden pattern of the seal on his abdomen and the finally stabilized chakra light pattern on Mien's forehead protector resonated for the first time across space, catalyzed by An's Mangekyō resonance. Nagato looked down at the glowing chakra fragment on the forehead protector, his hands beginning to tremble.
The 4th Hokage's seal was completed on you. What he couldn't finish back, then someone else has completed for him. The 9 tails inside you, doesn't it hate you?
Naruto clenched his fists.
Its name is Gyōlanma.
Nagato closed his eyes. Mien had been sealed within his heart by the Rinnegan for so many years, but now through the resonance of the forehead protector and the vibration of Naruto's seal, he briefly broke free from the isolation and returned to the surface of consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, the killing intent in the Rinnegan was fading, not a decline in ocular power, but the guilt and responsibility between two people being gently pried open by the resonance of ocular power.
The 9 tails capture plan is terminated. The Deva Path returns. Akatsuki, disbanded as of today.
Nagato formed hand seals and released all 6 paths of pain. The black rods fell from his gaunt back one after another, and his body lost support, tilting forward. Jiraiya caught him, gently laid him on the ground, and placed Mien's forehead protector back into his palm.
Nagato, it's time to rest.
Guijiao, seeing the moment the Deva Path's chakra vanished from the flank, sheathed his sword and retreated. He hoisted his injured partner onto his back, and said to Kakashi before leaving,
"Our leader has been convinced by you. Next time we meet, it won't be as Akatsuki's pursuit squad, maybe just me coming to test my blade against you. Let's call it today."
Ji Shui sent back confirmation through the ANBU channel that Nagato had disbanded Akatsuki. Kakashi and Kai, coordinating with the 3rd Hokage's diversionary tactics, drove the remaining Akatsuki members out of the periphery of Konoha. All defensive lines of Konoha simultaneously confirmed the disappearance of the Deva Path's chakra, the collapse of Akatsuki's main force, and the formal neutralization of the 9 tails capture threat. An's Mangekyō resonance made a final confirmation the 3rd Hokage's chakra was stable. Naruto and the 9 tails were in complete synchronization, and Kakashi and Kai had withdrawn safely. He deactivated the Mangekyō, and his eyes returned to black. The sound of the Nanhichuan once again flooded his ears. After the battle, Jiraiya brought back a message from Nagato. Nagato left Mien's forehead protector and the Akatsuki disbandment declaration at the old hideout in the Rain Country, taking only the torn and reglued photograph.
He could not walk anymore and asked Jiraiya to tell Naruto. The collection of the Nine Tails was not for war, but to give the renegade enough power to revive Mien. Now he knew that Mien would not agree to be revived, so he stopped. Go sit at Mien's grave for a while. Juan sent the last short note from the old mine, the handwriting restored to its usual upright and strict style. Nagato disbanded Akatsuki. The moderates are confirmed safe. Yen replaced the sealing bandages with ordinary ones, saying she wants to go to Konoha to eat dumplings in summer. Spring ends. Juan! And flipped the ledger to the title page, which was densely covered with writing. He picked up his brush and wrote a few lines in the blank space at the bottom. Nagato disbanded Akatsuki with his own hands. Jiraiya brought back Mien's last words. Gyolama said Nagato is not the murderer, but also a prisoner. Naruto clenched his fist and said its name is Gyolama. Yen replaced the sealing bandages with ordinary ones. Tomorrow we'll buy a new ledger. The old one is full. The leaves awaken in the morning mist. 3 days after the Akatsuki's main force retreated, the scent of chakra burns no longer lingers in the breeze. And pushed open the door to the weaponry storage, as the thin morning fog rolled in from the direction of the South Sichuan, carrying the faint aroma of aquatic plants and damp earth. The streets were already bustling with clan members. Dahua examined the willow trunk split by Kisame at the training ground, his fingers tracing the gash that slashed diagonally from the middle of the tree to its roots. Tia was squatted by the riverbank, clearing the last remnants of explosive tags, carefully placing each piece into a sealed scroll. Fuyua stood by the ancient well, looking down at the layer of rewritten I-Power seals on the well wall. The cold remnants of Obito and the warmer traces of ANS chakra overlapped, resembling an unfinished couplet. The third Hokage convened the first formal meeting after the war. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Itachi, and an attendant, while Shirzue represented with a crow. He was still conducting the final inspections of the remaining Akatsuki strongholds along the border of the Rain Country, only able to send back a brief post-war assessment. The third Hokage's opening remarks were brief. The Akatsuki has been disarmed. Nagato has confirmed the abandonment of the Nine Tails capture plan. Today's agenda shifts from defending Konoha to post-war order and the integration of the Uchiha with the village. Fuyua submitted a consolidation proposal on behalf of the Uchiha. The command authority of the police force was officially restored, and the final relocation list for returning clan lands was confirmed. Only a few households remained on the list, including Dahua and Tiewa. The appendix of the proposal contained several pages more than the 6 pages requested by the third Hokage, detailing all joint operations over the past 2 years between the Uchiha Defense Line, Naruto's security network, and the ANBU intelligence coordination. Each page had dates, responsible persons, operation codenames, and result notes. The third Hokage flipped through the pages one by one, and at the end, he wrote 2 characters. Approved. Thank you. When an archived the copy of the proposal, he noticed that Fuyua had written a line in small letters in the corner of the last page of the appendix. All joint operations mentioned above had the core of intelligence coordination being Uchiha An. He did not show this line to anyone, simply closing the copy and placing it in a hidden compartment. On the first day of post-war reconstruction, and completed all the accounts of the weaponry storage that had piled up for days. The numbers for kunai shuriken and explosive tags had hardly changed during the decisive battle. All clan members had been fighting on the front lines, and no one came to collect regular equipment. He transcribed all past records from the front page of the account book. From even salty fish want to turn over to not a single one will be missing line by line into the first volume of the new ledger. Sasuke was practicing shuriken techniques on the training ground. The moving target had been replaced with a smaller and lighter model, with a bullseye only half the size of the previous one. Naruto sat cross-legged on the grass nearby, his head bowed, as he wrote something in a notebook, muttering to himself, and walked over and picked up the notebook. It was not a new Nine Tails diary, but a training plan drafted by Naruto himself. The paper was scrawled with several lines, Run laps every day. Practice sparring with Sasuke. Learn new ninjutsu from Kakashi Sensei. Learn my father's ninjutsu from Jiraiya Sensei. Master the spiral shuriken. Learn to fight alongside the Ninetales without arguing. And return the notebook to him. Naruto said it was written with the help of the Ninetales, who suggested changing run laps to run 10 laps. And asked why it was 10 laps, to which Naruto replied that it was because the Ninetales has 9 tails plus 1 for himself, totaling 10. The 8th Hokage visited the village, setting up a table of snacks at the entrance of his new home. His son Little Young pulled Naruto inside to show off his certificate for coming third in the midterm exam at the Ninja Academy, while Naruto took out his training plan to show Little Young. Little Young's eyes lit up, asking if he could also write a plan. The 8th Hokage handed in a bottle of wine at the door, the label identical to that of the bottle from last year, just the most ordinary kind from the commercial street hotel. What is this for? To celebrate moving into the new house, to celebrate finishing the battle. The 8th Hokage paused. Also, my son told me he wants to be an intelligence officer in the future, and wants to learn from you. This bottle of wine is to be saved for when he passes the ANBU exam. And accepted the wine bottle, placing it alongside last year's bottle in the deepest part of the hidden compartment. In the evening, and went to the back mountain to pay respects to Elder Yahweh. Several fresh white chrysanthemums were already laid before the stone tablet left by someone who had come early in the morning. He wiped away the ashes, placed a new white chrysanthemum down, and squatted in front of the stone tablet, recounting the dissolution of the Akatsuki by Nagato, and the completion of the 8 trigram seal. The mountain wind swept through the pine forest, and the stone tablet of Yahweh remained silent as always. That night Shirzue sent back the final inspection report. All remaining Akatsuki strongholds around the Rain Country were confirmed abandoned. The evacuation route for Yen was secure, and the temporary settlement for the moderates was operating normally. At the end, a personal note was appended. Sasuke's moving target was changed to a smaller one. Naruto started writing his training plan, and the 8th Hokage gave you another bottle of wine. You spent a long time squatting in the back mountain today. I saw everything. And looked at that line. Shirzue was not in Konoha, but he saw everything. A new line was added on the front page of the account book. 3rd day after the war. Fuyu's proposal was approved. Naruto wrote a training plan. Ninetales said to run 10 laps. The 8th Hokage gave another bottle of wine. There were quite a few white chrysanthemums at Elder Yahweh's grave. Shirzue could still see me squatting in the back mountain in the Rain Country. He said he saw everything. On the 5th day, after Jiraiya returned to the village, he placed a formal recommendation letter for the position of Jonin on the 3rd Hokage's desk. The recommender was himself, and the recommended was Uzumaki Naruto. The reasons for the recommendation were lengthy, and he read them line by line on the copy. The candidate actively facilitated a mutual contract between the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki during his first battle at the age of 8, and subsequently activated the seal left by the 4th Hokage in the final showdown. It was suggested that I serve as his mentor in the 2nd phase, imparting the ninjutsu and contract knowledge related to his father Namake's Minato. Signed, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage stamped the recommendation letter with the Hokage seal, and handed a copy to him for record-keeping. On the same day, and received the complete data log of Naruto's conversation with Kurama through chakra sensing. It was monitored continuously for 3 days by the medical team using a spectrum analyzer, capturing all nonverbal chakra exchanges between Naruto and Kurama. This data supplemented the conclusions regarding the collaboration between external ocular power and the tailed beast in the comprehensive reinforcement report of the 8 trigram sealing technique that it had previously written, and archived the data along with a copy of the recommendation letter. Naruto's apprenticeship ceremony was quite simple. Jiraiya found a patch of empty land by the river, the same shallow bank where he had taught Naruto to walk on water last time. Naruto stood before him holding no gifts, only the training plan and a compilation of Kurama's diary. He opened the first page of the training plan for Jiraiya to see. First goal, learn to walk on water. Second goal, learn the Rasengan. Third goal, defeat Sasuke. Fourth goal, invent a new ninjutsu with Kurama. Jiraiya looked at these lines and burst into hearty laughter, shaking the willow branches around him. Your dad's first goal was to learn the Flying Thunder God, and his second goal was to win over your mom. You're much more down-to-earth than he was. Naruto asked what the Flying Thunder God was. Jiraiya explained it's the technique your dad used to strike enemies, teleporting behind them, while spinning the Rasengan in his hand. Minato had fused the Flying Thunder God with the Rasengan into his signature ninjutsu so fast that you couldn't even tell whether he teleported first or formed the Rasengan first. If you want to learn, you must first walk on water. Kakashi stood at a distance watching the master and disciple begin their first lesson by the river. Naruto's shadow clone stumbled and fell into the water as soon as it stood unsteadily, while Kurama let out a cold huff from within the seal, then silently helped Naruto stabilize himself with chakra for the next attempt. Naruto crawled out of the water, spat out some river water, and said, "Kurama, did you just laugh at me?" Kurama didn't reply. Naruto insisted, "You did laugh, I heard you." Sasuke sat on the side of the training field sharpening kunai, glanced up for a moment, then lowered his head again. He had also completed his next training plan, developing the second phase of his Sharingan and officially applying to Kakashi to learn Raikiri. The application letter contained only one line: "I can now predict the trajectory of Raikiri using wind release. Kakashi-sensei, please teach me Raikiri." And after reading the application letter, wrote in the remarks section, "It is advisable to start with Chidori," and then handed it to Kakashi for his signature. After signing, Kakashi added, "First practice chakra control until you can stabilize 3 leaves before coming to find me in the evening," and conveyed the news of Naruto's apprenticeship to Shizune in the weapons store. Shizune's reply contained only a few lines: "Tell Lord Jiraiya that I have kept a book on the essence of ninjutsu he wrote in the Land of Rain. Naruto would likely inherit his father's Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, and might also inherit his master's Tales of Heroes. Don't forget to save me a copy when the sequel comes out." Additionally, it is still too early for Sasuke to learn Raikiri. Writing Chidori in the remarks was correct. The sound of Chidori is louder than Raikiri, making it easier to be tracked by wind release. Sasuke should listen first before learning, and place Shizune's reply back into the hidden compartment. Moonlight shone on the training ground outside, where Naruto was still practicing walking on water. One by one the shadow clones fell into the water, only to rise again. Kurama's chakra flowed low within the seal, no longer needing verbal reminders, automatically covering Naruto's feet with chakra. The current speed in dispersing the shadow clones was slower than during the day because Naruto began to stabilize his balance himself. Not because Kurama was helping him, but because he had finally learned how to evenly distribute chakra across every acupoint on the soles of his feet. The front page of the ledger added a few lines. Jiraiya signed Naruto's recommendation letter. The apprenticeship ceremony was by the river, where Naruto stated his first goal was to walk on water, second goal was Rasengan, and third goal was to defeat Sasuke. Kurama helped him stabilize his balance, and he asked, "Are you laughing at me?" And indeed it had laughed. Sasuke applied to learn Raikiri, and Kakashi told him to first stabilize 3 leaves. Shizune said that both his father's Flying Thunder God and his master's Tales of Heroes would be passed down. A sequel to the Essence of Ninjutsu was in the works. Shursui discovered Orochimaru's abandoned laboratory while tracking the remnants of Madara's chakra. The laboratory was concealed underground at the border between the Fire Country and the Rice Country, its entrance hidden within the fissures of a dried-up river valley long deserted. Shursui recorded on a scroll Orochimaru himself has already withdrawn, and most experimental equipment has been removed. However, judging from the remaining drafts and fragments of petri dishes, he had recently conducted intensive research here for a period of time. The focus was the interaction between the Sharingan and the tail beast sealing techniques. Some drafts even mentioned your name. upon receiving the message and applied to visit the laboratory. The third Hokage soon approved the leave, and was accompanied by Kakashi and 2 members of the ANBU sealing squad. The 4 traversed the valley following the coordinates marked by Shui. The entrance was extremely concealed, embedded in the rock face behind a dried waterfall. Without Shizui's sign, no one would have noticed. The underground laboratory was vast, divided into several compartments. The main workbench was scattered with scraps of paper, most partially burned, leaving only edges, their writing fragmented and incomplete. And recognized familiar handwriting on one fragment, the serpentine ink strokes unmistakably Orochimaru's own. Data on the third Hokage's seal. The fourth Hokage left a remote reinforcement mechanism within Naruto's body. Activation requires the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Madara was unaware of this lock. He believed the old method of controlling the tailed beasts solely through the Sharingan sufficed. What is the activation condition of that remote lock? The fourth chose spiritual chakra to resonate with the seal. Not kinship but trust. And fell silent. Orochimaru had guessed the activation condition of Minato's remote reinforcement mechanism even earlier than Madara. Yet having guessed it, he never came to Konoha. Whether due to lack of time or lack of intention remained unknown. He flipped the fragment over to find another sentence: "My work is still too crude. Someone has gone further than I." And handed the fragment to Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent for a long while after reading, and continued searching adjacent compartments, discovering traces of fungal-like would-release cells on broken petri dishes, on a minuscule scale, with a high failure rate. Yet Orochimaru was indeed attempting to replicate would-release. Unlike the mysterious Akatsuki member, who wielded complete would-release, Orochimaru pursued a scientific dissection approach rather than Madara's direct transplantation, and classified and archived all remaining drafts petri dish fragments, and would-release cell residue samples. On the return journey, Kakashi and walked side by side through the dense forest. Orochimaru wrote in this draft, "Someone has gone further than I." It was not self-praise. Kakashi glanced sideways at him, and explained that before his defection Orochimaru was also the third Hokage's disciple, who had once placed hopes on him comparable to those on Jiraiya and Tsunade. Though Orochimaru strayed from the path, every piece of data he left pointed toward one direction: that the Sharingan and tailed beast seals should not be locked rigidly but resonated harmoniously. He himself could not achieve it, but he knew this was the correct path. Kakashi said nothing. The wind rustled over the treetops, and the faint sound of the Nange River could be heard. That night, upon returning to Konoha and delivered all laboratory samples to the ANBU for safekeeping, he dedicated a separate page in the intelligence report noting all residual archives found at the site, concluding Orochimaru's conjecture on the evolution of the Sharingan and resonant sealing aligns partially with the independent awakening path of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Would-release cell cultivation failed. The fragment mentioning, "Someone has gone further than I," is inferred to refer to the non-predatory path of Mangekyō independent awakening. A new line was added to the report's cover page: Orochimaru's old laboratory. He wrote, "Someone has gone further than I." Would-release cell cultivation failed. All samples archived with the ANBU. Kakashi said nothing in the forest on the way back, but he memorized that sentence from the fragment. Early summer had just arrived when Yang came to Mai. She brought no advance notice, no guards, and wore only ordinary civilian clothes. Her right arm was no longer wrapped in special bandages inscribed with sealing techniques, but in plain white bandages from a pharmacy. She first went to the Huang building to submit her formal identity registration. Former member of the Akatsuki's moderate faction willing to settle in Mai as a civilian. The third Huang personally approved her residence application, writing a line on the form: "Welcome. I will come on the day the dumpling shop opens." Yen rented an empty storefront in the commercial street right across from Yao Ramen. The shop was originally a dried fruit seller. The owner moved near Huiji Temple last year, and the store had been vacant for half a year. Yen did not make many renovations. She only hung a hand-painted wooden sign at the entrance. "Dumpling shop. Handmade daily. Limited to 1 pot.
The calligraphy was exactly the same as the reply letter she wrote to An during their meeting in the mining area, light yet steady. Mingren was the first to discover the dumpling shop. That day he happened to be going to Yao Ramen with Zuoju, and while queuing, he smelled the sweet aroma of red bean paste from across the street. He tugged Zuoju's sleeve and ran over, seeing Yin standing behind the counter. The white bandage on her right arm was plain and clean, completely different from the old sealing bandages densely covered with techniques. Mingren recognized her.
You're the Andy who asked Brother to bring me candy.
Yin smiled and threaded a skewer of freshly boiled red bean dumplings for Mingren. The red bean paste was ground by herself, the glutinous rice flour was mixed this morning, and the cooking time was just right. The dumplings were chewy on the outside and soft inside. Mingren took a bite, his eyes widening.
It's sweeter than Yao Ramen.
Zuoju followed and stood at the doorway. Yin handed him a skewer. Zuoju took it, said thank you, ate it quietly, and placed the bamboo skewer into the recycling bin. After leaving, he told Mingren that it was indeed sweeter than Yao Ramen, and passed by in the evening and saw Mingren and Zuoju sitting side by side on the bench outside the dumpling shop, one eating red bean dumplings, the other nibbling on a tomato candy. Quan was also there, bringing a newly woven protective knot for Yin, the same pattern as the one tied to the doorknob of the intelligence room, with a small piece of dried mint leaf stuffed inside each knot. Yin lowered her head and let her tie it on her left wrist, her hands, which had held kunai for years, resting still on her knees, and leaned against the streetlight across from the dumpling shop, watching the scene. Yin saw him and nodded across the street, and nodded back. Zilai came on the second day after the dumpling shop officially opened, and had a bowl of red bean soup with dumplings. He savored it seriously for a long time, then began to eloquently propose to Yin that she should add a dumpling set with natto. Yin said there was no such way to eat it. Zilai said,
How do you know if you don't try?
Yin was silent for a moment, then retrieved a box of unopened natto from the back kitchen.
Add it yourself.
In the evening, and finished sorting the day's intelligence logs at the weapon depot, and came to the dumpling shop. Yin was washing the pot. Bamboo skewers neatly arranged in a container, and 3 unsold dumplings remained on the stove. She scooped a small plate and placed it in front of him.
From now on, I'll make an extra plate every day reserved for you and that yellow-haired kid. For Zishui's portion, I'll add soy sauce separately. Last time he came, he brought his own bottle of soy sauce, saying that you prefer savory dumplings. Have you ever seen anyone bring a soy sauce bottle to a dumpling shop?
And lowered his head and bit into the dumpling. The red bean paste was ground finer than any shop on the commercial street, the sugar not too much, a taste that could only be made by someone who had traveled far and wide, done many things, never hesitated in action, yet hesitated over how many spoonfuls of sugar to put in this plate of dumplings. He recalled what Yin said in the mining area.
We are not to seal it away, we are to destroy it.
Now she said,
Make an extra plate every day.
In the same tone. No more mention of forbidden techniques, no more talk of death seals, only about soaking glutinous rice in advance tomorrow. On the flyleaf of the ledger a new line was added.
Yin opened a dumpling shop on the commercial street.
Red bean dumplings are sweeter than Yao Ramen. Zilai said to add natto. Yin said there was no such way to eat it, then retrieved an unopened box of natto from the back kitchen. Mingren goes every day to eat. When Zuoju says thank you, his voice is louder than before. Jishui brings his own soy sauce to buy dumplings. Yin said she would make an extra plate every day, one for me and Mingren, one for Jishui with soy sauce. Autumn. Ginkgo leaves gilded the entire Mocube commercial street. He tracked the residual chakra fluctuations left by Madara across all known safehouses in the Rain, Iron, and Sound nations, methodically confirming each abandoned, before finally identifying the last anchor point embedded within the ancient well on the Uchiha clan grounds. Madara had indeed departed. No recent remote resonance activity was detected at the anchor itself. Beside the well, Shui handed the scroll to him.
At the end of the passage describing the anchor point on the scroll, Shursui added his own annotation. This location corresponds to the original underground water source established during the founding of the Uchiha compound. Likely a personal memory coordinate, not a tactical relay node. And lowered his gaze to that final line. Madara had lost everything at the Valley of the End. He'd seeded countless hideouts along the path to the Moon's Eye plan, yet buried his final anchor deep within the moss-lined wall of that very first well on Uchiha soil. Not for strategy. Not for return. He simply wished now, and then to hear the murmur of the Naka River through the well's still water, and carefully rolled the scroll away, leaving the anchor intact. His Mangekyō Sharingan layered a warmer, deeper imprint of ocular chakra upon the well stone, just as before, signaling Madara, I am here. Speak if you wish to be heard. If you wish to destroy this place, I am here. Sasuke's shuriken targets were replaced with increasing frequency moving targets now stretched to the farthest corner of the training ground. Naruto had fully mastered waterwalking. Kurama's chakra now surged instinctively in battle, no longer requiring conscious invocation. Izumi passed her official Genin examination with the medical division, choosing yang-natured chakra therapy for ocular meridian repair, because Sasuke's eyes ached after prolonged chakra cultivation. After Kurama's chakra receded, Naruto sometimes bore a deep-shadowed weariness. Even An's Mangekyō required a longer cooldown than ordinary Sharingan following extreme resonance strain. On her graduation research intent form, she wrote a single line, I want to heal eyes. Itachi and Shursui occasionally stopped by the Dango shop during their rotational shifts guarding the Uchiha compound. Yan's daily serving dwindled from 3 to 2 plates. Beside the tricolored Dango now sat 2 skewers of soy-glazed rice cakes. Itachi preferred salty flavor. Shursui ate everything. Yin claimed no such variety existed, but promised to bring soy sauce next time. Shursui replied he'd passed a general store en route. Bottled sauce took up little space. At dusk, and ascended the rear mountain to pay respects at Elder Yakumi's grave. White chrysanthemums had piled high before the stone. Someone had placed a sprig of pine, once laid by Fugaku, beside the ancient well, beside the monument. He knelt before the stele, and placed a copy of Shursui's anchor point scroll upon the offering platform. Madara left a mark beside the well before departing. He said, I did not erase it. The elder had once declared the Uchiha could yet be saved. Now Madara's trace and his own coexisted on the well's wall, neither effacing the other, each holding half the stone. He hadn't left. He was waiting for someone willing to speak with him. As he descended the mountain, the evening breeze carried a gentle chill. He walked down the main clan street toward the weapons depot. Yin was extinguishing the last embers outside her Dango shop. Yashiro strolled with his son along the commercial street selecting new shinobi tools, and Noichi polished his forehead protector beneath the willow. Fugaku still stood motionless beside the ancient well, and pushed open the door. The new ledger's flyleaf already bore half a page of entries. Lamplight glinted off the rows of blades lining the walls, overlapping like an echo with that twilight 2 years prior, when the system first activated, when he'd barely grasped chakra, trembling in the corner, dreading the night of the clan's annihilation. Now kunai and shuriken lay aligned with precise order, the shallow dent gouged into the fan-shaped crest on the wall by a kunai long ago remained unpatched. He kept the scar, to remember the winds passing, to remember Danzo's threat paid in 5 lives, to remember the color of Elder Yakumi's blood drying between his fingers, to remember Madara's anchor sunk deep in the well's darkness, and his solitary departure. Beyond the window the Naka River flowed on. Morning, and pushed open the door to the weapons storage, sunlight illuminating the wall full of blades. The sound of the Nanha River mixed with birdsong, while footsteps of clan members could already be heard in the streets. On the 3rd day after the battle, the mornings in Konoha no longer smelled of explosive tags and charred chakra, but instead of the aroma of grilled meatballs wafting from the commercial street, and the fresh scent of water plants from the Nanha River. He rolled up his sleeves and began to reorganize the intelligence system. The wartime encrypted files filled half of a hidden compartment, each document sealed with red or black tape,
red indicating the highest urgency related to Akatsuki, black representing routine intelligence. Now these documents needed to be decrypted and archived one by one, including the supply chain files of the Weasel, the remnants of the Heron's infiltration plan, and the evacuation routes of the moderate faction, all to be converted into long-term preservation formats. He meticulously removed the red sealing tapes, replacing them with ordinary black ones. When he removed the last one, his fingertips lingered for a moment on the indentation left by the tape. These documents had been consulted too many times, and the sealing tape had left irreversible imprints on the paper. Fujitake brought the last batch of clan relocation documents in the morning. The relocation permits for Inohataru and Tetsuhataru, 2 sheets of thin paper stamped with the seals of 3 generations of Hokage and Uchiha clan leader's private seal. Azan received the documents. He opened his old ledger, flipping to the page where Inohataru was initially marked as abnormal consumption of explosive tags hardline core. On the same page, the same person's name changed from abnormal consumption to threat, from threat to defensive line, and from defensive line to relocation permit. He wrote in the remarks section at the bottom, Konoha resident. Inohataru came to the weapons storage to collect gear. It was not kunai and explosive tags, but ropes and packing cloth. Azan handed the items down from the shelf. Inohataru took them and weighed them in his hands. "It's the first time I've seen you collect gear not for fighting." "It won't be again." Inohataru wrapped the rope around his arm. He paused at the door, not turning back. Tetsuhataru said he wanted to leave a plaque on the defensive line after moving, saying former site of the Uchiha defensive line. I said it was too sentimental. What do you think? And thought for a moment, just write former site. No need to write the rest. Inohataru nodded and left. While organizing the old ledger, and dug out an old weapons maintenance manual from the depths of the hidden compartment. The cover was worn to the point that the original color was unrecognizable, the pages brittle, and the handwriting faded to a deep brown. The front page bore the private seal of Uchiha Medicine. This was not a manual uniformly distributed by the clan, but one compiled by Medicine himself. And flipped through the pages. The cooling temperature for kunai quenching must be controlled within a certain degree. The humidity for storing explosive tags must not exceed a certain level, and the calibration of the shuriken center of gravity should use which finger as a fulcrum. Every step had detailed hand-drawn illustrations with pencil markings showing signs of repeated revisions. Flipping to the last page, a line of pencil-written words appeared in the blank space, the handwriting lighter than the main text. Foreign. You manage the weapon storage better than I do. From now on this will be entrusted to you. And closed the manual. Medicine had never said this to him directly. The old man never praised people face to face. Fujitake took 3 years to get him to nod once, and after Inohataru returned, he merely patted his shoulder, having taught and so many times, yet only saying once, "You did well, young man." Then he left all his words on the last page of this manual, and copied this line into the front page of the ledger alongside Medicine's words, "Uchiha is hope." One in the upper left corner, one in the lower right corner, separated by 2 years. In the evening, the crows of Shursui landed outside the window, bringing the last report on the cleanup of the Akatsuki's outer strongholds. All strongholds confirmed abandoned Madara's whereabouts remain unknown, but have distanced from the land of fire. The postscript read: "The rain in the land of rain has stopped. I will be back soon. Leave me a plate of Inohataru's meatballs, I'll bring my own soy sauce." And closed the ledger and walked to the window. Fluff from willows floated on the surface of the Nanha River, and the sound of Sasuke's shuriken striking the target could be heard from the training ground across the river. He placed Medicine's manual on the outermost part of the hidden compartment, so it would be the first thing he saw every time he checked the inventory. A new line was added to the front page: Konoha after the war has no red sealing tape. Medicine said he was good. In the early morning, at the entrance of the Woodleaf village, Jiraiya carried a massive scroll filled with sealing symbols and ninjutsu diagrams for training. Naruto had a noticeably smaller backpack on his back, bulging with half-clean clothes and half-red bean balls made by Yana along with some fruit candies that Izumi had stuffed inside. Before setting off, Naruto made a special trip to the training ground. Sasuke was practicing Shuriken with the moving target swaying irregularly in the morning breeze. Naruto stood outside the throwing line, not shouting at him as usual.
"When I come back, he'll be stronger than you."
Sasuke's Shuriken pierced the target's center without him turning back.
"Impossible."
Naruto said Kurama mentioned it was possible. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, retracted his Shuriken, and turned around.
"Then you can go. When you come back, I will fight you with Raikiri."
Izumi stuffed a bag of fruit candies into Naruto's hand.
"Eat it on the way."
Naruto took the bag, counted the candies, then looked up at her. Izumi said to come back for more after finishing them, as she was in the medical team. Naruto agreed, placing the candy bag in the outermost section of his backpack, the spot he had specifically left empty. Kakashi briefly exchanged words with Jiraiya at the entrance. He handed over a copy of Minato's manuscript to Jiraiya.
"Naruto is still too young to understand sealing techniques, but he should know what his father left in the seal." Jiraiya accepted the manuscript and tucked it into his robe, patting his chest.
"I've seen the contents here even before his father did. I was sitting beside him when Minato wrote the first draft. He misspelled 3 characters, and I helped him correct them."
When Naruto ran back, the strap of his backpack slipped off one shoulder.
He came to a halt in front of Jiraiya, panting and declaring he was ready. Jiraiya looked down at him. Having chased after Nagato from the Land of Rain to the Woodleaf, fought in the final battle, and now standing here this morning, he had finally accepted this disciple.
"Where's the first stop?" "The Land of Rain. It'll let you see Yahiko's forehead protector, and then show you where Nagato grew up. Your dad has been there as well." Kurama rarely spoke up in the seal.
"On the road, tell him not to let you eat too many sweets. Your chakra will become sluggish."
Naruto paused for a moment before realizing that
he
referred to Jiraiya. This was the first time Kurama had taken the initiative to care about the training plan.
Naruto relayed this message to Jiraiya, who laughed heartily.
"You tell the Ninetales that my snacks aren't sweet. They're all nana-flavored." Kurama let out a huff from within the seal. Naruto said it didn't believe him. Jiraiya suggested letting it have a sniff. He pulled out the natto from his ninja tool pouch, and Naruto waited a moment looking at his own stomach.
"It says it smells bad, but it said it could give it a try,"
and stood at the door of the weapon shed watching the golden figure disappear into the morning light.
He recalled the first time Naruto had asked him for 2 coins to buy dumplings for the 3rd Hokage at the corner of the commercial street, how the Ninetales chakra had burned the training ground's earth, and how Naruto had knelt on the ground asking if he was a monster, to which he had squatted down to tell him he was both a vessel and a key. Now he was walking out in the same direction with his pack. Kurama said not to eat too many sweets, as it would make his chakra sluggish, while Jiraiya's pocket contained natto and Minato's manuscript. A system notification popped up. Hidden mission.
Protect Naruto's childhood.
Has been partially completed. The Jinchuriki has established a mutual contract with the tail beast, and the childhood trauma index has dropped to a historical low. Naruto will officially learn Flying Thunder God and Rasengan under Jiraiya's guidance. Shizui's crow landed on the windowsill and replied,
Jiraiya has taken Naruto to the Land of Rain.
Passing by the old Akatsuki base, Yahiko's forehead protector left by Nagato was still there. Seeing the forehead protector, Naruto might ask a lot of questions.
Shizui's reply was succinct.
Jiraiya is prepared with the answers. He has been preparing for 3 years.
When it returned to the training ground, Sasuke was still practicing Shuriken. The target's bullseye had shrunk even smaller, and asked why he was in such a hurry. Sasuke said it was because Naruto would become very strong the next time he came back, and asked again if it was because he would fight you when he returned.
Sasuke paused for a moment.
No, it's because both he and Kurama said it was possible. I want to turn that possible into certain.
Dawn at the training ground. Kakashi stood before Sasuke, his right palm beginning to gather lightning nature chakra. Electric currents danced between his fingers, emitting a sharp piercing sound, like 1,000 birds taking flight in unison. Chidori concentrating lightning nature chakra into the palm and vibrating it at an extremely high frequency generates piercing force. Its strength lies in breakthrough power. Its weakness, however, is that the sheer speed of the thrust narrows one's field of vision, leaving no time to perceive the opponent's counterattack. Thus Chidori originally required a Sharingan to compensate for this flaw. Yours is perfectly suited. Kakashi spoke with quiet composure yet, and noticed his left thumb instinctively brush the edge of his forehead protector, the very spot concealing his left eye. On Sasuke's first attempt, chakra erupted from his palm in chaotic arcs, sending jolts of numbness up his fingers. He did not cry out in pain, only shook his hand and resumed practice. On the second try, the arcs began to coalesce. By the third, a blinding surge of lightning gathered firmly within his palm, barely holding shape, and silently recorded via his Mangekyō resonance trait the flow of chakra through Sasuke's ocular meridians. In nurturing mode, Sasuke's ocular chakra flowed smoothly and softly, like the gentle current beneath the surface of the Naha River. During Chidori's impact phase, however, it surged in rapid pulses, each release triggering maximal expansion of his ocular meridians, accelerating their capacity growth far beyond passive cultivation. An's resonance trait captured the precise rhythm of microvascular dilation and constriction in Sasuke's eyes during each lightning release, a pattern now wholly distinct from the reactive pulsing observed when his dual-three-tomoe Sharingan first awakened. By midday, Sasuke could sustain a complete Chidori in his palm. He asked Kakashi whether this technique could be used to protect comrades. Kakashi replied with solemn gravity,
"Yes. Both Raikiri and Chidori were born of the desire to protect those closest to us."
Sasuke then asked who had created it. Kakashi fell silent for a long moment.
"Obito Uchiha. Chidori was first taught by him."
Sasuke did not press further. He simply returned to the throwing line and steadied himself once more. Kakashi walked over to stand beside him, both gazing wordlessly at Sasuke on the training ground.
"He will ask who Obito is, sooner or later. Are you ready?"
"No." Kakashi pushed his forehead protector upward, revealing the old scar bisecting his left eyelid.
"Even for me, the truth about Obito remains unfinished. But Sasuke is mastering Chidori too quickly. Next time he asks, I may no longer be able to conceal it."
By evening, Sasuke could unleash Chidori repeatedly. Though his chakra reserves were significantly depleted, his meridian condition remained robust. An's resonance data confirmed that after each Chidori release, Sasuke's ocular meridians automatically entered a nurturing repair phase, healing faster than passive damage could accumulate. He asked Kakashi what determined the bird-like cry of Chidori. Leaning against the training grounds fence, Kakashi pondered for a long while.
"Obito said it sounded like 1,000 birds ascending together to return to the same nest."
Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then raised his right hand into the air. As Chidori flared anew and noticed Sasuke's Sharingan subtly shifting, not toward the target, but toward the empty training spot where Naruto had stood for so long. The target splintered under Chidori's strike, charred with fragments scattering onto the barren grass. In his training login wrote,
"Sasuke's first Chidori session.
Lightning nature breakthrough power exceeds expectations. The Sharingan's dynamic visual acuity actively compensates for narrowed field of view during high-speed thrusts. Binocular convergence angle widens beyond normal state." Kakashi declared protective goggles unnecessary. Sasuke asked what governed Chidori's avian cry. Obito said it echoed 1,000 birds returning as one to the same nest. Sasuke lowered his hand, the lightning dissipated. He glanced once at the vacant training spot, then drove the next kunai cleanly into the bullseye. Sasuke lowered his hand, the lightning dissipated. He glanced once at the vacant training spot, then drove the next kunai cleanly into the bullseye. In the Konoha Medical Corps laboratory, Quan was observing slices of eye meridians under a microscope. The samples were the meridian tissue provided by an after a Mangekyō overload resonance. This microscope was specially approved for her by the third Hokage after the war. The brand new lens barrel still bore the factory sticker. She drew 3 curves in her notebook. An's Mangekyō fatigue curve showed a steep peak, Sasuke's nurturing curve showed smooth waves, and Shizui's Konoha Tsukumi's secondary fissures showed intermittent oscillations. The 3 curves were completely different in trend, meaning that what Mangekyō holders required was not conventional medical techniques, but a specialized repair formula targeting resonance fatigue. And then Sasuke became the first volunteer patients. Quan had them sit by the medical bed and activated their Sharingan simultaneously. An's Mangekyō opened and Sasuke's three-tomoe entered a nurturing state. She began probing into the eye meridians of both, with yang-natured chakra adjusting the frequency and switching repeatedly between 2 distinct meridian rhythms. Sasuke said the soreness had significantly lessened previously after nurturing. His eyes always felt dry, but now it was like being rinsed by warm water. Although the natural healing speed of An's Mangekyō meridians had only increased slightly, the cooling time after fatigue subsided was notably shortened. Quan wrote in the experiment log, "Three-tomoe frequency band matched. Mangekyō resonance frequency band partially matched. Konoha Tsukumi's secondary fissure characteristics pending further calibration." During the break, Quan took out a third sample, the self-repair data after Konoha Tsukumi activation that Shursui had sent back from the rain country. His eye meridians left some rare secondary fissures after Konoha Tsukumi was forcibly resonated by Zushatsu, partially similar to Mangekyō fatigue. Quan needed to calibrate the repair formula using the frequencies of 3 different Sharingan, and asked her why she had always chosen the medical path from the academy to the present. Quan's hands remained steady without stopping, the pale green glow of yang-natured chakra flowing from her fingertips across the corner of Sasuke's eye. She said before she just wanted to protect everyone, but later Sasuke's eyes would ache after prolonged nurturing. Naruto's eyes were full of exhaustion after the tail beast cloak receded, and Senior and had several times closed the window alone and pressed her temples. Making dumplings couldn't provide that, so she had to learn this, and handed Quan the meridian expansion data integrated from his own and Orochimaru's manuscripts. When Quan took it, she pointed at a certain annotation by Orochimaru. "The essence of Sharingan evolution is the process of meridian expansion," and then gently shook her head. He is not entirely correct. Evolution is indeed the expansion of meridians, but what determines the direction of evolution is not the meridian capacity, but when the meridians are at their most fragile, someone is willing to place their hand upon them. As she said this, the chakra in her hand was flowing across the corner of Sasuke's eye. Sasuke hummed in agreement with his eyes closed, and did not reply. He looked at the words Sasuke had inscribed on the cover of Quan's medical log. "Sound of spring water." Sasuke explained that the chakra of Quan's medical ninjutsu sounded like flowing water, and said it was a good name. Quan turned the log to the title page and added a line beneath that inscription. "It's not for treating eyes. It's for treating eyes that have seen too many things they shouldn't have seen." On the last page of the medical log were pasted today's 3 curves. Sasuke's nurturing curve was gentle and stable. Shizui's secondary fissures showed intermittent steepness, and An's Mangekyō fatigue curve showed a right-side rise after Quan's treatment. That was the healing speed accelerating. Quan drew a small circle on the rising segment and wrote beside it in red ink, "Third treatment. Mangekyō resonance frequency band matching improved from partial to stable. Next time bring Itachi. I still don't have the residual data of his Amaterasu's scorched eyes and the mental backlash data of Tsukuyomi." And looked at that line. She was still growing stronger at a speed faster than anyone had anticipated. Not for battle, but so that all who had fought would not have to keep their eyes open in the darkness. A line was added on the title page of the ledger. Quan read Minato's manuscript. She said sealing science could heal eyes. Sasuke gave her a name. The candies Naruto sent were stored in a glass jar by her. She had already collected half a jar. As Jishui pushed open the door to the weapon storage,
he still carried the earthy scent of the rain country. The reddish-brown soil clinging to his shoes was unique to the acidic red earth of the rain country, leaving such a mark only on that land within the borders of the fire country. "Are there any dumplings left?" and pointed at the plate of dumplings that Yen had on the table alongside a small pot of soy sauce. Jishui sat down at the table and flipped the dumplings using his own soy sauce bottle. He brought back the final tracking report. Banned safe houses in the rain country, iron country, and field country had all been confirmed abandoned, with the anchor point in the ancient well being the only trace of chakra ban had not erased. At the end of the scroll, Jishui had attached a note of his own. Ban is not unable to return, but has chosen not to for now. The only thing that can trigger his return is the kaleidoscope resonance. Currently Konoha has only one person with the ability of kaleidoscope resonance, Uchiha An. It is recommended to keep the anchor point at the ancient well and continue monitoring it. After reading and locked the scroll away in a hidden compartment. He knew Ban would return not now, but someday. Before that, his task was not to wait, but to continue growing stronger so that when that day arrived, he would not be passively responding but actively choosing. The two discussed what they each planned to do next on their way to the dumpling shop. Jishui said he would first get the orphanage left by the old Akatsuki stronghold in the rain country set up, while Yen mentioned that there were still a few people from the moderate faction who wanted to move to Konoha and asked for help filling out their application forms. And said he would continue to serve as the weapon storage manager and intelligence advisor, with the additional task of occasionally helping a blonde kid with chakra resonance tests, assisting a black-haired child in measuring the Chidori chakra pathways, and helping a brown-haired girl collect samples from her eye chakra pathways. Sasuke and Naruto were using a summoning frog to communicate remotely. The frog jumped into the training ground and said that Naruto had thoroughly learned the water walking technique, asking when he would learn the Rasengan. Sasuke leaned against the door frame and listened, then told the frog to inform Naruto that his Chidori could now penetrate 3 layers of targets, and that the next time they met, whoever hit first would be the winner. Immediately another frog jumped out from Naruto's side, with Kurama saying he wanted to join the battle, claiming that him Kurama and the frog made it 3 against 1, which was unfair. Sasuke replied that 2 of the 3 were frogs, so it wasn't unfair. Naruto countered that he would also bring Kurama. Sasuke remarked that Kurama was already his. Naruto stared blankly at the frog for a few seconds, then a series of indistinct chuckles came from the frog's side, deep, resonant, and completely different from Naruto's voice. Kurama was laughing. Izumi completed the first stage of the healing technique in the medical team, and officially submitted the application for the next round of research funding. Research topic: the intersection of the self-healing mechanism of kaleidoscope resonance characteristics and yang attribute healing techniques. The third Hokage approved it. Jiraiya had someone deliver Naruto's training notes, which were scrawled in messy handwriting for half a page, filled with insights on water walking and a collection of Kurama's jokes. And looked at the line that read: Kurama said that walking on water is harder than walking on chakra, because water is alive. This child took the words of the tail beast as training notes. Yan's dumpling shop launched a new flavor, red bean matcha. Jishui tried one and said matcha was better paired with dumplings than soy sauce. The third Hokage incognito came to buy 6 skewers, stating that Yen should fill in special dumpling chef on the Konoha ninja registration form. Yen replied that she did not have a ninja number. The third Hokage suggested that she fill out the special skills section on the civilian registration form, skilled dumplings. After finishing that line on the form, Yen put down her pen and stared at it for a long time. That form felt as weighty as the promised letter she had handed to him back in the mining area that evening, and closed the front page of the 7th volume of the account book. The system displayed a stage prompt. The 7th volume was complete. The countdown had far exceeded the initial expectations. The Nine Tails capture plan was terminated, the Akatsuki disbanded, and the integration of the Uchiha with the village was completed. The hidden missions protect Sasuke's childhood and protect Naruto's childhood had both been achieved. The current goal shifted to long-term protection and continuous evolution of eye power. He wrote the new objective in the blank space of the account book's front page: wait for Naruto to return from training and defeat Sasuke. Help Izumi test new techniques. Assist Shisui in caring for the orphans of the Akatsuki War. Taste test Hien's new dumplings. Wait for Ban, he knows where I am. Under the moonlight, Konoha was brightly lit. 2 empty targets hung quietly in the training ground. The kitchen fire at the dumpling shop had just gone out, and 4 faces on Hokage Rock silently gazed at it all, and locked the account book and walked out of the weapons storage. The sound of the Nanka River flowed away into the night, just like it had 2 years ago, when the system was activated. The difference was today, he did not ask how many days were left on the countdown. He simply closed the doors and windows, walking towards the warm glow of light. Spring. It was the 61st year of Konoha. Azen was organizing old scrolls in the weapons depot. The system interface quietly illuminated at the edge of his vision. It was not the urgent red alert of wartime, but a steady line of blue text: Sharingan evolution tree completion 100. The conditions for awakening the eternal Mangekyō had been met. Do you wish to proceed? He set down the scroll. Outside the window, the willow catkins of the Nanga River were drifting everywhere. Sasuke was training Chidori in the training ground, the flashes of lightning reflecting on the window paper. Naruto's training notes had just arrived via Jiraiya summoning Toad, and the latest page indicated he had begun learning the Rasengan, and sat down at the desk and read the system prompt from beginning to end. The condition for awakening the eternal Mangekyō was not combat nor crisis, but the lighting of every node on the Sharingan evolution tree, from single tomoe to double tomoe, from double tomoe to Mangekyō, and from Mangekyō to the complete unlocking of all bond resonances. Itachi's protection. Shizui's legacy. Sasuke's growth. The triple resonance had been superimposed countless times through battles fought side by side, and today it reached saturation. This was the path that Orochimaru's notes had deemed impossible to achieve through external infusion, the path Madara had spent his entire life failing to tread, not the plundering of eye from eye but mutual trust. He chose to proceed. There was no burning sensation, no overflow of blood, unlike the weight of the triple resonance pouring into his eyes when the Mangekyō first awakened. This time it was like a weary traveler finally stepping into a familiar shelter, the frost that had accumulated over the years slowly melting into water dripping onto the warm threshold. The Mangekyō pattern silently evolved within his pupils. New lines grew in the gaps between the triple arcs, weaving the 3 streams from different sources into a single lake. The system prompt lit up again: Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan confirmed. Exclusive Dojutsu Resonance upgraded to Eternal Resonance. New feature: the Resonance Vision can be permanently shared with any person who has previously resonated their ocular power with yours. The recipient does not need to activate their Sharingan to sense your location and status when needed. And opened his eyes. The weapons depot was still the same depot. Kunai and Shuriken neatly arranged, the ledger open at the title page, and Elder Yakushi's old teacup resting on the outermost shelf of the hidden compartment. But his vision had changed. The veins of the willow leaves on the opposite bank of the Nanga River, every pulse of chakra in the meridians of Sasuke's Chidori on the training ground, the subtle tremors of Yan's fingertips as she kneaded glutinous rice flour at the market street, the trajectory of the ash falling from the third Hokage's pipe as he smoked in his office. All of this no longer required the activation of the Sharingan. It was simply and gently presented in his field of view. He stood up and pushed open the door of the weapons depot. Itachi was leaning against the willow trunk by the entrance, his 3-tomoe having already activated on their own. There's a new pattern in your eyes. Just awakened. Itachi asked what it was called, and thought for a moment. He hadn't decided yet. Itachi was silent for a moment. Call it lamplight. Elder Yakushi once said the Uchiha could be saved. You made his words come true. The light of a lamp, the flame of a fire. That evening and recorded every change of the day into a new research scroll. The title page read: Eternal Mangekyō Awakening. Evolution Path Natural Awakening Triple Resonance Saturation Non-Plunder Route. The exclusive dojutsu was upgraded to Eternal Resonance, can permanently share resonance vision. Itachi said to call it lamplight. I think he is right. The 6th anniversary of the system activation. While I was taking the quarterly inventory in the weapons depot, the system interface lit up again. Unlike the blue light of the evolution tree completion, this was the original countdown panel. From the spring of the 56th year of Konoha, when he first saw 365 days, to today this panel had been ticking for 6 years. Every extension had been earned with lives. Yakushi's life, Snake Eyes' life, Wind's life. Shizui's injury, Itachi's ribs, the punch Naruto had thrown when he first borrowed the Ninetales chakra. Sasuke saying they would awaken together, Izumi wanting to heal her eyes, Yin replacing the sealing bandages with ordinary ones, Fukuoka silent silhouette by the old well. The countdown was ticking, not decreasing. It was reaching 0. Uchiha Clan Annihilation Countdown 0 days. Detected possibility of Uchiha Clan annihilation completely eliminated. System mission accomplished. Final settlement cumulative countdown extension of over 2,000 days. Core mission prevent clan annihilation completed. All hidden missions completed at 100%. The system will self-uninstall after settlement. All abilities, ocular powers, and bond resonance traits acquired during the process will be permanently retained. Host Uchiha An. Final assessment: you no longer need the system. And was silent for a long time. Outside the window the sound of the Nanga River had been flowing from that dusk 6 years ago, until today. Back then, he couldn't even refine chakra properly, feared the night of the massacre, feared Itachi's blade, feared the grim determination on the faces of every clan member who came to the depot for equipment. Now he had the triple resonance in his eyes, the eternal Mangekyō in the depths of his pupils, and the names of all those who had entrusted their trust to him inscribed on the title page of the ledger. The system was right. He no longer needed it. Thank you, he said to the air. The system did not reply, but the countdown panel flickered one last time before disappearing. Not blue, not red, but a warm, steady gold. It was the same color as the 8 trigram seal pattern that had lit up on Naruto's abdomen when Minato completed the sealing. That evening he took inventory as usual. Kunai Shuriken explosive tags. The numbers had not changed much compared to 6 years ago, but the remarks column in the ledger had changed from abnormal consumption to normal consumption, from threat to resident, from to be observed to relocated. Shizui's crow landed outside the window, its leg carrying an invitation for a trial of Yan's new dumplings. On the training ground, Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Rasengan clashed, flashes of lightning and gold alternating. Izumi murmured softly, in the medical unit found it. The final frequency calibration of the repair technique was complete. Itachi leaned against the willow tree, his three-tomoe already returned to black. Fukuoka stood by the old well for a moment before turning back. Inaho and Tekka were polishing their forehead protectors in front of their new home. Yashiro was buying gifts with his son in the market street, sake the same brand as always, and wrote the final line on the title page of the ledger. Countdown reached 0. System uninstalled. The Uchiha did not perish. We are all here. Elder Yakushi, we made it. 72 years of Konoha. And stands at the entrance of the blade tool storage watching Sasuke in the center of the training ground. The lightning of Chidori in his hand no longer shrieked sharply. It could now peer silently, or transform into a gentle arc of 1,000 birds before striking its target. This is Sasuke's self-improved Chidori flow nest. His Sharingan has reached the mature state of three-tomoe, nurtured over 10 years, with its optic channels never suffering irreversible damage. Naruto lies on the grass at the edge of the training ground, with Gamakichi resting beside him. His Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan have fused into a new ninjutsu, with Kurama's chakra automatically enveloping his body during the brief moments of his teleportation. No need to shout hands, no need to ask, are you ready? He is now one of the youngest jonin in Konoha, yet he still stands in for Master Jiraiya at his autograph sessions, and still queues at Yuki's dumpling shop. The medical ninja research facility of Izumi is located at the corner of the shopping street, just a few steps away from Yuki's dumpling shop. Her Mangekyō Sharingan channel restoration technique has become a required course in Konoha's medical class, and last year the cover page of her paper read, "To my most important patient Sasuke-kun's eyes Naruto's tail beast cloak senior ANS resonance fatigue and senior Shizui's Kotoama Tsukumi secondary rift." And the Grandpa Yakumi? I couldn't wait until I learned this technique. Yuki's dumpling shop hasn't expanded in 10 years, but a fixed long bench for Shisui has been added at the entrance. Every time Shisui returns to Konoha from the rain country shelter for vacation, he first sits at the dumpling shop, then pulls out a soy sauce bottle from his ninja tool pouch replenished from a grocery store whose location he doesn't remember. He says that Yuki's dumplings paired with soy sauce are the best in the land of fire, and Yuki replies that only he eats them that way. Fugaku opened a small shuriken training hall in the clan grounds after retirement, charging no tuition, just asking for a bundle of white chrysanthemums to be placed in front of Yakumi's grave. Inari and Tetsu are now core backbones of the police force, and the sign that was supposed to hang with original site still has an empty space. They say they'll wait to write it together when it retires. Jiraiya's final volume of Ninjutsu of Tenacity was published last year, with the cover page stating, "To my two most foolish and most clever disciples Nagato, Naruto and Yahiko, they'll finish your part for you." In the bottom right corner of the cover page, there was another line in smaller text: "Editorial consultant Uchiha," and he corrected 3 typos for me, just like his father's manuscript. Itachi and An stand opposite each other by the well. 10 years have passed and Madara has not returned yet. The ocular imprint of the ancient well's anchor remains, and regularly envelopes a layer of warm chakra with his eternal Mangekyō, much like he goes to the back mountain to replace the fresh white chrysanthemums for Elder Yakumi at intervals. Itachi says he is waiting, and says Madara knows where he is. His eternal Mangekyō told him. Once again it is dusk, and sits at the entrance of the blade tool storage, flipping through the original account book. The paper has turned yellow, the corners are folded countless times, and the words "even salted fish can turn over" have begun to fade, yet they are still legible. Yakumi's manual is placed at the outermost layer of the hidden compartment, with 2 bottles of sake from the 8th generation still awaiting uncorking, while Izumi's fruit candy wrappers and Yuki's hidden candy wrappers are stacked within Kurama's diary cover. Before the system uninstalled it left behind its final log, host's final evaluation. You started from extending the countdown and ended with making the countdown no longer necessary. What you protect is not time but people. Shisui, not knowing when, sat down beside him on the steps, holding a plate of dumplings, as usual, with a small pot of soy sauce beside him. The system didn't say goodbye to you, and closed the account book. It did say. It said that what I protect is not time but people. This is better than any reward. A tremendous sound of Chidori and Rasengan colliding comes from the direction of the training ground. Naruto's laughter and Sasuke's cold snort mix together, while Izumi pokes her head out of the medical team's window to shout for them to be gentler. Yuki hangs up a wooden sign reading "Sold out today" at the entrance of the dumpling shop, and the 3rd Hokage comes every evening after retirement to buy the last string of dumplings. Itachi leans against a willow tree holding a white chrysanthemum, just returned from the back mountain. Today another pine branch was added in front of Elder Yakumi's grave, though it is unknown who placed it there, and suspects it is Fugaku. And stands up and puts the account book back in the hidden compartment. He has placed it in this position for 7 years. 7 years from the dusk of the system activation to the autumn day of the countdown reaching 0, from the forced activation of the single-tomoe awakening card to the tranquil rotation of the eternal Mangekyō at the bottom of his eyes, from being a useless person cowering in the corner, fearing the night of clan extermination, to the one who stands among everyone turning the key. He pushes the door open. The sound of the Nanha River flows into the distance in the night, just like it did 7 years ago. He picks up a pen and writes on the last line of the diary's cover page.
The first day after the countdown to clan extermination reaches 0. No alarms, no missions. Sasuke and Naruto clash with Chidori and Sharingan on the training ground. Izumi discovers a new frequency for the restoration technique. Yuki's red bean dumpling sold out early today. Shursui brings back a new bottle of soy sauce, and Itachi delivers white chrysanthemums to Elder Yakumi in the back mountain. I am still at the blade tool storage. See you tomorrow. Outside the window the lights are bright. The warmth of Konoha's flames has never felt as warm as it does today. Many years later on an evening, and stood by the ancient well in the Uchiha clan's territory, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan activated. Deep within the well's walls, that ancient and cold anchor point still existed, pulsating weakly yet steadily like a heartbeat. Madara had not returned yet and knew he was alive far away. The eternal resonance occasionally allowed him to perceive that solitary gaze of power, not an attack, not a probe, but a silent response from a great distance. It was as if someone at the end of their drifting journey heard the sound of the Nanha River through the well's water today and finished organizing the last batch of documents in the weapons repository. Years after the system's uninstallation, that boy who once sat in the corner counting shuriken had become the foundation of Konoha's intelligence system. Sasuke inherited the position of captain of the elite ANBU, while Naruto was unanimously nominated as a candidate for the next Hokage. The Medical Ninjutsu Research Institute of Izumi was adorned with handmade friendship bracelets from children, and a long line formed outside Yan's dango shop filled with visitors from the Land of Rain. Shursui returned from the Land of Rain for a break, sitting, as usual, on the fixed bench at the dango shop bringing his own soy sauce. Itachi leaned against a willow tree sharpening an apple with a kunai. Sasuke and Naruto had just finished a sparring session, both lying on the grass of the training field panting heavily. Between them lay 2 strings of red bean dango from Yin. Naruto ate the first one, leaving the second for Sasuke as usual, and looked down at the well walls. He raised his hand, the power of the Mangekyō covering the anchor point of Madara, as gentle as it had been for many years. He was not here to erase the past. Within that past stood the elder with medicine, the silhouette of Danzo submitting his resignation, while Daisuke leaned on a cane at the street corner, Jiraiya chasing after Nagato, with Yahiko's forehead protector in hand, and Obito's silent reminder when he entrusted his eyes to Kakashi. All the unresolved regrets transformed into a warm light deep within his gaze. He turned and walked toward the direction with the densest lights. The streets of the clan were bustling with people, the warm curtains of the dango shop gently swaying, the aroma of food mingling with the scent of red bean paste in the night breeze. The sound of the Nanha River was the same as many years ago, and like an even more distant past it flowed toward the horizon. The door of the weapons repository was slightly ajar, the light still on inside. The last line on the ledger's cover page read, "Finished. Starting anew tomorrow. Good night."